Let's get it, man. I got on late today, but do a couple hours and probably do some more tomorrow. Do another section tomorrow. Come home tomorrow. Mm-hmm. See something real quick though. As y'all enter, hit them like, share, and follow, man. If you an unforgivable person, go ahead and hit this box up. Let's talk about it. You know. Forgive me for getting on so late. Ah, man. Mm-hmm. What? Oh, my. Why you being so? Oh, shoot. I switch my profile. Somebody eating good in the neighborhood. Eating good in the neighborhood. Yes, yes. It is part 10 of Grudges and Forgiveness. We have another 200 to go. Sorry, man. Part 10, yes. We had part 10, man, every other weekend. We got to get this grumpiness, this anger out of people. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's one of the main things that's holding a lot of us back. You know, so yeah, this got to get talked about. This for sure gonna be getting talked about. I actually thought about this. Hopefully, I probably might be the only live they be doing this and stuff for real, or doing parts and stuff. I know. I don't think nobody doing this though, but I feel like it's one of the biggest reasons though why we getting held back. So we got to talk about it. You know, some of these topics, would I add to it, right? How I just put down like my question, the first one. How do you think it's taught? I actually thought about that at work though. But the second one is what are the signs? So it made me think about that because the last session I had with this, it made me think about that. So that's why we thinking about different things to add to it and stuff. And I'm pretty sure by the time I get done with 10, or if I talk to some people tonight, you know, I'll probably have some more questions I'll be able to ask for part 11. I usually do the nationality and stuff. I used to alternate it between the grudges, forgiveness, and that. But I'm gonna probably take a break on that nationality and ethnic background such thing. Though I'm gonna take a break on that though. But I'm gonna keep doing this every other week. That's the plan, man. I'm gonna think of some juicy topics to do on Saturdays and stuff, so I can cause them the days I get to stay up longer. So I think of it. I would think of it. Let's see what everybody. They probably sleep by now. I don't want to say too much before we started though, but I guess we can. You know. So do you think? Do you think unforgiveness is taught or is it nature? Mm. I'm in it like in the middle though. I feel like it could be both, right? I forgot to put both. Oh, it is and or in the middle, so it's the little sign and or. Is it taught and or natural? I'm in the middle of maybe both, but then I'm more towards I think it's taught, you know, just like any other emotion or how they express it is taught. Even though forgiveness is not an emotion, but I'm just saying that's an action. But I think that people learn it from first seeing their parents, right? How they treated one another, how they handle a certain situation, You know, how mama or daddy didn't, soon as somebody's mad and stuff, how long they prolonged the argument and how they fold their arms when mama sent daddy on that couch, said, "No, you sleeping on the couch tonight," stuff like that. That's They see all that, man. Kids be seeing all that stuff, and it just and it just go down. With the word trickle down. I be trying to use words I don't be using like that and stuff, but it go further and further down and stuff. So I'm more leaning towards the it's taught, this unforgiveness, because I believe if you was in a forgivable type environment, right, I think that they will be more. They'd be more leaning towards forgiveness. What is this? Somebody popped up and I ain't seen that in a while. So yeah, most of the time, yeah, they seeing it from the parents. Then they see it. Like I said, it's all the kids get influenced by so much parents. Then it be the world after that. That's why they say to take a village and all that stuff. So they get influenced by the village too. From school and stuff. Seeing somebody, and also, you know, parent. Even though they have to teach you that, like, don't take no junk from people and all that stuff. And if they do that, make sure. But it's just the way it is. The way how is things is getting handled. That's what make this unforgiveness and being built up off pride and ego. Uh, that's what make them be that type of way though. So like I said, I feel like it is more on a taught than both. I don't think it's really in our nature. I know it's in our only natural part is to adapt, and I think we naturally adapt to what we see here or what we around in general and stuff. So yeah, I think it's more taught. Um, and some most of the time it starts off with the parents and stuff. They looking at everything. I don't be People be thinking that these kids don't be seeing, and that's the only reason why I was in that live and stuff earlier though, because it's like I feel more bad for the kids than the people that they so called think they bash and all that stuff, because nobody don't be thinking about the kids in the process, you know. And I know the dude himself, he he kind of harsh. Everybody can't take that guy and stuff, but he kind of harsh and stuff. But I call it the scare tactic. Some people got to do the scare tactic. I mean, it's even though it's truth behind some of the stuff, I can call it the scare tactic. But it's like a tough love situation. Some people need it light, some people need it. So everybody got their own levels and stuff. But I see the bigger picture with the guy doing and stuff. Even though he harsh with some of the stuff, but it is what it is. But some people, they understand it in that way. But it's all based off of how people's emotions is adjusted. When you in your emotions, you listening in emotion, he gonna be kind of heavy to take on and stuff. Me myself, I don't agree with everything people say in general. Anyway, I don't agree with my own crew sometimes. So you already know how I am. But I get the message though, and I'm pretty sure he gonna save a lot of people. It's just the people that's hurt right now is the adults. You know what I'm saying? The adults is getting hurt. But the kids are the ones that's going to get saved. You might can't say the adults because they done made their mistakes and uh they in their ways and they feel like they getting bashed and all this stuff, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But they you make your beds, you gotta lay in it. It is what it is. I mean, everybody be wanting to live off the comfortable lie rather than the harsh truth and stuff. But people are feelings. That's how it be, man. But But I'm saying it do like I said with the topic and stuff is most definitely I feel like it's more taught than anything. Like I said, they see like I said, start off with the parents, or say if it was us if they only got one parent, right? Most of the time they with the mother, right? Starts off with that, how they felt about they see the traumas that's going on with the mother. They see the traumas they see the way that the bash the dude that was with him is no good, man. And all that. And the kids is watching all that stuff, man. Then the kids start getting some resentment towards their father that they never seen before. And like I said, it comes and it's the unforgiveness and stuff. And then even if, okay, say there's an abusive relationship, they see that junk, and then, I mean, all that stuff, kids are seeing that. What's the deal, Broderick? How you feeling, my brother? They see this stuff. So like I said, I feel like it's more taught. It's more taught than anything. I don't know if it's really natural. It could be. Maybe if I hear a different point of view, but I'm leaning more towards natural than taught. than anything. I do believe unforgiveness is taught. The same way if you could teach forgiveness, you could teach unforgiveness. You know, but then it is an internal thing and it's a feeling too. So I can understand that it's a lot of ego behind that situation and hurt, disappointment, and all that. But I think how to handle it is taught. The feeling you probably can't. Your feeling is something. I mean, that's gonna come, but how to handle that feeling is how it's getting taught, though. You know, so it's not many good examples of how to overcome those feelings or that that feeling bad and all that. So let's get to the. I try to wait on some group people, but I get to the second part though. Because I was getting asked this question actually recently, though. They said, "How can you tell?" And I mean, like I said, I let people talk. I let people say what they say. But like I said, when I talk to people, I know when to step back when I see people was moving in their ego and stuff. What's the deal, Kenshay? How you feeling? There you go. The glasses gang up in this boy. I say, nah. But I've been trying to when I'm like I said, I know when people is running off ego of some people be feeling like they uncheckable and stuff the way they talk. Even with that you could tell so much. But somebody was asking me this question was like, how you gonna tell me if I'm in my feelings, how all this stuff. And you could tell though, because like I said, most of the time it started off with self and me myself. I know how I acted when I didn't forgive. I know how I talked when I didn't forgive. I knew I was hurt, and I be trying to play it off. Everybody want to lie to themselves, and you can see how they talk the next minute. I be seeing all this stuff. It's like a power. Like I said, when you work on yourself, it becomes a power. You can see everything else after that. And not the people that be want to see everything and don't see the stuff within themselves. It's a whole different thing. Them people that's just going off of just assumptions and they projecting themselves and stuff. But hey, I'm projecting myself in a way because I can actually see when a person is hurt. I ain't gonna call it project. It's more of relating. You know what I'm saying? But when a person they be lying to themselves. Like I said, I was once the person that was lying to myself. I be coming like, nah, I ain't really feeling bad and all that stuff. Like the example I used before, like when a person is in their feelings or if they ain't forgive, it's like as soon as you break out a relationship, no, I'm good, I'm good. First she's like, hey, that's my baby and all that stuff. Then you break up, oh no, I'm good and stuff. I ain't worried about that. I ain't worried about the breakup because bitches ain't nothing, the B the we word and all that. B ain't nothing, that's when that they ain't their feelings. That's you can't. They didn't forgive it because you was not talking like that just last week when you was with. Not all of a sudden B's ain't nothing. That's one thing. The way people can't keep forgiveness is a sin of emotional maturity. Exactly, most definitely, it's emotional. Yep, right. And you could tell because it'll be so many eyes or when a lot of victim mentality comes behind unforgiveness too. That's like one of the main things why people don't because they cannot picture whatever has set them back or whatever hurt them real bad in their life and they set in stone with their ego and stuff and saying they never forgiven this and all that. So you could tell when they say a bunch of them eyes and stuff like, I would have never did that and I would have that. When they talk like that, oh yeah, I'm about to expose some stuff tonight, man, because I was trying to wait, but I'm going to go ahead and talk about it. Well, when they do a bunch of them, I would have never, I this and all that stuff. And, that's another way you could tell they didn't forgive. What else they got? Shoot, I mean, I guess, and it's like it is most of the majority of the time. It's just how people talk and stuff, or when they feel like they get real stubborn in certain situations. I mean, all that stuff. Like I said, I feel like they just deal with some type of situation or disappointment that you just that you haven't learned to forgive internally. You might can say it out your mouth, you could trick it and all that stuff, like, and I'm good and all that stuff. But then again, you could tell off facial expressions, the little slick talks when when you get it. So you ever seen that in that live and stuff where people be slick talking to each other and stuff, talking in code and all that stuff? Said they was good, and next minute, they talking. You could tell off that too, Or they be like, people be like, or people that say all. Oh, let's go back to that. All men, all women. That's another situation. You still ain't some lack of forgiveness in that situation because of a personal thing, and then all of a sudden it's all men and all women. That's another example. I mean, it's it's a bunch of examples. I just can't think of them fast enough. But uh, in effect, I mean, another thing like what you could tell unforgiveness even with the like depend on the lives you go on and how people express themselves in the live or the trauma bonds and stuff. You got to get pandered for certain situations. I mean, it's so much when it comes to unforgiveness, and you literally like if you take the time and notice. That's just, I mean, you could tell. I mean, it be so much hurt in the way people be talking, and people get so uh like they basically get set in certain ways and stuff. It's just it's weird to explain though, but it's just you could most definitely tell an unforgiving person, man. A person that can't back down. A person that get easily offended. You know, person that I mean, it's so many traits, man. It's too many traits. You could. It's becoming easy now. A person that as soon as you make you make one comparison, they gotta throw the next in, and when you talking about one thing, uh, the list can go on for sure. Oh my, true. But I'm gonna for sure do a section two on this tomorrow. I don't know. I'll probably try to be on for a couple hours if I don't get too sleepy on this. I started so late on this. Miss Deb, I see you down there hitting them likes, man. How you feeling? Uh, I mean, it's crazy though, because it's like, I even say, like, depending on how a person be cussing too, that's another thing. Even, I feel like, because I think the more I start being more forgiving, I mean, I let it depend on the situation. If it's a video game or something, I'll probably be I'll probably be going crazy with the cussing though. But because I ain't forgiving me getting whooped up in the game. That's the reason why. But but nah, like I mean, you could tell off like how. I mean, it's weird. Like what the things they get passionate about, the things that you know. I mean, it's not no different from being hurt for real. You could tell a hurt person just like a forgiving person. They bout hand in hand almost. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like you could tell they didn't let go something in their past. Like I said, another sign is with people that get easily triggered. It's literally the same sign. The same signs as a hurt person is the same size of an unforgiving person. Like it's basically the same exact thing. The more I keep thinking on it though, you know, a person that's so quick to match somebody's energy, a person that's so want to check somebody so fast, person that can't let stuff go. This is easy, the trace is too easy for real, person that don't know how to be the bigger person. Oh man, it's funny, man. It's funny, man. And a lot of us, like I said, a lot of us do it, man. All this stuff I speak on, and I'm gonna say it 100 times. I mean, I've been once that person. Or it's something I'm probably working on daily. So go to bed, Paulie. I see you in here. Go to bed. But I mean, like I said, it's I'm not going all this stuff. When I tell people that they running off ego, it's because I've been doing it. All this stuff I'm not lying to. And then, like I said, I know the rebuttal to that situation. Well, I'm not you and all this stuff. But like I said, facts are facts no matter how we want to look at it. We got all human similar traits and stuff. You can't just say because you doing it different that you telling me I can't tell what a hurt situation is when I know that I just really, because it's like that's the only comeback that most of the time when somebody getting checked on, like, nah, you sound like you hurt. You sound, it's how can you tell me I'm hurt? But every sentence, like, you always talking bad about something. You always got some negative pushback on certain situations. So like you can't. That's what I be saying. People be trying to lie to me on certain situations. And I done had that 100 times, right? That just be just so funny to me. I'm like, bro, the lack of accountability and stuff. It's funny. It's just too funny to me. Uh,
Hey, Kev.
what's up, Miss Dad? Oh,
I
maybe start singing up.
Hey. Look, I had a little interesting. I came home from dialysis, so I'm strolling, come
Mm,
across this live. I ain't gonna mention no name, and
mm,
somebody had posted a video, and I made a comment on it. And I told
mm.
the content creator that they was bigger than a couple of people and keep doing what they doing. I respected their life. Why does certain somebody called me a snake in the grass? I said, hold on, wait a minute. Yeah. I said, and I could say, I said, and then they blocked me, which no big deal because I wasn't following them anyway.
Mm,
I would go in they live periodically.
mm,
But here's the thing. I then proceeded to go on live, which I wish I hadn't have done, and I dragged him a little bit. And I said, first of all, sir, you don't pay no bills over here, number one. Second of all, I said what I said and I meant what I said. I'm going to be 63 on the 27th of this month, God willing.
mm,
I can think for myself, I can speak for myself, and I can stand on what I say. That being said, you can't retwist my mind to make me want to agree with everything you say. And how pathetic and small are we when somebody don't agree with us? Then I'm a snake in the grass? Really? First of all, I'm old enough to be many of y'all mothers and grandmother. Don't disrespect me. I don't disrespect nobody on nobody's live, and you know that, Kev. And if I have a problem with somebody, which I've only had a problem with one person, and we
mm,
talk to each other and squash that,
mm.
I confront that individual because I'm a grown woman. But yeah, he called me a snake in the grass. I was like, hold on, wait a minute, what? Cause I got an opinion and it don't agree with
No, you're
yours
supposed to agree with them all the time. That's the
all the
problem.
time. I'm like, grow up, sir. Grow up.
Man.
Because you, sir, are the one that's disrespecting women and talking under women clothes and this, that, there, and the third.
Mm,
And you
mm,
mad? Why? Okay, because I don't cash app you or follow you or whatever. My prerogative. Grow up. And until you pay some bills over here, you ain't got a heaven or hell to put me in. But let me say this. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. That was me. I fell down them steps, broke the whole half side of my body. Through the grace of God, I am now walking at home on a walker, but walking, and I wasn't walking. So, before you dig a ditch for somebody, you better dig one for yourself because you subject to fall. And be careful
mm,
how you place my name on your lips. Because from your lips to God's ear, he hear you and he see you.
mm.
It's just
Right.
amazing how these people on this app want to call you out your name and carrying on. But I'm supposed to respect you as a man. My name don't start with an S, and it ain't Snake. It's Deborah
All right.
or Miss
That's,
Deb or Miss Mason to you. And I'm not even using a pretend name. That is my real name.
mm.
You, sir, need to grow up. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's still people that need to mature, though. That's what it is.
Very much so. And then you say you a Muslim. No Muslims act like that or talk like that. Knock it off. Okay? Nah. And I'm not gonna say his name because it's on your live, and I respect your live.
Oh yeah,
But
for sure.
I
I probably
dragged
already
him.
know what you talk about now.
I'm sure you do. I dragged him. I said, "This ninja got me
Yeah,
twisted. Don't disrespect me. I'm
yeah.
old enough
People
to be
still
grown.
trying to find themselves.
Still trying to find themselves, and it's okay. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
be respectful. I haven't respected you. Just block me if that's what you want to do. But
Mm.
what you ain't gonna do is call me snakes in the grass and carrying on like that. I'm a lot of things, but a snake ain't one of them. But you know,
Uh
watch this snake, cause I might squeeze the life out of you. And
oh.
everything on here is recorded. So don't degrade my name, cause you
Mm.
don't know who you playing with for real. So I told all his followers and croonies or whoever was in the hallway, back way, alleyway, closet, y'all want to talk to me? Talk to me. Cause Miss Deb don't do that. You got one time, Kev, to hear me disrespect anybody on this live. Whether I agree with you or don't agree with you, I'm not gonna disrespect you, and I'm surely
Right.
not gonna call you out of your name. That is so childish and immature. So just block me, boo, cause I don't follow you nowhere. You know, you ain't hurting me, but I just, it's just
So
amazing.
now I'm about to now let's go ahead and put you in the high seat now. Now let's talk about the topic. You forget this guy?
What's
Oh, you
up,
gotta take some time before you forgive him.
Miss? I mean, I couldn't believe it. Called me a snake. I said, snake? What? Okay.
Yeah,
And then
man.
one time,
He just projecting. He
you
just
know,
project.
I did follow him, and you know, I didn't really have too big of a problem with what he was saying until after I kept listening, and I'm like, hold on, this disrespect to women, I can't get with that. You know, I love black men, but I don't like a disrespectful black man.
Yeah,
All
everybody
you had
got
to,
their
mhm. All you had to do was say,
everybody got their own styles and
yeah.
stuff, man. So
All you had to do was say Miss Deb or Miss Mason or Deborah Mason or whatever. Get out my life. I'm blocking you. No problem. And
mhm,
I responded to something somebody said. They was talking about STEM, the STEM program, and I was
mhm,
talking about my son doing his second biology in STEM. That's all I said.
mhm.
And I'm a snake in the grass because I had agreed with another content creator because I said I respected her live and respected her. And I guess because she is a big content creator, that was a problem for him. And I'm like, wow, this is crazy.
Oh, I get you. So that's what them people that I get you though. If the ones that want you to not be neutral and stuff, and want you to pick a side, and all of a
Right,
sudden you become a
right.
snake. I get you.
I don't do that. Like I'm not picking sides. I don't have a problem with nobody, and I respect
Mhm.
everybody. You know what I'm saying? Because guess what? We are not all alike. We don't all think alike. We are individuals for a reason. And even
Right.
Jesus gave us a choice. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
don't try to back me up in the corner. I'm too old for it, baby. I'm too old. I ain't just turned. I ain't just going on 63. I've been here 63 years, Lord willing.
Hmm.
And the things that you got to do and need to do and will do, I've been there, done that, and got the receipts for it. Old enough to be everybody, grandmother and mother. You know, I'm like,
Hmm.
wow. The disrespect be so real on these apps. It's just amazing. It's amazing to me. But thank you for having me up, Kev. I just needed to say that. I'm going to
Oh
bed.
yeah,
I'm
for sure.
I
For sure,
had
man. I'm glad to hear you getting better and stuff.
I'm getting
You
much
know,
better.
hopefully you overcome that situation though. But
Yeah.
hey man, don't let nobody get to you, man. Everybody, like I said, most of the time everybody projecting they in their feelings. People be saying whatever and stuff. I mean, I noticed that though, but even with my situation though, people done call me out my name and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, I mean, people like I said, it ain't no personal things. Them projecting themselves on me and stuff because I know
Absolutely.
I ain't did nothing wrong.
And the thing of it is if we don't know each other, you know what I'm
We don't.
saying? So the only thing we owe one another is respect. And that's
Yeah.
across the board. And that's what's wrong with our world that we live in now. The disrespect is so real. But
Yeah.
God said we in the world, not of the world. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
yeah, it's getting rough out here and it's getting harder and harder. And it don't bother me. So I hope that he have a peaceful night and peaceful rest. Cause guess what? That's what I'm about to do. Lay it down and rest. I ain't gonna think no more about it.
I feel you, man. I feel you. Yeah, you
Thank
gonna
you,
be straight
Ted.
though, man. Oh yeah, for sure. You already know.
Yeah. We gonna have to sing. Now look, I'm having a virtual birthday party on the 28th of July because my birthday is actually on the 27th. It's
Okay.
Thursday, so I do dialysis, so I'm doing it on that Friday.
Okay.
So be sure to show up, okay?
All
I'll
right.
send
Yeah,
you
I'm
an
gonna try to
invite.
look off.
Okay, babe. You have a
All
good
right.
night.
All right. You too,
Okay.
man.
Thanks for having me. All right. Bye bye.
Get some water. Water. I'm gonna start another session up. Oh. Oh, that is another thing. I forgot that. So that is another one, right? Disrespect. Right, the way people disrespect people, that's when you know that they ain't forgiving. Ah, I just thought about that one. Good one. Maybe you had me think about that one. I'm glad you made me think about that one. That is part of it. That is. So it's basically so yeah, that's two things. It's like unforgiveness and hurt. And most of the time hurt come from some type of unforgiveness. Now I think about it. That do be like that most of the time. So I think those two do tie in with one another. So yeah, the same signs that you see with hurt is the same signs as for unforgiveness. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, that makes sense. That make a lot of sense though. So, yep, people that usually be disrespectful, yeah, that's some type of unforgiveness. It was something that happened in our past, and we project it to the next person, and that's why we wow. People say anything. The lack of emotional control, unforgiveness. Oh my, it made me think about it a lot. That's we getting somewhere. You're getting somewhere now. Question: has the news of a missing woman from AL reached your area? Nope, probably not. I would have had a Amber Alert. Oh, you said it's on the news. I thought it was something like an Amber Alert. Um, but the news, I don't even watch the TV. I don't even watch the news for real. It's a distraction to me, man. Cause it's so much sad stuff on the news every single day, man. It's like you don't want to be bold. You don't want to be bold at the same time. Cause I've been hearing people in the live like, man, what about this? You don't see what's happening to our people and all this stuff. I'm like. I'm like, man, I'm like, it's like I want to show empathy at the same time though, and then I know it's sad, but then it's like it's not under my control at the same time, and then it's like if I was to look at the news every single day, I'd be stuck. I'd be sitting here, and I would never make any type of movement or progression with my life. You know what I'm saying? Because what's happening in life, I don't know how to explain that though, but it's like I want to show sympathy for the situation, but then again, I don't want to be distracted from what I'm trying to do to help our community grow at the same time too, right? Or to, just or be able to just to live my life too, because it's like we are so focused on other lives and that's what the media do. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna show certain things. I'm a firm believer that I think the media they gonna show whatever they want to show to get us riled up or anything. And that's why I'm like, I can't really fall into it. I gotta look at it as like, man, it's another sad moment. And, it's another thing because I believe it's somebody unaliving or some crazy or harsh stuff that's happening daily. You know what I'm saying? Probably at the moment while I'm talking on live right now. But it's like do I got to get that reported in my life? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, like I said, I know the stuff said. I know it's that, and it's said that even some of us, right? Even me talking like this right now, right? it will be people that will get mad at me because so you trying to say that you don't care and all this. It really has nothing to do with it. But we got to realize that some things are distractions in our life, and we do got to focus more on our life to do some type of growth. Because if we focus on other lives, I mean, it's hard to explain that though. But it's like we gotta realize that it's so much stuff that's on this world. It's too much. It's too much, and we got to find our best way to better to put our bid in with this world. That's what we have to do. Go to bed, TT. I see you and being slick. Go to bed. Uh, so, I mean, like I said, I understand it, but I'm looking at put it this way, man. If it's not, and if we can't do nothing about it, or if it's not under our control, man, let God handle it. That's the best way. And a lot of people don't even believe in God. That's why they just get mad and think they gotta follow every part of the news and yell their brains out and do nothing about it, but just yell. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm more about actions. I like hearing about the problems and all this stuff, but if it ain't no solution at the end of it, we just gonna be crying and expressing our emotions and trauma bonding off these things. I'm not with it. I've been doing that since that stuff been going on before I was even born. I'm 32 years old now, right? I've been hearing this ever since I was a kid. You know, some stuff people been doing stuff about it, but what they've been doing about it is making more of a mess, you know, more crash. I mean, all type of crashing and all that. I mean, just destroying stuff, destroying our own people stuff, all this, whatever, all this stuff been happening. And it's fire with fire. That's what we've been doing, and it's making bigger fires. So that's what we doing. But it's just like, man, if all we doing is talking about it, right, and expressing ourselves and splitting up with one another because one another don't agree with one another, you know what I'm saying? That's what it be. It take one simple thing. You see, remember that incident with the kid and the mama and all that stuff, right? Well, I don't want to bring that back up, but people got split up on it. I just actually lost two friends because I thought different from them. You know what I'm saying? A couple friends off that junk. And I'm like, bro, you see how we can't, and that's what I be saying, see reason why we can't unite. You know what I'm saying? It takes simple distractions like the news to put some stuff out on there to show that we got a difference of opinion and people take it to heart, and then all of a sudden the disrespect and all this, like we don't see what's going on in this world. That's the reason why I choose not to. I don't be looking at the news, man. I try not to the best I can, as much as I can. I do not try to look at that news, man. It's nothing but sad stuff on there. But if I know it seems sad to ignore what's going on, but it's like, what? I mean, what can we do? What can we do, man? But try to make a better world ourselves. I mean, and that's what I've been focusing on. You know what I'm saying? That's what I can focus on for real. I can only really focus on my life. TikTok is the news, right? Exactly. They tell enough. You know what I'm saying? They talk about it. But most of the time when we tell even TikTok news and stuff, all we doing is trauma bonding off of it. We doing nothing about it. We just yelling at each other. You don't think this way, you don't think this way, but you don't think it. You know what I'm saying? That's all the heck we be doing. None of us that be getting mad about it ain't doing nothing about it, right? We do nothing about it. Some of us is adding to it or contributing to the same exact problems. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, it should be sad. That's why I be trying to limit my arguments or my debates on here and stuff because I'm like, bro, what is we talking about? Because it's not getting nowhere. What, you trying to get me in my feelings because you in yours? You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to stoop there because I realize that me being in my feelings don't do anything. It does nothing. You know what I'm saying? Me being in my feelings added to your feelings, and all we doing is just saying like, man, this happened to you, and that happened to me, and this happening to us, and all that stuff. But dang, what is we gonna do about it at the end of the day? We just gonna keep talking behind a camera and all that stuff, and and doing nothing about it. It just, that's why I'm not big on this back and forth stuff and all that. If it ain't gonna be no resolution at the end, I'm done arguing with people that think this certain way or whatever way. If you think one way, I think my way. You gonna stay thinking your way over that way, and I'm gonna stay thinking my way. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to force nobody. That's why I be saying, well, even with the stuff I do, nah, man. And one thing I noticed, I don't get along with it. Just can't do it, because I'm big on accountability and stuff. Accountability is the only way we gonna be able to grow. So it's like once I realize, or I can already labeled you in my mind as a victim mentality person, and you gonna make 100 excuses before we get anywhere. I'd rather just let you keep believing what you believe in, and whenever you catch up, you be back. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it, man. Like I said, I've been on this live stuff since the beginning of this year, a little bit earlier last year and stuff. And now I know better. You know what I'm saying? When you know better, you do better, right? We know that saying. It's like, now that I know better, I'm not about to keep falling in the same. And that's what I love it, because I'm getting growth out this situation. I'm learning more people, how people is and all that stuff. And I realize that some stuff is just not, it's no point behind it, or it's not worth it. A lot of stuff is just not worth it. So I'm not about to. A lot of people just want, it's that misery wants company type thing. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people just want me to add on into their misery and stuff. Like, well, I don't want you to be as mad as me, so I'm going to try to offend you and all that stuff. So they just want to add on to it so you can join them, so you can be miserable as them. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, I'm not. This misery stuff don't help us grow. None of this stuff help us grow. It's not getting nowhere. It's not going to progress. It's just us. Some of the stuff is just feeding our ego, right? Well, that does nothing. I've never seen the ego get fed and all of a sudden magic start happening. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't. This junk. Oh, this gonna be funny, man, but I gotta be forgiving of it. Let's go back to the topic, though. You know what I'm saying? We gotta be forgiving of it, though. I don't be, that's one thing, like I said, I've been learning. I was mentioning on my other lives. Like, I'm about to, I can't be too harsh or feel too bad or try to bash with these new words, right? I'm not about to do that to the people that got that type of mentality and stuff, man. Like I said, I would rather pray for them because I believe in the God and stuff. Not everybody believe it, but I would rather pray for them. So the people that don't believe in God, them the ones that still be that's in that same mentality. I can't really, you know what I'm saying? But Shrek is wild. I'm missing some comments and stuff. Yeah. You said TT News. Yeah, I answered that one. Yeah, that's why I stopped watching negative stuff, including some of these lies. Most definitely right. It's no point. If some of these lies don't seem like it got no resolution at the end, or some type of fixing or correction of behaviors or something like that, I'm not even joining them. If you ever notice, and that's what I was mentioning to BK, I was like, he's seen the lies and stuff. These lies, when I go to certain lies, right, I know some people can't handle them, whatever, whatever. But it's a reason why I go to a lot of these lives. Because I try to, and it's two things, two reasons. Some of them is to get people to understand my way of thinking a little bit. Well, not like that, but I'm just meaning like understand what page I'm on, or notice that I'm on a growth type journey. I'm trying to see who else trying to join the situation, right? And then another one is me trying to get try to help add some type of solution, or try to change, or not, or try to, whatever, change if I can. You know what I'm saying? We can't change, we could try to, but change some mindsets to more of a positive way of looking at things, or to more of a understanding way. That's why I put my little inputs on certain lives and stuff. So we can, if I can help somebody, I can help them. If I, or meet some of the people that might be on the same page as me. So because like, it's always something good, even in these negative lives, you know what I'm saying? But it's just depending on like your mentality, how much you can tolerate and all that stuff. But it's like I feel like you can find somebody or find somebody that's on the same page as you in each of these lives, no matter if it's uh if it's a harsh live, if it's a negative live, whatever. I mean, even all that stuff, negative, positive, that stuff sometimes it's subjective to it. It just depends on the person and their emotions are. But I be like, even like the live y'all just seen me in earlier, right? Different. What's the deal, man? Like, and I was seeing like a lot of people like, well, they always talking about that, but that's what their platform is about and stuff. But I'm no different. I be in all these any lives that be talking about accountability, I'm with it. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm with the accountability stuff. If it's addressing bad behaviors, or if it's, I'm willing to talk about all that for real. So
So let's
that's
talk
what I
about it.
see growth at.
So let's talk about
Let's
it.
talk about it,
Women
and don't
getting
make me
drunk.
mad.
Women getting drunk. Do you have sex with them or you don't?
Getting drunk?
Yeah, I was just in this other live and the women made it sound predatorial that they're coming out getting drunk, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's an option for me, and because I see that as an option, I'm a predator. Because I see that as an option, I'm a
But
rapist.
rape, rape.
Yeah.
Uh, you said, do you have sex with them? I mean, I guess it depends on the situation. Well, me myself, I ain't looking for none of that. But I'm talking about back then, depending on the situation though, because it's like I mean, you probably don't want to do it now because the way this world getting now is so victim stuff and ready to, as soon as they don't like you and wake up and come to realization and stuff, they want to lie on you after that. So it's kind of scary nowadays.
See?
But
And
I
I'm glad.
mean,
No, wait, stop. Because this is why I wanted to bring it up. If it's my girl or my wife, and that's what the girl said, they're dumb broads. That's what the dumb broad said in there. Like, listen, it could be your girlfriend. It's still considered rape, stupid.
they still could do it. Yeah, they could do it as long as
It's
they feel. If
still
they
rape. It
feel
could
a
be your
certain way,
wife.
that's all it
It's
takes. If
still
there's a
rape.
feel, huh?
Dummies. Under the influence. So I said, "What if it's my girl? It's your girl." I'm like, people that has
That's
no
right. But some of them set
education,
themselves up
no
for that. Though. That's what's
education.
weird. I mean, sometimes you all drunk with each other though. I don't get it. That's weird.
That's what I said
Or
to her.
maybe
I
you a
said, so if
smoker
I
and they
go
a
out,
drinker or something like that. Or she came
that's
over to drink
exact.
and
Yo,
stuff. So I mean, it's many things.
bro, that's exactly what I said. I said, so if I go out with my girl and I get her drunk, I raped her. No, that's your girl. Lord have mercy, I raped
Gotta
her.
say, great man. You keep saying
Ooh,
that.
ooh, facts.
But yeah, that
That's a
junk
fact.
it's crazy. Like I said, it's but I wouldn't recommend it, especially the way 2023 going and stuff. I mean, if it's your woman, I mean, that's the chance you got to take. So it is what it is. I mean, Surfer, you got you a good woman anyways that can you could drink wine with or something like that, or whatever, or even hard liquor, whatever they drink and stuff. I know I drink wine and stuff, so I don't think no crazy stuff come out. But that's all about knowing the person you sleeping with or being with and all stuff. But it's a roll of the dice if you end up trying to mess with a 304 or something like that, or a chick that you just having if one of them buddies or something like that. That's a roll of the dice. But hopefully you know that person. So even
And
knowing them, I mean,
that's
sometimes
what
people
one
can
guy.
set you up. So
That's why that's what one guy came in
AJ.
there. That's what one guy came in there and said. He was like, these people know they got the accountability. You know how much you have to drink. You know what could happen if you have too much to drink. You know the circumstances of alcohol. So why are you going out there being that reckless? This is what one guy was saying.
You, you know what's funny though? I thought about this. Somebody came with this one a good analogy though. They said, "Why is it?" They said, "Why is it your fault, right? If you get drunk and crash a car, but it ain't your fault if you get drunk and sleep with somebody." Like, what? It's crazy. Like, what? That do make sense though. Like, how the heck? Now, is it not their fault when you sleep with somebody, but it's they not? It's the
Oh, I like
you don't
that.
get a
That's
ticket for
good. So
that.
yeah, right. When you're drunk and you do anything else, anything, you can rob a store, anything, it's your fault. But when you
It's
choose
your
to
fault.
sleep with someone, that's the
Sleep with
only time
somebody
it's
that
not
ain't your
your
fault.
fault. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good. That's a good one.
And that junk is crazy. But, right, how do you accidentally? I don't know. That is weird. That's
Like,
weird.
at
I
what point
don't know.
during the sex did you not notice that you was having sex?
Because
Like, what point during the sex did you
I
not know that
slipped
you
on
was having
the they
sex?
slipped on the Peter. That's what happened by mistake.
Like, after the third stroke, the fourth stroke, the fifth stroke, like, which stroke did you know, did you notice that you was having sex?
This ain't real. This can't be true.
after after all the strokes and I woke up, that's when I realized.
Yeah,
After I nutted,
that's
Yeah,
after I busted nut.
I need one of them people with them that type of ideology to come explain that to me. You know what I mean? Like, what happened? Like, y'all was just walking and
Okay, good luck. Call if you need anything. Yeah.
what?
I was
Hold up.
thinking if you want, you could bring the baby here.
what the what. Yeah, somebody help her talk
Happening.
too this time.
She, she had a line
I don't know
crossed.
what that was.
What the
Yo, I haven't had that happen in a
Anyway,
what?
long time. The line cross. You remember when that line used to
That
cross?
was
I haven't had.
that's that. Oh, I ain't never experienced that before. So what the heck? How her live went through her stuff? What?
Yeah, the lines crossed. Someone's
Yeah,
lines crossed.
that was crazy. Wow.
yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to set this up because it does that sometimes.
Hmm.
But yeah, no, like I was saying, I really need
Eavesdropping.
somebody
I'd be
to explain that
eavesdropping like a
ideology.
motherfucker. I'd be just.
For real. Probably. Won't surprise me.
Mm.
I pretty much already know who it is, but it is what it is. Let them fucking listen. I hope you hearing a bunch of shit that hurts your feelings too. Anyway, your nosy ass.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, nah, I've always
So I
wanted
hear
to
you. I'm
know that
tapping in.
ideology, right? Like, oh,
Mm.
like when people be like, oh, I don't know how I slept with them. It was an accident. Like, what, y'all was walking and your clothes fell off? Like, you fell on each other? Like, make it make sense. What you mean?
I don't know. I've been trying to think about that for years. I still can't think about it. I'm like, hold up. It's math, not math, man.
I said, how did y'all get to her house? How'd you get inside the house? How'd you get to her bedroom? Like these things matter. Like is
Now I get okay.
Word.
Look, I get the slipping and drink, right? I understand that all the way, right? But I'm just talking about a regular drink, right? A regular drink. uh, if you the
Not
one that's
even
drinking,
not the
how's that
drink, because the
anybody else
drink.
for? Huh?
I would take the drink. I'm not talking about like I don't know. I'm not talking about like being like roofied or nothing. I'm talking about like when you're just normal,
Right.
regular
right? Like,
Joe.
oh, I didn't mean to sleep with that person. Like, what? It was an accident. What? Like, what do you mean? How is it an accident? That don't make no sense.
How did you accidentally open your
They
legs?
tripped on it.
How did you know like
I
what you
mean,
accidentally bent over? Like how?
Mm. My bad. You making a mistake, girl. Chill.
right? Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, it's always like, you know what I mean? I mean, obviously, it should always be consensual. If you out here having unconsensual, you got other issues.
Mm.
And matter of fact, probably just need to get the hell stay the fuck away from me. But yeah, consensually, what?
And then you didn't know
Slipped.
that
Slipped
you
your
didn't know
son.
that you was gonna go to that bar. You didn't know that you was gonna have all these drinks. You didn't know that you was gonna leave with that guy. Like all this stuff you didn't know. Wow.
But it's
I
getting
don't know.
so
I feel
bad that
like a
even
lot of
if it's
stuff.
consent, they still can lie. People lie. People just don't be
Yeah,
understanding
they
it
do.
though.
But I feel like like that's where like intention comes in. You
Mhm.
know what I mean? Like sometimes people like even though they're lying, you can always tell their intention. Like, nah, you
Mhm.
intended that shit to happen. You know what I mean? Like you're manipulating this whole situation. Like
Mhm.
Like he
that's
said, like he said, when you crash the car, they're gonna tell you you drove the car to the bar, so your intention was to drive home drunk. That's what they're gonna say.
that
Mm.
part, yeah, because you didn't have like a
Right.
backup.
I thought
You know what
about
I
that.
mean?
Right.
Like I mean, like I mean, granted, I'm a recovering alcoholic, but like even when I would go out to the bars and drink, you know what I mean? Like I can honestly tell you, I knew nights where I was like, nah, I'm planning on getting effed up tonight, right? And on those nights, like I would call an Uber or a Lyft. Like I'm just like, I'm just gonna take that to the bar. I'm gonna take that back home. I ain't gotta worry about driving. We cool.
Mm.
Never once was I like, oh, I'm gonna drive myself to the bar, get messed up, and then try to drive home. You know what I mean? So
Now
like the
here's the thing.
attention was already there.
Now here's the thing. I'd be that Uber driver, and then you would have want to have sex with me, and we have sex, and I'm a rapist and I'm a predator. That was the
Great,
rhetoric
man.
in the room. Okay, the graper. That was the rhetoric in the room. Like I'm like, how am I a graper? Because she wanted me. Like what?
Well, like
Mm.
Kev said earlier, it's a catch-22 when it's somebody that you don't know. You know what I mean?
Mm.
When you dealing with somebody on a regular, then, you know what I'm saying, I don't think it can be.
Makes
But if
sense. That
somebody
makes sense.
you just know, you got to kind of watch that. That's why,
Mm.
you know what I mean, you got to
That
be
makes
careful of who
that
you
makes
dealing
sense.
with. You know
But
what I'm
that's why.
saying?
Roll of the dice.
So
But
Roll
that's
of
why
the
I'm
at
dice.
the,
also saying that intention is important there,
mhm.
right? Because like even as a woman, like even when I go out and I drink, right? When I would go out and drink, if it was a night where I was like, yeah, I'm planning on going home with somebody, oh, that was already established before I ever started doing anything. Before that first drip of alcohol hit my lips, I already knew that that was my goal, that was my intention.
Okay, little
If it was
head.
a night where I was just like, I just want to get messed up and I don't give a shit about nobody, like I just want to have go out and have a good time and go home, then no, like you ain't getting nothing. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So that's what I'm saying. But like, I've always had the rule of thumb, like when it comes to consent, if somebody's under the influence of anything, they can't give consent. So I don't even try.
Yes.
That there's no point.
And that,
That's why you got
and
to
you know,
protect yourself.
Wait.
that's where we get,
I
that's where
said, then I
control comes
said,
in.
then I said, so your girlfriend, so we raping we're raping Jesus, our mates when we go out with our mates, because that's what they said. They said you can't. What? Say it again. Say it again.
You can't when you're under the influence of anything, if anybody, and that again isn't just women. This goes across the board, whatever you identify as. If you are under the influence, you cannot give consent.
Right.
Right. So I'm raping my girlfriend.
Oh, that's a different.
Yes, yes, yes. Because she can't give consent.
Because one thing about a girlfriend and a wife is impossible. It's
Fuck
impossible.
that. Tell the
Not
courtroom that.
What did
necessarily.
he?
Tell the courtroom that.
Well, I never met or heard of a girlfriend and boyfriend actually
Look
going
it
through
up.
essays.
Look it up.
Mm.
So
I'm
the
not saying it's
thing
not
is,
true. No, I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm
so
It's
saying
I will
rare.
say,
personally, I mean, there may be somebody out there, you know what I mean? But personally, I haven't heard of that because
Mm.
everyone that I dealt with and everyone that I've encountered, you know what I mean? I heard a lot of women say, "Hey, if I'm drinking, oh my man's gonna get the business."
Right.
And
And the same
all
thing
day,
with a
so
man.
hold up, hold
all
up,
You know,
hold
night.
up, hold on,
They
hold
even
on,
got
hold on.
memes like that. I
So
mean,
here's
right?
the
it's on.
thing. So here's the thing when it comes to that, right? You're both right. When you're in a relationship, sometimes it's like, okay, yeah, whatever, right? I don't care, drunk, sober, it don't matter, right? But a lot of the time, what does not get reported is those situations that do happen within relationships, right? So it is something that does happen, but
Doesn't
at the
get
same time, like
reported.
I said, this is
It doesn't
where
get reported.
knowledge and getting the information that you need and understanding where you're at, right? Getting to know you is important, right? Like I'm always a CYA type of person. I'm always going to cover my ass. It does not fucking matter. I don't care if we've been married for 10 years. I don't care if we're dating. I don't care if I just fucking met you. I'm going to cover my ass. 100%.
C
That
100%.
mean that leave the front open
C
though.
Y A.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she said
You dumb.
CYA and
You
it said
dumb.
cover my, and I'm like, I was doing the letters. The letters, they're not matching.
What? Y'all stupid.
You know that was a good one.
It was
Uh,
Kevin, his little jokey jokes.
God,
that's that big
God.
head. I mean, that
That's why
big
I love
head.
Kevin. Me and Kevin, we do this. This is what we do. This is what we do.
Oh
Yeah, no,
boy.
like I always try to tell everybody, I'm like, always just always try to protect yourself because you never know. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But at the end of the day, like I said, a lot of the time, like getting away from those one-time circumstances, everything else. We just talking on a general sense. I can speak for me at least. That intention is already made up before anything ever happens,
That's what I'm
right?
saying.
And 9 times out of 10, that intention is gonna be set sometimes even days, a week beforehand, right?
That's what,
Like I've already pre-planned that. Like,
yeah.
oh, okay, well, I'm gonna go, I don't care. I'm gonna go to, especially like I said, like I'm recovering, so I don't drink now. But when I did, it was like, okay, cool, like, oh yeah, next Friday, it's my day off. I got a 3-day weekend. I'm gonna go get messed up at the bar. I don't care. I may go home with somebody. It's gonna be fucking fun. Who cares, right? That intention was already set. And that was weak.
Kevin, I
So,
S8 a girl last night. I can't
hey,
believe it. I didn't even know. I didn't even know. I didn't know. She wanted
Oh,
it. She wanted it.
so
you got the police on your way now right now. It's a wrap on you,
Right now.
boy.
But see, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
We
even
still
when you're in
talk.
a relationship, that's
We still
something
talk.
that's pre, you know what I'm saying, been talked
it's
about for weeks.
that
You know
part.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying? If she said, "Well, hey, babe, I guess I never experienced it. I'm just it's just me. I never experienced it. And then even when I do go out
Me
to
neither.
drink, even though I may want it. You know what I'm saying? But I have to think to myself, do I really know this person? You know what
That
I'm
part.
saying?
Bitch.
If I'm drinking, and that's why when I go to the clubs, I go with friends.
Yep.
When I go with friends, you know what I mean? I want them to know before I start drinking, hey, listen, make sure I get home, if nothing else. You know
That
what I'm
part.
saying? So that means you have to have somebody that got your back that is going to make sure that happens.
That part.
You know what I mean? No matter how bad you may want the D, or no matter how much you want the VJJ, you know what I'm saying? Make sure I get home. That's
Exactly.
a true friend. You know what I'm saying? A
Mm-hmm.
true friend will not allow you to go anywhere with anybody until, okay, wait till the morning. When you have a sober thought, then, okay, you still want to sleep with someone, do it.
Let me
Because
ask you a
you got a
question.
sober mind.
BK.
Yo,
BK. So if I took her home, would that still be considered violation?
mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
When you walk in
Right,
that
because
room,
I took her home, so
that's
even though
it.
she was a
Well, when it
stranger,
so what that comes down
I mean,
to
if you had one
again.
night stand.
So
Oh,
what that
well,
comes
no, I still talk to her, but yeah, I didn't
with
know her from a hole in the wall. I
so
didn't know her
that
from a hole in the
situation,
wall.
what that comes down to is, and what I'm talking about when I say like, oh, when you're under the influence, you can't give consent. That's on a legal stance,
right.
Yeah, it
right?
is. It is.
So legally, every time, if you want to get technical, yeah, you can still do that. I'm not saying people don't pick up people in bars and they're not sleeping with each other when they're impaired, but it's always a gamble, right? It's always a gamble because if that person decides, oh, hey, this was an unconsensual situation, then
Mm-hmm.
boom, you're in trouble, right?
Yes.
Now,
Can she
again,
do that from?
let's be
Can she do that from
100%.
her house? Can she
Well,
still call and say that?
It,
well,
it,
exactly. What I'm saying, it's always
That's
going
what
to
I'm
be a
asking.
gamble.
I'm asking. I need to know. I need to know now.
Hmm. So, like,
All
my
right.
thing,
Like, how is it like that at your house?
you'd be surprised. You know what I mean? You'd be
Yeah, I know. I
surprised.
know.
But
I'm just saying, it just
there
be
are
weird.
situations, right, where like people have slipped things in people's drinks before.
Mhm,
I've been a victim of that. Granted, I wasn't a victim of the other side of that
mhm.
because I was
Mm.
out with friends, right? And they caught it. They were like, "You were acting way too messed up, and you ain't like I've known you for years. Okay, you've taken
Mm.
2 shots and you are on the floor. Like that's not normal, right?" So I had to go get help for that. But like that's a different situation. Like I said, those are very rare circumstances,
Mm-hmm.
right? I'm not talking about those circumstances. I'm talking about just regular Friday night, Saturday night, you going out to the club or the bar or wherever it is that you're going to go do. You know what I mean? Wherever you go cut loose, your local watering hole, whatever. And then you end up going home with somebody. Like I'm saying, it's always going to be a gamble. I will
Always.
always preach on either side because, again, that type SA does not just happen to women. It does happen to men. Men just don't report it majority of the time.
Or they like it.
Um,
Well,
They
to
do.
my
protect
thing is
yourself.
what I'm saying is, does that make me a predator? And what was the
No.
other word they called me? It
But
doesn't.
if you go to court, it does.
Yes, if you go to court, yes. That's why
When
I'm
they put
telling
that
you it's a gamble.
right, when they put that
I
document,
dropped
when they
her
put
home. I took her home. How am I a predator?
no, you're not. You're not. That's not considered a predator because you took someone home. When you
No,
become
I mean after we did the duty, then I took her home. But she was under the influence the whole time.
Legally, it can be because they could say, again, so they say, oh, well, I was impaired. This person took advantage of me. This person's in a vulnerable state. Boom, now you're a predator. So, again, like I
It's
said,
like they
it's a
set it up.
gamble.
right.
That's like they
It's
set it
a
up.
But
It's like
how
gamble
you go
if
to
I
the
if I
club,
took her
right? To for
but how did
what?
I take if I took her
And
home, how is that predatorial if I took her home?
because if that person was under the influence of anything, they're impaired. Their judgment is impaired.
They even told me how to get to their house
so
though.
wouldn't that be
Doesn't
a ticket
matter.
towards them
It
then?
does not matter.
Yeah, a
Legally,
little bit, right? Like you did the whole do at my house, got dressed, we took you to your house, to your door, and none of that you was responsible for. Like what? So you was just
hmm
a zombie the whole time. I don't what like.
So you were
that's how it can get played. That's why I'm telling
Nah,
you it is a
way.
that
Nah,
gamble.
I'm
that goes
never
back to
doing that
the
again.
that
I'm
goes
never
back
doing
to
that
the
again.
No, that
I
goes back to the with the high. That's weird. So now it's like you're not responsible there, but then you're responsible if you drive back home. That's the crazy part
because
about it.
at the end of the day, it's risky behavior no matter what you're doing.
So wouldn't that be them though? They get in
So
trouble.
it's no. When
You
it
It's
run
cool.
comes
child
She
to
was
charges.
able to. She was
Oh, matter
able
of
to
fact,
tell
who
me
gets in trouble? I
direction.
want to know that. If they both
Like she
drunk,
was
who gets in
able to have
trouble?
a conversation with me. Like what? Uh,
doesn't matter. The
It's
fact
crazy. This is
it does
crazy.
not matter as long as they can argue that this person is under the influence and can be
Mhm.
taken advantage of and their judgment is impaired, it will always fall on the other person. Unfortunately, that is just how the law is written, right?
And I
That's
was
just
saying
how
that
it
both of them
is.
drunk.
And she's a woman, so it makes it double worse. Like that. Never again. Never again.
Yeah, I would not. If I can give you any advice, like I said, cover your ass, and I wouldn't.
See that,
Like
and
I
that
know that's a lot of restraint, but it's gonna be a gamble.
important. And honestly, and this is Lord's truth. You know what I mean? Why, as I'm reading this now, they said the
Hmm.
best way to avoid it at all costs is record it.
Yep.
Hmm.
If you
So
if you recorded
Nice.
the
Nice.
conversation between the two parties, then that's a binding legal document
mhm.
because
Yep.
you recorded it. And if she have anything to say about it, then she can't dispute her voice
Good
on
looking.
that
I got
recording.
text. I got text. Good looking, brother. I got mad texts.
There you
I'm
go.
good.
That's
Right.
it.
I'm
That's
golden.
it.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Receipts.
You straight.
I,
So
I
don't
just.
worry about what other people think because everybody's gonna have their own opinion.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But the fact states, if as long as you got that documentation saying that she can say all day long, I was drunk, I was out of it, but you said it in this text because that means your consent.
I
No,
appreciate
okay.
you right now.
Yep.
Right.
Appreciate you.
I just
That,
the question
that's
I had because I couldn't say it while he was saying it. I'm just trying to see who I want to see who gonna be the one that get in trouble if both of them is drunk and they had sex. That's what I want to know.
the man, the man. But
Brother,
In our
you
society, it
gotta
would be him.
have your receipts, like you
We're
said.
getting somewhere. I
Have
just
your
wanted to see if I
receipts.
could hear that. That's all
Oh,
I wanted to know.
that's but that's okay. Yes, I understand you
That's
wanted to hear that,
sad.
but that's very
That's
obvious.
bold. Look how
In
we
this
get
society,
treated.
it's gonna be men.
The
It's
law
always gonna
says
be men, but
anybody.
at the same time, like I always said, it is always going to be a gamble. You may
Yeah.
get a girl that's like me, who's very on. Like I ain't got no reason to do that to any dude, right? I've never done that. If
Hmm.
mhm.
I went home with somebody, some guy, I wasn't like, oh, well, he did that. Like, no, like with that, we did. I regret that that may have happened. You know what I
I
mean?
got
You
another
know,
one.
like maybe it's fine. It is what it is, right? But again, it's a catch-22.
Mm.
Sometimes you'll
I got a
get a
good
girl
one now.
that's mature that can handle it, and then you may get a girl who can't. You may get a crazy one. You never know.
Mhm. So let me do this one now. Now I'm glad you here now. So what about you? Since you a girl, right? And you like girls. What about if y'all
Mhm.
both get drunk? Who getting in trouble?
So with those types of situations, believe it or not, it's just whoever is accusing whoever,
Who
right?
who first down
Whoever makes
there?
the phone call.
Basically,
Whoever makes the phone call. I hate that.
that's the part that sucks,
No,
right?
they gonna
So
be like,
like
who the stud? Let me see first. They gotta get her.
nine times,
Same.
yes, but that's okay.
They're
But
gonna get
that
sued for that
actually,
line. You say that dumb shit, you're
so
gonna
no,
get a
no, no,
whole
no, no, no,
lawsuit.
no, 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 no. Hold up. So he's actually right. So nine times out of the ten, whichever one looks more feminine for whatever reason,
So
they
Kidding.
will go with.
She's
hey,
kidding.
all I'm gonna say is
She's kidding. She
That's just
cannot
what
be
it is.
serious. She's not
you better put that
serious.
dress on as soon as you go
She's
to the
not
court. Like, what you talking about?
serious.
What you talking
What you talking about real quick? Throw on a dress real quick, some lipstick. What you mean?
I ain't never seen you with no
Put a
No.
lipstick
wig
on
on.
before. Chill.
No.
That's funny
But
to
yeah.
them. What you talking about? It was her.
But no, like that's essentially kind of how it goes. Because like even though like yes, I do date women, I have had situations of like DV,
Mhm.
right? I was not the aggressor. They were the aggressor. And like they
Switch
made
it
me
up.
leave the house. I was
Mm.
like, "What?
Yeah.
You gonna let her stay in my house? Like for real? Like that's crazy."
Yeah, I've
Um,
been there. Yeah.
so yeah. You know, it's the
Yeah.
same thing. It's basically the same thing that happens to y'all in those situations, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
It's
like
like
if a girl were to
BK said,
attack you
have
in
your
your house,
receipts. It's all
hold on.
about the receipts.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is. That's- You know, like if a girl were to like attack you in your house, you know how the cops gonna make you leave?
Mm.
They're gonna do the same thing for me.
Wow.
Actually,
Same thing
that's
in
not the case
situations.
no more. That's not the case no more.
They
If
do it a
one
lot
call,
still.
if one call the police, both parties are going.
Mm.
It's not no more.
Now,
It's no more.
where? Because they don't do that here in Denver.
But it's a law.
Mm.
Oh, okay. I have to
It's a
look up
law.
at it
Different states,
now.
different laws.
Yeah,
Different states,
it's a
different laws.
law. It's a law.
Give me
No,
one second. My
it's
eye
worldwide
itching.
law. It's a worldwide law that two parties both will do 72 hours locked
Mhm.
up.
Oh, okay. They must have. Was that recent?
That's been it's been a while now.
That's a
Yeah,
I
county
think
law.
yeah, because it wasn't in my time. It wasn't in my time. I can tell you that
that
much.
was
Yeah, that
I,
has to
I
be
would
very recent because that wasn't even the case like 2 years ago.
say want to say it was 2000. I know when it hit North Carolina because
Okay. Is that a
um
county law?
no, that's a state law.
Oh, so it's
That's
a state. Okay,
worldwide.
but that's not in
That's
every state, so
worldwide.
that's why. Okay, it may not just be that. Just may be where you're at. Yeah, it can't be because it can't be like across the
So
U.S. because
that's
they
not a
still do
county.
that here.
That's not a okay. I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna make sure.
NGA it is. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up because
It's
that's
not just state.
pretty cool.
I think that was worldwide. That's a worldwide law.
No, I don't think it is because, like I said, like that. I literally like I've seen people. I know people on here who've had those types of situations very recently, like within like the last 6 months, and they weren't the aggressors, but they had to leave. They had to leave the house, so they don't arrest both. But I guess like, my whole point when it comes to that is like you never know what people are gonna do. Essentially, people are
Just
unpredictable.
text. Make sure you text. That's all you got to do. Text everything.
Just make sure you text. Yeah,
Because I got
Right,
consent in
Nikki.
my text box. See right here, Your
yeah,
Honor, this line right here, Your Honor.
yeah. Just be like right here. Yeah, I mean, I'm one of those people where like, if I'm being 100% honest, I do not like to hang out with people or be around people where I have to keep receipts. Because if you're one of like, what's the point? Like that's so much extra work. I'm not saying that I won't if I have to, like obviously. But
I'm
at the
just
same time,
saying.
like I said, if I gotta sit there and record every damn conversation we have, I gotta send text messages and screenshot every text message. Like that's so low vibrational to me. I ain't trying to do all that.
But see, that's what I'm saying. I do that regular, so that's why I'm glad
Yeah.
that that's my regular
Hmm.
behavior. So you're gonna say
Yeah.
something that I'm gonna have in my text box anyway. So because I'm a
That
talker,
part.
I like to
Yeah.
ask questions.
No, yeah.
So
Yeah. Like for somebody like you where that's like normal, like of course, absolutely. I'm not gonna sit there and say that I don't, but I don't like me personally, right? Like I don't care if we're friends, I don't care if we're dating, I don't care if we're talking. If I gotta hold receipts for every damn conversation and have to drop evidence like it's a damn courtroom, we don't need to hang out. Like you doing too much. You doing too much. But that's just me. What the hell are you doing over there? What are you doing? Crumpling paper? Like what is he doing?
Wait a second.
What up, Nick?
Hey, hey,
What's up, Nick?
hey.
Okay.
Well, I
We in
want to say, I,
it.
I
What's
wanted
the
to
deal,
address Baby
Nikki?
Kevin Hart. Baby Kevin Hart, what is a worldwide law?
Well, I didn't mean to say
Okay,
worldwide. I
okay,
meant to
okay.
say federal. I meant to say
Federal. Okay,
federal. Well, at
okay.
the moment, you know what I'm saying? It was just something that I was thinking about. I was reading something else at the same time, but it's a
Mhm.
federal. It's a
I know.
federal.
I know. It may be a federal law, but I know in Georgia, like it depends on the county whether they enforce it. So it's
Yeah.
certain
Right.
counties who enforce it, and certain counties don't. So I don't know if like we got a county in Georgia called East Point that's real like strict, and they enforce it. But then DeKalb County, that's like one of our largest counties, they don't.
Hmm.
So
Hmm. Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
In many
Okay.
states.
That
You know.
makes more sense. I have to do like I don't know enough about like
No.
that law, so I'll have to do some research.
Yeah.
I never heard about it until you said it. I was like, that's a
Yeah.
law?
Yeah, it's a law, and just like she said, and by me further reading it, but I know it's here in North Carolina, but it's in certain states. Every state don't
Okay.
address it as I
hmm
know North Carolina does. Well, where I'm at, I put it like that because
Oh.
now one party can't call because because if a woman call, it's automatically a man going to jail.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like when a woman does it and then turn around, she don't show up to court. You
right.
know what I mean? So the man gonna do 70. At one point, it was 48 hours. Now it's 72 hours. So now instead of the one party, it's both parties. You know what I'm saying? So now in this state, the calls for that thing has been dropped like dramatically.
All
I
right.
agree with that. So to like stop false reporting, but also from playing devil's advocate, it also can cause a lot of people to stay in situations to that man, but they need that man to get out of the house tonight. You
Mm.
know, and if they know they're gonna have to go to jail, they may not call. So it could lead
Hmm.
to, larger and more problematic circumstances in certain cases, is what I'm saying.
I
Mm-hmm.
agree.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
do agree with that, Dick. I mean, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I ain't advocating it or whatever, but I do agree. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that it should be a one sided thing. But,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of women be over dramatic when
Yep.
they do it. And some men do be over dramatic
Mm-hmm.
about the situation. So if that's the case, what I mean? I feel like if she's protecting herself and her kids. But who knows what happened in the situation? It could be her to be aggressor. You know what I'm
It could
saying?
be. It
I
could
So
be.
mean,
yeah,
It's
it could be it could be rough on both ends.
yeah,
You know. So
100%. But I think that's the thing, like I said, like that's the reason why I'm always like I was saying before Kev's joke, now I gotta find a different way to say that. Like, I just feel like everybody should always be trying to protect themselves, at the end of the day. Because you never know what people are going to do or how people are going to go down. Because I'm not talking about the cases where, people are actually, there is, whether it's just a man putting his hands on his woman or vice versa. I'm just talking about those people who want to lie and make shit up. You never know. You may think you know somebody, you really don't.
right, right.
You know. Oh, they don't seem like that type of person. Like, you never know. You know. So that's just me.
Hmm. I agree.
I'm always gonna preach just to be smart. You
and
know.
and it's so messy.
He said, "I'm only gonna preach just to be smart." I'm done.
Yep. Just to be smart. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Go ahead, Nikki. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Gotta love AJ, right?
No, you're fine. I was just saying this, and it's horrible because it is like all those false reports and all those, I'm gonna call the police on you because they ain't getting the upper hand, that cause those type of laws to go in effect and then mess it up for women who really do need to call to get an aggressor, or anybody who need to
Yeah.
call to get an aggressor out of the house. Because sometimes it'll be women beating on men too,
Mm-hmm.
so whoever. But it's those false reports that they just mess the game up for everybody else. That's
Hmm.
all.
Or yep. I 100% agree. And it sucks that we have to live like in a world now that we have to like protect ourselves from like damn near everybody because you never know what people are gonna try to, kind of throw on you.
That's why I be
Oh, they
scary
beat me
though.
up. And
That
you're
John's
like,
scary
oh
because
my
it's like
goodness.
even with like people be telling me these stories. It's like, is it my fault because I'm on guard because I don't want to believe everybody? That's why I be trying to tell people that just because somebody don't believe you, that don't mean that nobody's entitled to believe anybody. Like belief is a belief at the end of the day. But the thing is, if it's as long as it's such thing as people can be able to lie, over exaggerate things, it is what it is. But you can't take it personal because somebody don't believe you. So people got to just understand that sometimes because it's like we got to realize it. Like if I come out with anything out my mouth, that don't mean you got to believe everything I'm saying either. Ain't nobody gonna be
Well,
naive, but people be lying sometimes. Some people do and some people don't, but it's just scary. It's like you got to take a gamble with that. It's a gamble with that situation, then it's a gamble about that gamble.
yeah,
But
and I
isn't
think
everything a gamble though?
Yeah,
it
everything's a
is, but
gamble.
I think
Yeah.
that's the thing, and I think that's why that goes perfectly with your topic tonight too, right?
Hmm.
Because of hurt and things that I've experienced just in my life, I've just learned to, when I was younger, I wasn't so quick to kind of try to get to know people because I was just like, whatever, I'm here for a good time, not a long time, like bye. As I've gotten older, I really want to know before I do anything,
Of course.
That's
right?
another one, a trait right
Like
there. I was just about to say
I've
that. A
just
good
started.
time and a long time. That's another trait. That's when you know they ain't forgiving.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's another one. I can't think of many of them. I did like 5 or 6 of them. I just could not think of all the traits because this is it's close to the hurt trait. Hurt and traits and forgetting trait. They dang near the same thing. Because the reason why I made this number two was because somebody was asked me like, how do you know if I'm hurt? Or how you gonna tell me? I'm like, bro, I'm trying to tell you like. I used to
You
do
can
these
tell.
same things so I could be able to actually reflect off myself. But then I know people gonna come with the comeback. Well, that was you and all that stuff. But like I said, humans is all dang near the same. We express this, it's the same thing. You can't really lie about certain facts and stuff. If somebody angry, if somebody got an attitude problem, my attitude is no different from somebody else's attitude. I mean, they might express it different, but I'm just saying you could tell when somebody got an attitude. You can't
Yeah,
just
but
lie like it's just weird.
Yeah, but Kev, my thing with that is like with the whole kumbaya, everybody be positive, good vibrations, all that stuff. We still human beings. We got ebbs and flows of our emotions. So if you
Right.
Hmm.
always on the peak like that, I'm still giving you the side eye because you be the type of person under the surface. You got stuff bubbling that you may not be addressing under all the, you know, flowers and honey and chocolates because this is real life. So for me, I'm a person who got a really hard like exterior, but I'm not a hard person, but I have a hard exterior. So when people make those statements, I take it personally because it's like just because I don't conform to the new narrative and what everybody's doing to say what it was indicative of your happiness doesn't mean I'm angry. Just because my voice don't sound like yours, just because I ain't saying the same sound bites, don't mean I'm angry. It just mean I, as a human being, I process things different than you, and I have that right.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm.
You
Mm,
right.
I can see that. But I
mm.
think also for me, I mean, um, that is true. I think the thing for me is just I never really, I don't really focus on a lot of other people, if that makes sense. So I'm very inward focused. So for me, it's just a lot of introspection, and I have to know that I'm hurt, right? Like at the end of the day, I got to be honest with myself, right? If I'm hurt or I'm holding a grudge or something, like I got to be aware to that, right?
Absolutely.
Once I'm aware to that, then that's my job to fix that, right? Like there's not really a whole
Yeah.
lot of outside influence that can really help me unless I'm willing to put forth the effort. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for me, it just has to do with more just being more aware. But it's also kind of goes back to kind of the thing I was kind of recently just saying, I think in another live not too long ago, where I think it was one of Kev's lives where people were talking about healing journeys. And I'm like, if people really want to help other people, stop telling people how to go through a healing journey
Correct.
because my
Correct.
healing journey ain't gonna be the same as your healing journey because we not the same person.
That's right.
What hurt me
I
may
like
not have hurt
this.
you. You see what I'm
That's
I
saying?
right.
like it.
So
Yep.
I
I
could
like
sit
what I'm
there
hearing. I
and I
love
could
it.
share what I did. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm on a healing journey. This is what I'm doing. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna be out here telling everybody, Kev, this is how you gotta go through a healing journey, and if you don't do this, it ain't gonna work. Hell
Hmm.
nah.
Well, I
You
mean,
gotta figure out how to get through that journey.
but
It's
can't you
your
give them
journey.
pointers?
What was that?
Can you give them like pointers of, you know what I'm saying, how to go
Advice.
about it? Yeah,
I
Absolutely.
advice.
mean, absolutely, but but it's always going to be touchy, right? When giving advice, a lot of the time, I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily somebody who gives advice to that, as much as I will share an experience. Take what you need from it,
I think
right?
isn't
Yep.
it in human nature though to care for
Yeah,
one another, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
I do care, but also I have tremendous respect for other people, no matter where they are in their journey or whatever they're doing,
Hmm.
and I can respect their journey. I also need to know when not to get in the way of that lesson.
Correct.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I think it's a
Because me interjecting could hurt them.
that's
Yes, and that's another gamble we were just talking about earlier, right? So we got the people that it's either gonna be people that's gonna because like some people you could be missing out by because you could talk to the right person, right? And they might be able to take in your stuff. Like I said, that's one thing, right? Every message ain't for everybody though. But then again, the same people will go to the next person to look get pandered for their same situation too. If they can do this healing on their own, right? Why are they going to other people for them to tell them the right things, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's weird. It's like why did it's like
Because
you can't get
it's
advice from anybody else, but you still want to be heard out. I don't get it.
Right.
I
so
don't.
that's because that's human nature, right? There's times where we need um like validation, you know what I mean? Because we want to make sure that we're not going, for whatever reason, right? So for me, sometimes I may need validation, be like, am I crazy? Am I am I the only person seeing this?
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? And you may just need to talk that out. Whatever it is that you may need. I'm
Then you
not
tell
saying
them about why they
don't
crazy. That's when they can go. You can't
but
tell me about me.
well that part,
But
That's a
that's
right?
but
But
problem
that's
like
after
that's the whole
that.
point. Like, how can you really tell them that they crazy? Like, how can you
They
tell them
asked.
anything about them? Okay, that's different if they asked, right? Because that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say I try not to intrude on my friends. Like, if they want
Mhm.
me to listen, I listen, and then I ask, did they want me to give feedback? Did you want me to give my advice? Did you? I don't
Yep.
just make an assumption. So if somebody asks, then that's different, Kev. Because yeah,
Yeah.
they asked for it. They
Do
Okay.
got
you
what you want them
assume
to
if
get.
somebody got an attitude problem, or do you just see it? Is it just a fact?
Um,
So oh go ahead.
Go ahead, AJ.
No, no, no.
We about to
I
get
wanted
somewhere
to
tonight.
hear your answer first.
So for me, I don't make that assumption because I know sometimes no, seriously, because I've met people that if I would have made that assumption in first meeting them, I would have lost some pretty cool people. Sometimes people don't know how to respond in social situations. Sometimes people had a bad day. Sometimes people got something on their mind. Now if you got somebody who every time you around them, they got a nasty attitude, they just mad at the world, that's different. But I'm just saying,
Oh,
like, if on first impressions things, I don't just take that like that because people are so imperfect. But
so if you had a man, right? Or if you got a man, I don't know. But if would you be able to tell if they had an attitude problem, or if you feel like you're getting mistreated, would you be able to spot that out on point?
I think so with your mate, male or female. If you learning your mate, you're gonna know what sets them off, what makes them happy. So you're gonna notice what gives them an attitude, whether they want to admit it or not. I think so.
So would you take okay, say the beginning then, but if they wasn't your mate, right, when you was just vetting them, right, and I don't know what to call it now, but you see they was in that mode, right? I don't know
Hmm.
because I'm trying to get somewhere with this one though. So if you see that they was seem like they angry, I'm gonna put it that way. Would that be a
Hmm.
good first impression? Would you even take that chance?
Like when you say first impression, like this is first date, or this is just like they
First
just
day,
getting.
first day meet him, and you could tell he got a. Well, I'm gonna call it an attitude problem. I call it how it is. But if you see that they got this thing, you know what I'm saying, whatever this feeling like, wouldn't you it kind of brush
Yeah,
you
if
off
I
a
feel
little bit, wouldn't it?
if I 100% feel like this person got an attitude problem or they're arrogant or asshole, then I just go about my business.
Hmm. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah.
So we probably can tell an attitude
You
problem.
can
Yeah, we're
tell.
getting somewhere a little bit.
Yeah, you can definitely tell when somebody got an attitude.
Please.
I mean, whether you acknowledge it or you know,
Man.
if you walk and see, if I walk in Kevin's live, and I see him, he always mad, he always this and that. Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna interact with him because he always have an attitude. So I keep it pushing.
That
You
part.
know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, that means you paid attention. You made observation of him in that moment. You know what I'm saying? You don't know
Mm-hmm.
we don't know what's going on in a person's day, but he might come back
Mm-hmm.
tomorrow and be the happiest person in the world. You know what I mean?
So yeah, and I'm gonna agree with all of y'all because like that is true. Like it is, but for me, it is one. Just it depends on how observant I am, but I also like to go off of my instincts, right? If the vibe is not good, I don't engage with it,
Mm-hmm,
right? Like I've learned in my life that I can't ignore my instincts,
mm-hmm,
right? Every time I have gone down some of the terrible paths and everything else just to end up right where my instincts was pretty much telling me,
mm-hmm.
right? Whether it was, hey, this is a bad situation. This person I'm
That's
sorry.
what I need.
This is a bad situation. This person's gonna, screw you over, right? I knew that. No, no, I'm gonna give him a chance. I'm gonna give him a chance. So on and so forth. I'm fighting it. I'm fighting it. I'm fighting it. 3 months later, boom! I wasted all that time. Whether I just trusted my instincts in the first place. So my instinct, 9 times out of 10, is really what I go off of. If my first instinct of you is you are a very angry, self-destructive, very destructive person, and I can get that off the jump, I don't engage with it. I'm a dip. I'll see you later.
You're not supposed to.
Exactly. I was like, we
I
ain't.
guess I'm the only
Right. I was
person
just about to
who.
say, ain't that the whole thing we do though? Like, especially okay when we make mistakes, right?
We
And
do
that's
too much as humans.
what you say.
We do too much as humans. We so we get these feelings. We take our partner with an attitude. If you got an attitude, you might as well go ahead and catch you an Uber, as I love to say, because you're not gonna be single. See, we do too much in these relationships. We allow too much. The word freedom, that word we use it as a belt sometimes, and we like whoop our partner with it. Like you can do this, you can say whatever you want, you can do this, you can look at whatever you want. No, you cannot. It's a relationship. If that's the case, we might as well open the door and I might as well just let you walk in and out of this relationship whenever you want, whenever you mad and your feelings. Just go ahead and walk out, go do whatever you want, and then come back and then hug you and kiss you. And that's the problem that we have. And that's why in these relationships that I don't call them situationships. I call them
Nope.
comfortable tolerance because we get so comfortable with our partner, we know damn well we go with somebody else, they're not going to play that. So we get comfortable with that one person, we get on TikTok, we get all these lives, we got all these views, we got all these opinions, we got all this, I wouldn't do this, I trust this. Yeah, you do that, but you know that when you get with another person, they're going to be like, Liz, act up one time, you gone. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But we don't like to hear that because we're grown. It don't matter that you're grown. Grown people need to put themselves in check. And see,
Right.
I say this, and I'm a Christian, and like I've been bashed about it. God messed up when He gave us free will. Because we get free will, we're not held responsible for anything. The only thing is jail, prison, or death. And me and you both know death ain't coming around here taking nobody to the Motel 6. So that ain't happening.
Is it Superman? Superman. Okay, I'm listening to this Audible called "Conversations with God" by Daniel Walsh, and one thing that he emphasizes in there that I think 100% agree with is if we start with ourselves and we be the best version of ourselves, then a lot of the things that you mentioned, jail, prison, death, disease, all that stuff would inherently go away. It's the fact that we don't do like self-reflection and be the masters of our own universe. We too worried about putting our opinion off on other people.
Right? It's the fact that we care about what other people say.
Correct.
And that's
Yeah.
what kills me and makes me laugh. We get on these lies and we care about what people say. There's a number one golden rule. If you're not getting paid for your opinion, it is just an opinion. And people get into feelings, they be like, you insecure. It's just so funny to me. It is so funny to me how people put their relationship on social media and then all this influence get to it and they be like, why was you doing this? Why was you doing that? Because you put it on social media. You see what I'm
That part.
saying? And that's what I don't understand. Like when you said holding and stuff, in every relationship I've been in, it's not that I'm holding grudges against them. It's the simple fact that I get with these girls that say they're introverts, right? They don't do nothing. They don't go outside. They go outside.
Everybody
They
want to
interact
be an
with
introvert.
family.
It's trending.
Yeah,
I
but
think.
and
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I don't understand why I get with all these women. They're introverts. They just mess with their family. They ain't got no friends, or they do. All of a sudden, you get in these relationships, and these friends that they so-called had pops back up. They want to go to parties with them, and so what I do is I make them pay for it. And when I say make them pay for it, like I'm literally the type of guy that literally have made my girl walk an hour and 45 minutes from the Sundays that we was with because she mentioned a whole nother guy was in a relationship. Yes, I'm that type of guy. I can care less anybody. Anyways, when I did that, it was so many times that people was just like, you holding a grudge. You told me you was an introvert. Now you get in a relationship with me and now you an extrovert and want to go out there and hold a flag and run down the street and say
That's a
freedom.
grudge.
What happened to the quiet person? I don't get it. saying? In a relationship with me, come a boombox speaker, but all of a sudden you was just a little flip phone. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
That part.
if you
I'm
But
sorry, Super. That's a grudge. I hold people accountable in here. I'm sorry. No
well,
matter
no,
how you
it
want to put
can
that.
be, but if
no,
you
but
were,
you know
You
what?
made her walk all the way back.
listen. If you are Circle K,
You
stay
lied to
Circle
me.
K. If you are Circle K, stay Circle K. Don't try to be Walmart. If you are
That part.
small, if you convenient, be convenient. Don't get in a
Yeah.
relationship with me talking about you want to venture the world. Girl, you don't even want to go outside your room. You know what I'm
That
saying?
part.
But now you want to go outside and venture the world. That's why I
No,
don't
no,
understand. And
that's the
that's why
thing.
these relationships don't work for me. Because I get with a woman, they tell me something, we working on that, and then all of a sudden, they turn different. But then they try to get back with me.
You,
And it's just
So,
like,
so,
no.
so the thing is that he is right. That is something that does happen, right? People do that. People lie about themselves on a constant basis, right? They
oh,
put
not
on a
betting
front,
right.
they bamboozle us, so on and so forth, right? My ex is a prime fucking example of that shit, right? Um, Again, with that situation, right? And I'm only using that as an example at this point. With that entire situation, that was definitely that, right? I
Right.
was told that this person was one way, and they turned out to be completely 100% 80 degrees opposite from that person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, am I shocked by that? Not really, right? But again, I fought my instincts on those situations. Now, as far as social media, because social media exists and we people find out that something is rare to have, right?
Right.
ADHD, being an introvert. Not a lot of people are introverts. Not everybody has ADHD. How many people are running
Right.
around on this app claiming they're introverted and have ADHD? Make it make sense. We
And see,
can't all have ADHD all of a sudden. We can't all be a fucking introvert, right? But
and see,
people don't know themselves.
and see,
They're out there selling they're selling whatever it is that they need to get you where they want you to be.
what, you know what
Is
I'm saying?
literally
Nah, I can't let none of that slide, man. I'm sorry,
it's
man. I just
literally
think
slow.
that it's just a vetting thing, man. People don't take their time and patience with people before they get connected off of just good words and all that stuff. I don't believe in that get tricked and all that stuff because if you take your time to understand the person will reveal themselves.
That's
But it's
too
just like I
much.
said, it's a patience thing,
That's too
and it
much.
is about vetting right and courting right. You know what I'm saying? So it's I mean, it's all we just gotta own up to our situations and stuff. Just like I was hearing what he was saying and stuff. Ain't nobody just sit there and just turn out of nowhere. It's just some signs you probably missed out on.
No, they
That's
turned
all it
out of
was.
nowhere. They went from sitting in the freaking room to when I'm coming over and I'm fixing them dinner in their own house and their own kitchen to the whole fact that, oh, okay, let's go to McDonald's. We go to McDonald's and all of a sudden the whole goddamn McDonald's window drive through is not talking to her. But it was the whole fact that she was so quiet and telling me, I don't like people. I mean, literally running from aisle to aisle when she see people. I'm talking about the first person, the sign of somebody, she going to the back of the aisle. But all of a sudden, we in McDonald's, you can't stop talking. So what I did was I told her to get out the car, and I said, you can go home with them. You see what I'm saying? And that was it because I
How
don't
long you
play
let
that.
that last for?
What, the relationship?
Yeah,
Shoot, she was my friend the first day she messed up with me. So I guess it was 2 years. 2 years of best friends that she thought.
That's a
two
long time.
years and you ain't get no signs.
Oh, yeah, I had signs. Oh yeah, I had signs, and every day those signs literally was revealed to her. Like literally, those when she did something, this was on the flat screen. Now it wasn't out there in public like Kiki's boyfriend, but best be known, like when she did something, yeah, there was flack for it. You know, it wasn't no
Mhm.
preaching, but I made her pay for it.
So
You
it
know what I'm
sounds like you
saying?
tried to make her change.
No, I didn't make her change. I don't make
It
people
sounds like you
change.
tried to because you was hoping that she would change from the way because you said you had early signs. Of, like, do this or make her
I
walk this
loved
time.
her existence. I loved
Huh?
her existence. The person herself was terrible, but I loved the existence of having a
There you go.
woman
That's
that.
where you messed.
You
That's
see
what
what
I'm
I'm saying?
talking about. The vet thing.
But
You
that,
talking about
no,
her there. You just
but
said it
that's
right
the
there. I'm glad
problem.
it opened up. We just
But
unlocked that key right there. You
but
was
that's
it
the
was the
problem though.
existence and you didn't like her personality.
And that's the problem. Humans get that confused. Just because you're in a relationship with somebody, you can enjoy their existence. I can enjoy that you make me laugh and the environment is great, but don't talk. You see what I'm saying? It's wonderful,
Mm.
but when you start talking, you might go ahead and catch that Uber. You see what I'm
And
saying?
that's
Because
and we learned something from that. We should have
people
learned
don't
something from that
understand
because if
that.
you can't stand talking to them, you can't stand them. That's all. That's just flat
Well,
out.
People have a 30-year marriage and they be like, it's so happy. No, it's a 30-year fund. That's all you've been doing. You loving their existence. They spend money on you. You know, you
Oh
ain't got to
wow,
worry about
yeah.
the loyalty, all that. Oh my
Yep.
God, that's great in existence. But it's the
Mhm.
simple fact that people don't understand that. And see, me, I have a dangerous weapon like nonchalant. I am very nonchalant, and I don't do it on purpose. If a woman tell me, if you walk out that door, I'm leaving you. Girl, I've been gonna walk out the door. I don't care about you. You was a human. You was replaceable. When I walk out this door, there's a billion other women. Do you think I'm about to sit in the house with one woman that's gonna try to plug me into a wall and charge her relationship and make herself better when there's a billion women out there though that I can literally walk in the presence of them and feel some type of way? You see what I'm saying? That's the problem with people. We forget that there's a billion people out there. Let your boyfriend, let your husband, let your girlfriend, let your best friend go. There's people out there that you ain't gonna have to do this stuff with. You gonna walk past them and be like, oh Jesus, we should have been found each other. You know what I'm saying? That's the
Mhm.
problem with people. But you don't hear that because people like stuff to tickle their ear. Because when they tickle it, it don't sting. And that sting is what people need. Because that sting, you ain't never gonna go back to something that sting. You see what I'm
Yes,
saying?
pleasures and pains. Or either run away from the
Yeah.
pain and go towards the pleasures. That's how we learn
I
things in
agree.
life.
But I think, I mean, you're right. You know what I mean? I wouldn't make somebody walk, but for sure. You know what I mean? But I do get what you're saying because there are signs. You know what I mean? We do miss signs.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh yeah, well I've never been one of those people like, oh, all my exes are asshole. Like, bro, it just didn't work out. Okay, like they were just life lessons. Like I look at everybody as a
Trash.
lesson. I just look at everybody as a lesson. Whether
Mhm.
whether we were friends and now we not friends, we was in a relationship, now we not in a relationship, whatever the case may fucking be, it's a fucking lesson,
Mhm.
right? There's something that clearly I like to sit there and have faith that I'm gonna be okay no matter what,
Mhm.
right? I'm gonna be okay. So as long as now that as long as I know that, everything's just a lesson. Clearly, I had to go through that.
You know what to
The
look
fact,
out for, right?
yes, I now know what to
And
look
that's what
out
I'm
for, and I
meaning.
now
That's
understand
exactly
it.
what I mean. That's what I'm
And see,
saying. You can
Yes,
tell, like I said, if you study for, that's the whole thing of humans, right? We are supposed to, we go through mistakes and we learn from them. So it's like, so we know what to look out for the next time. And not even just in like an insecure type way, but it's signs. You do get signs. And that's what I was meaning about. You could tell a person with an attitude problem. You can tell because it's repetitive. If you take the time to study humans, which that's what I do, right? Take this time to study different humans. It's not much of a difference. A lot of people, like that's why I'm so big on ego, because a lot of people, almost all of us, is ran over. It was ran over. Of course, all of us have an ego, bro. But it's just that we let our ego get in the way so bad that we don't. We let our feelings take over. We let our opinions, and we don't want to hear nothing. We become stubborn and all that stuff. So it's like that's the reason why I say a lot of this stuff. That's why I say it's repetitive. If you like take the time and just learn from your mistakes and studying humans, it's literally like, like that's what I'm saying. Even with this, me doing this live, somebody was like, "How do you know if somebody's not forgiving?" But y'all, it sounds the same to me. As long as me doing this stuff, nah, it just be sounding the same. It's like you can't really tell me different because I take time to listen to
but
people.
that's the thing, right? It's a discipline issue,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
It's a
yep,
discipline issue,
mm,
right? So, like we said, like yes, it's easy when you go through things, right?
yeah,
For when you're hurt or whatever, you're in that place of hurt or whatever the fuck, right? It's easy for me to, when I was through it, it was easy for me to jump on here and find 5 million people that were going to pander to every single one of my feelings. Or I could
mm,
take the discipline, pull myself offline, and get my shit together,
mm,
which is what I did, right? But it took tremendous discipline for that.
and
yeah,
see,
Not everybody, the problem, the issue with people is, okay, with human beings, is human beings want things, but that's all they want, right? Oh, well, I want $1 million, but what are you doing about it? As soon as you start putting in a plan and saying that it's going to require this type of discipline in order to acquire that, oh, now we've lost all interest. Oh, now it's too hard. Now
yep,
this is impossible. That's all it is. It's a
yep,
discipline issue. There's nothing like I said, I've said this a million times. I don't believe in the word impossible. I don't believe in the word can't, right? I understand some people are going to sit there and say, oh, AJ, that sounds like some super positivity. No, there is nothing in this world I can't do. There ain't shit that's impossible to me.
hey,
I've pulled out the impossible many fucking different times.
hey,
Situations where people told me, hey, this is impossible for you to be able to do this. Boom, did it.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I don't believe in those two things.
I love it.
It just
I
takes
love
the discipline. It's whether or not I'm willing to put forth the discipline to make sure that I can pull that out.
And see,
it.
that's
That's
how it was.
100% right there.
But
That's how it
again,
was.
on the
With,
back end of that, I got to make sure that it's worth the discipline,
Mm-hmm.
right?
right.
I'm not going to sit there, stay in a relationship that's half-ass failing in order to sit there and prove that things are a factor outweighs your benefit. You can go.
That's learning. That is learning
Fuck.
from your mistakes. Yes.
I ain't putting
And
with the
see,
bullshit.
that's how it was with me. I was talking to my ex at first, all emotional. And then I was like, I got to gather this and discipline my feelings and talk to her like an adult. And everything I wanted to say and the truth and the things I knew would hurt her but needed to be out came out. And I told her, I said, I'm sorry to tell you this, but the reason why I'm not really hurt that you got another dude's baby in your stomach that you telling me verbatim that you don't want to have, that you like, oh my God, I may have made a mistake. And I told her I kept a pocket of all my feelings for you. And when I was happy with you, I'll bring it out. When I was sad, I'll bring it out. So I never truly loved you. I just loved your existence. And I was able to bottle up these feelings and put them in a bag of hoping that you was going to become the person that we had talked about and aspirations, but you wasn't.
Forever.
So
What's the
I
deal,
kept
man?
these feelings. You know what I'm saying? I kept these feelings and I literally gave you whatever I wanted to at that point in time. If I was feeling sad, I gave it to you. And she was hurt. But I'm just like, you already made your choice. You know what I'm saying? Like you on the phone, saying that you hear voices stuff, and it's like, hey, that ain't my fault. Don't come knocking at mine. You know what I'm saying? You want to walk out, keep going. And that's where all my relationships have been. They always do worse when they leave me. But to the media, Joker look like Obama and Michelle. You know what I'm saying? But they really Jeffrey Dahmer and everything else. And so that's why I say, like, you got to discipline yourself, because you can
Yeah.
run around here and be, oh my ex. I'm not crying over no person that's replaceable
Nope.
because you crazy. But
I'm gonna stick with that one with AJ said. That is, like, I ain't never. I mean, I know, but I just never just put it out like that. That is. I ain't just said like that though, but the world is lacking discipline just in general, like self-discipline, discipline. It's so many things. The reason why we are going through what we're going through, why the way the world is, what I'm saying, it's the lack of discipline. That's exactly what it is. Well, no matter how, even with dealing with ego, it's like people don't even discipline that. So that was a perfect way to sum that whole thing up. That's what it is for sure.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
But
got
no,
your
I
little
mean
head.
like that's just the thing, you know what I mean? Like I said, right? With my most recent ex, yeah, was I a little hurt with that situation? Yeah, but not in the ways that most people think. I wasn't necessarily upset or heartbroken that we ended things. Like I was more upset with myself for not listening to myself,
Mm,
right? Everything in my body was screaming, this is not healthy, this is not normal, you need to get out of this. And I stayed trying to make something stupid work.
mm,
And then you know what I mean? And then it was fine, right? Then I got
mm,
burned the way that I did, and I was like, this is still ridiculous. This is ridiculous. But again, did I have to pull myself off here? Yeah, I did. I pulled myself off here, but not because, oh, I was hurt and I was crying and I needed people to find sympathy with. No, I needed to discipline myself and get back to the understanding
yeah,
of other people's opinions of me ain't got shit to do with me.
right.
I had to get back to that,
Hmm.
whatever meant necessary. So, and that's what I did. You know what I mean? But like I said, am I saying that that's the way that you should handle it? Everybody should handle their shit? No. Handle your shit however you want. If that's something that works for you, cool. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. It ain't that big of a deal. But I'm never going to tell somebody what to do in a hurt healing journey as far as that goes. As far as holding grudges, all I can say is
I,
probably not worthwhile. That's drinking poison, but just don't make sense. But that's just me.
I think I thought the only person that get affected by or feel some type of way of being told what to do, right? That, like I said, that's something that's dealing with ego and too, because I think anybody that's looking for help or that might that know they need help but not trying to look for it, that has, like I said, that has a lot to do with that ego that I was talking about. Because a lot of people feel like they can figure it out on their own and stuff, and they don't see nothing wrong, and and actually that happened with me too, because I didn't realize there was so much stuff, and that's why I be saying that I work on myself every single day. It's something I got to improve on, and some stuff that I might slack on one day that I had to do better the next day and stuff. That's why I always say better than my yesterday. I always say
Yeah, but
that.
that's a lifelong thing. You're gonna do
Yeah.
you should be doing that every day of your
Mhm.
life till the day you no longer here.
Yeah, most
People
definitely.
only do that until they get into a relationship and then stop working on themselves and
Hmm.
then wonder why they're the shell of the person they used to be. And
Yep.
then boom, now I'm heartbroken and now I feel empty and now I got to run
Hmm.
around and act crazy and do all this other stuff and then hurt other people regardless of however people want to deal with it. But that should be an everyday. You owe that to yourself to work on you.
Hmm.
That's
But
it.
don't fake people in
Go
the
ahead, forever. My
process. You
bad.
know what I'm saying? That's the only take it out on everybody else. But forever in it, boy, with the finger in there. What's the deal, stranger?
Much, just strolling these TikTok streets, staying out the way, staying in my own black business. You know what it is.
Hmm.
Yeah, nah, I'm listening to the subject, yo. Deep, deep, and all the way deep.
That's
Whew.
what she said.
um,
You know,
no, I feel you. No, especially what my man said that's under me, super, and BK on about no, was that BK that said that? The woman that said that. But no, it's true. Like me, I'm gonna talk about me. I'm gonna put it this way. I've been with mines for like 20 years. Our high school sweethearts. We went through ups and downs, in and outs. We we argued, we broke up, we did all that. But it's a thing of when are you going to learn to prepare yourself, or how you not prepare, work on yourself. That's the thing that's the worst,
hmm
because nobody never want to work on themselves when it comes to a relationship.
I was about to say it's harder in a relationship though, because
Nobody
yeah.
wants to
But I'm gonna let
work
you
on
finish.
it. Nobody. I sat there. I said every day. I sat there and said, I gotta be a better me. I can't be. I can't have to play a card all the time. I gotta throw that away one day, because I'm gonna have girls. I'm gonna have baby girls. I'm gonna have baby boys, and I'm gonna make sure I want them to,
Hmm.
understand. We can't live your life like that.
Right.
Yes, the first. I'm saying the first. When you hit your 20s, you want to party. You want to go to college. You want to act the fool. That's understandable. But mind you, when you get that one that's going to hold your heart and hold it, huh, you got to start learning how to work on yourself. That's the
Mm.
hard part about all this. And yes, it's do deal with what you're talking about. Me, I fixed myself so many times because I realized, I said, I can't act like I'm single all the time. I can't act like I'm Mr. Big Shot all the time. I got a significant other. I got a better half. What I can't do, she's going to do. What she can't do, I'm going to do. It was hard for the beginning, but
Mm.
it was a long ride. But now we start getting that structure. We start realizing, because mind you, there's no handbook on a relationship, and there's damn well no handbook on how to develop a child.
Right.
But it is right, and that right and the wrong always deal with your heart and your spirit.
Mm.
Oh,
Because if you
they
feel
got
as though that,
they got books on relationships.
don't look at
Mm.
those books. Do not look at those books, because half the time they telling you do one thing, and when you do that one thing, it makes stuff worse.
It's
Sometimes you got to deal. What's up?
I know. I was about to say. I feel like it's. I think even with just advices or books or something like that, I think it's like a common thing that everybody can that you could take that type of advice you could take, but of course you can remix it the way you could do it what's fit. That's just like a job, right?
Yeah,
They tell you how to do a certain job or something like that, but then you eventually you find a way to do it your way, but it's still the same goal at the end. You know what I'm saying? So I
right.
think
Hmm.
some stuff is like is major pointers that everything that you can take out of any, just like even the advices and stuff. Even like we were just talking about telling somebody how to heal. I feel like it's certain pointers that people just probably that everybody can literally agree on that can help them out. You know what I'm saying? Just like when people be like, you can't
So
tell nobody if you ain't got no kids about no. But there's some stuff. If I'm telling you that you shouldn't be smacking your kid in the mouth, like what make it less legit because I don't have no kid. You know what I'm saying? So it's just you know what I'm saying? It's crazy though. Oh wait, wait till the
Yeah.
ego people come in. You not gonna tell me what I'm gonna do with my kid. You don't know what I, you know what I'm saying? But if it's wrong, it's wrong. Wrong is wrong. Right is right. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the thing, right? Yes, you do have to work on yourself. And yes, it's normal for us to want to go and try to figure out a way to do something, especially if it's something we don't know how to do, right? But the thing that we also
Mhm.
have to remember is one, we also have to do stuff in our own way as well. So yes,
Yeah.
you are right, Kev. You got to read about it and everything else. But at the same time, we also need to not listen to everybody either, right? Because you got to remember, the person that probably wrote that book, that's just what worked for them. That may
Mhm.
Yeah.
not work for you, right? I could sit there and say, "Oh yeah, this is what you want. This is what you need to do if you want to be in a healthy relationship. Everything that you want from that other, you that may not work for forever in his relationship.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
That's
Yeah,
why
That
you
may
but
not
take
work
out
for
the
that
meat and spit
person.
out the bone. You know what I'm saying? That's what any
You
other
see what I'm saying?
situation.
yeah,
If it
yeah, but you,
applies, if it works for you, cool, keep it. If it doesn't,
Hmm.
it doesn't.
Yeah.
But people don't want to do that. They either want to take 100% of it or none of it. But people don't
It's a
yeah,
realize
robot.
you can take
yeah.
5% out of
No,
some
she
shit
no.
sometimes. It's
She
okay.
right. Like, at the day, like, come on, look at the Steve Harvey thing when they Steve Harvey got these marital books and stuff like that. But he been married like what's that 3 4 times.
Yep.
And but like, everybody keeps saying like, how he gonna give marital advice if he can't have a single wife? But at the end of the day, I would say look at him
I get
as
you.
a what I won't do.
Hmm.
Because if
I get
whatever
you
he's
now.
doing,
Yeah, I
I'm
get you
coming
now.
out
You can't
too.
listen to everybody.
But see, that's the
It's
thing.
that gamble again. We gonna go back
We
to the
be
game.
Swings
using
and
we be
gambles.
using like
Yes.
books and stuff.
It's always go
We
back to that.
still, but we still forget that humans, we don't even control our own life. Like we just can't go get a ball of air and put it in our body, right? Why would I fix myself for a whole person, for another human being, when both of us know there is a higher entity, deity, whatever, that controls our life? And we can talk about God, Buddha, whatever. But if we can't even control when we gonna live or die, we doing all this for relationships with people that can't control when they live or die.
I can honestly
And
tell you, me working on me ain't got nothing to do with another person. That's
I'm about to
100% me.
say it's all about working on
So yeah,
yourself to
if
be a
you are
better
Yeah,
now,
that's
self.
not
granted, I will
true.
say if you
It's a
are only
freedom.
working on yourself to get in a relationship,
Or that's
um, then that might be your problem,
Yeah.
right?
that is a
But
problem.
that is a huge problem. You should be doing that for yourself anyway, because in order to be the best version of yourself in a relationship, just put 100% of your focus on another person.
Nope.
Nobody is like that. That's why I don't like that stupid
Preach.
saying, "Oh, I need you to fill my cup." If I can get the fuck up and go fill my cup, you can get the fuck up and go fill your cup.
Mm.
That don't mean that I won't help you. I will, but I'm not
Hey,
going to sit there and do everything for you either. Get your ass
there's
up.
Preach.
some people in a relationship that make you your life too, though. That you are me. You know what I'm saying? I
Hmm.
am you.
And I've
Them the
heard
people.
and
You
at the
they
end of the
hobby
day,
and all that too.
I have heard every justification for that stupid, and I'm gonna call it, this is my opinion, for that bullshit. Okay. Oh yeah, well you gotta come fill my. I don't give a fuck about no pitcher. I don't give a shit about no river. I don't give a fuck about that
Mm,
shit. Does not make no damn sense. If I can get up and go fill a cup, why the fuck can't you? Does your legs not work?
mm.
Mm. It's a controlling thing because my
No.
wife keep like no.
Yeah.
Actually, I can say this my part right here. My wife tell me all the time. I come home from work. I tell her, I said, babe, I can do it. I'm fine. She gets mad at me when I fix my own plate. She gets mad at me when I, you know, make me something to drink. She gets mad at me.
So,
But at the
so,
end of the
so
day,
you're saying is that we shouldn't be service to our partner? Is that what you're saying? We shouldn't be
we
in service
can,
to the person?
yes. But at the end of the day, sometimes you got to realize that
You.
you don't. I'll say, put it this
It's.
way. I think about what my wife go through on a daily basis. I think about what my wife go through on a daily basis. So I'm not gonna sit there. I know I'm tired, but I feel as though when I come home, I can do it. just like how, like how AJ said, I can do it. I have no problem with it. She fights with me, like you need to sit down. You just
okay, I got it. It's all right.
But if that's
And
what
then
she
also,
likes,
I still lose the fight though, because I'm like this. All right, I'll go sit down
but if that's what something
because
that
then that
she
makes her
likes
feel good.
doing, no, that's her being of service to you. That's
But
a good
so
thing that if a woman wants to be of service for you, you know what I'm saying? And it's vice versa. It should be, if you're in a relationship, you should be service to each other.
100%,
Don't
yes, but
just
there
say,
has to be balance in that,
that's balance.
right?
Yeah,
If
That's
there's
what I'm
no
saying. It's a balance.
balance to that, then it ain't gonna
No, it's
work.
not.
Yeah,
yeah.
because like my thing
I'm
is,
just
if I
saying
wanted
you
to
shouldn't
live,
make your partner your life though.
Right,
That's the
right, right.
thing. I
You
mean,
should.
y'all work with each other, but yeah, that's all.
Yeah,
Just getting to on that
yeah,
one.
I totally
yeah,
get that. But you know what I mean? We should have some balance. You know what I mean? If
Yeah,
we do this for each other. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
I mean, like
It's
trust me,
one
like when I'm
sided. Yeah.
in, like for me, for example, like when I'm in a relationship, yeah, I don't have a problem doing stuff for the other person. I am the type of person that'll go fill your fucking tank up. You know what I mean?
I
Make
take
your
you
favorite
to
food,
be
whatever it is, right? Because I genuinely enjoy doing that. But the thing is, there's a difference between me wanting to do that and me having to do that. Now I'm forced. Now it's
mm.
now I have to do it because now
And
you've
is it
gotten control.
genuine?
but if
You
she
see what I'm
had
saying?
but
Now it's
if
no
a
longer
person
genuine. Now you ain't putting gas in your fucking car because you're used to me doing it all the fucking time.
but
See, you see what I'm saying?
if you
Different.
already if you already getting up or you already out and about or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
What's wrong with that? You know what I'm saying? She said, hey babe, can you
Yeah.
get something to drink? What's wrong with that? If you're already going
I don't
into
have a
that
problem with that.
place, you know what I'm
I
saying?
don't have a problem. Yeah, like I don't have a problem with that, right? And I've always been raised to be a very considerate person. So whether I'm in a relationship or just around somebody, right? If the four of us were all say like in a car or something, right? And I was getting ready to walk into 7-Eleven, my first instinct is about 20 here, right? I'm not asking who's paying for it. I'm just asking if anybody wants anything, right? That's me naturally as a person. It's
Hmm.
another thing when say for whatever reason I'm not thinking about it. I don't walked in there, bought me a damn Slurpee, came back to the car, and the first thing Kev says is, "What, you ain't get me nothing?" Now I won't punch you in the face. What do you mean?
Entitlement.
You should have said something. Like
I don't think that would be
it's
entitled.
different.
It's
That's
about you.
most
You
definitely
saying
entitlement.
you knowing your partner. You knowing that if you know you going in the store and you know 9 times out of 10, sometimes you don't even have to ask. It's about knowing your partner, who you're with. You know what I'm saying? Because you go in the store, it's selfish and that you go in there and just get yourself something if you got a partner.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? If
I
you're
feel
going in the
you
store
on
and
that.
say, you know what I mean, you're in the car, you say, hey, babe, you need anything while I'm going in the store? And then
Hmm.
she say no and you come out, you be like, well, why you ain't get me that? There's something to, hey, wait a minute. I just asked you before I left. Compared
But
to
that's
when
what I'm
you do
saying.
go into the store and don't get
Closed
anything.
mouth don't get fed.
But
But that's
that's
the
my
thing.
part.
But that's why I'm saying there has to be balance, right? It's
Yeah.
one thing if I'm sitting there and I'm like, because I'm not sitting there saying that, oh, I'm always gonna ask. Because
Uh-huh.
there's times let's be if we gonna talk about it, let's be 100% honest. We human beings,
That's
right?
true.
Maybe you had a
True.
bad day. Maybe you got stuff going on at
Ain't
work,
thinking.
right?
Right.
You're
Right.
distracted. You don't. I'm not gonna ask every single damn time. I'm gonna do my
That's
best
why I
too.
said we
But if
get
I'm getting
hurt by
distracted
these.
and
That's why I
walk
said
in
these
there,
expectations. Oh, you was still
you
talking
can't
about
be getting
bad.
upset. Oh no, no, I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? If I'm distracted and if you're my partner and you know I'm distracted because I'm dealing with stuff at work
Right.
and I come back to the car and the first thing out your mouth is
Well,
why didn't you get me something?
yeah.
I'm sorry. Like and now you have an attitude with me the whole day? Like that what? We can't be doing shit like that. You want to make mistakes.
True.
You know what I mean? I'm not sitting there saying that that's an excuse to not be my best self. I'm gonna try, but I'm also gonna be human about it. I'm not gonna sit there and tell myself, oh yeah, I'm gonna ask every time I go into a store. Nah, because I can get distracted by shit, and I may not ask. It happens to all
Yeah.
of us.
That's true.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kev. My bad.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was holding it in. I was about to
Yeah,
pop
I
like
know.
no,
I
I'm
can
talking to.
see
But no, I hear you though.
I see it.
But I was just
He's
about to
looking at
get
his
back to
email.
the what BK was saying though. It's just like I said, I've been like lately this past couple months. I've just been trying to get people. And you, I know you say that you don't feel like it's entitlement though. But I look at it. Anything like with expectations and all that stuff. I'm just trying to get people to grow out that mentality. Of course, it's cool to do stuff for people, and you know maybe you should. I mean, but humans make their choices and all that stuff. But it's like. just to sit here and expect it, that's like I said, that's another setup for disappointment. Because when somebody don't do it for you, then that's when you're gonna be hurt and you're gonna like, what the hell, you supposed to know better or something like. Or no, I mean, not saying it like that, but they supposed
Right,
to,
right, right.
they're expecting you to do that every time. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes it can be they can speak up sometimes, and sometimes you can do it out the kindness of your heart or something like that too. But it's just us setting up something for another human to do because we know, or even if you say you know them and stuff, but we just setting it up and making an expectation or whatever. And that's why I'm be meaning that we get it set us up for hurt and disappointment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we can't
It's
walk
rather than
around
being
with
more
mountains.
appreciative. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, baby, I'm glad you thought about me and all that stuff or whatever. Because even if you did miss, she should still, or who, or I mean, she. So I'm about to mess up. I'm about to say you, but but she should be grateful that you did it or thought about her, or not just having this mindset that hey, you already know me. I'm staying like that. I'm just trying to get people out to just this mentality. That's all it is. Even though get what you mean, though, it's just the mentality behind it.
But there,
Like, mm,
but
But I'm
there
gonna
are
say it's okay to have. Oh, go ahead, Nikki. I'm sorry.
but there are expectations depending on the role
Mhm.
in a person's life. You know, you expect
Mhm.
certain things from your parents, you expect certain things from your job after you do a job, you
Yep.
expect certain things from your friends.
right,
There are expectations. You don't have the same level of expectations for everybody. There are different levels, but there is, and I agree, like for the most part, I was trying to come off mute. For the most part, like you are going to ask your mate, do they want something from the store? Like it's like a automatic. But there are going to be times where you are distracted or you are preoccupied or
right,
something took your attention away. And I agree with you, AJ. Like nobody wants to hear like the BS when you get back to the car. Like it's simple as, to your point, Kevin, a person can get out the car and walk in the store if they want something that bad themselves. Like it just make people make it too intense where
Uh-huh.
it doesn't have
That's
to
right.
be that serious.
But I
Right.
think,
Yeah.
but that's why, and I agree. It's okay to have expectation. You just have to be balanced within the expectation, right?
right,
Especially in a relationship. So, for example, I don't expect if I'm in a relationship with somebody, and I doubt anybody in here would, to get cheated on, right? Clearly, if we're in a committed relationship, which means I agree that it's just going to be you, and you agree that it's just going to be me and no one else, why is there another person? That's an
Right.
expectation, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's an
yeah,
expectation. That's okay. But you have to be
a
balanced in your
boundary.
expectation, right? I can't sit there and be like, oh, well, I expect to have what I movie like TV Hallmark relationship. Hell the fuck no. Who's gonna be able to keep up with that? That's too much. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference. No, yes, it's out the car if I'm distracted, but at the same time, you know what I mean? Yeah, could they also go in the store? Yeah, but again, there has to be balance. There's got to be balance. There's got to be discipline. Those two things are key in everything. There's
Hmm.
got to be balance.
Yeah,
There's got to be discipline in any
yep.
type of relationship. That's just like in a relationship. It can't be 100% you focusing on the other person. You got to focus on you. That's why it's important to have different interests sometimes. Get the fuck away from each other. Because any otherwise, you spending too much time. There is a such thing as spending way too much time together.
Right. Yeah, too
For the
less
people in the
time. It's
back
both.
who
You got
did
to
not
balance
know
it.
that, there is a such thing as spending too much time with your partner.
That's how you get angry quick and tired of each other and all. Like, bro, if you don't get up on my face, I can't see how
Okay.
people could be wired like that. Or it's one person could be or the opposite, and the other one. Some
That's how
people,
they
I
think.
have been in like a clingy type situation. I thought it was cute at
Mhm.
first. It gets annoying. Like, dog, I can't play the game by myself, bro. What the heck is going on? I can't. Can I work out by myself? Why
I ain't
everything you
one of
got to
them
be
now.
attached to me on everything?
Yeah. I thought the same thing. I thought, oh man, like cleanliness is kind of cute. Like, no, it's not. It's really not. Right? Like when
It's
I'm
not.
sitting there and you
Not
know
to
what I
me.
mean? Like, I mean, it got to a point I couldn't even go on live by myself
Mm.
What you
without a
doing?
person in the
Sitting
room.
next to you.
Like,
What you doing?
no, no, bro. They was just like they would have to come in the live that I was in, and they wouldn't say nothing to nobody. They just sitting in there listening. I'm like, I'm like, what? And then
I
like
just want to
after we
admire
have the
you, make sure
next
you
set,
doing good.
right? And then as soon as I get off the live, I get a phone call like, I didn't like that girl that was flirting with you. What
Uh,
fucking girl are you talking about? What?
right. So I want to clingy and insecure. I just thought about that. Might be another topic.
Yeah,
It could be a lot of the
Mm.
time, it could be because of insecurities.
yeah.
It's very
Mm.
It's a
much
hidden.
fueled by insecurity.
Yeah, it's a hidden agenda.
It's
That's,
an
Mm.
insecurity. It's
yeah.
insecurity, huge insecurities.
You know,
You know what I
they
mean?
be like, I just want to be near you. I just want to smell you. I just want to. You just want to know what I'm doing. You just want to know who I'm texting. You just want to know what I. You know
Right,
what I
talking in
Bruh,
mean?
code.
Yeah,
I legit had somebody literally, like, you want to talk about the level of clingy. This person legit told me, they were like, I would live in your belly button if you'd let me. The
you know what I'm
Oh
talking
fuck?
my.
about.
Oh my. That's a
Um,
good. Y'all make me think of so many topics, man.
But you have a
I
lot
no.
of
wonder. That's crazy.
you have a lot of
That's crazy.
topics. We come up with a lot of topics. I
Oh
mean,
yeah, I got it. Yeah, for for sure. Yeah, it's a lot. I thought about a few today, and all these lives I was in today and stuff made me think about a few of them.
you going ham today working
I'm
with
about
these lives.
Good lord.
to.
Every time I switch the page, I'm like, wait a minute, I just saw Kev over here.
I see.
Wait a minute, Kev is it? Now he was just in this live. Now here he is in this
Hmm.
live. Then I come back, charge my phone for a minute. Said, "Dad, Kev done switched to this live." Now here he is at 12 something at night. He in his own live. I'm like, what in the world going on? But hey,
What
Mm.
is going
Hey,
on?
AJ, hold up. Do
What
you
up?
remember? I'm trying to see if you remember the person I was telling you about.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, she was. I try to be nice too. I see people at that. I mean, I feel like at the right time, maybe she is. I don't know, was it? But some people stick with the grudges, right? That's why my topic like that, anyways. You know what I'm saying? But even though I didn't do nothing but tell somebody about themselves. You know what I'm saying? But ego get in the way, and you feel like you. But anyways, yeah, I try to be the nice person today because I seen her in a few times in Clapback Live and then the other one. So I'm like, all right. I was like, whatever. I'll be the night person. I ain't got nothing bad. I was like, then I tagged her. I tagged her. I was like, oh, that was a good one because she was saying some stuff that I was agreeing with in it, but I just ain't say nothing. We act like we ain't see each other. Then I just
Mm,
I agreed with her. She like, don't tag me. I was like, no, with the thumbs up. I'm like, all right. Well,
go
somebody
for
didn't
it.
forgive. Somebody didn't be my lie today.
Don't even get
Oh
me
boy,
started.
that joke funny.
Why you think mine is blocked, bro? Like, there's a reason. I don't
I'm
got
blocked.
time.
I'm blocked. I'm blocked on the other end though, but we run into the same lies. I see. You know, you can't do that. Guess you can't leave from that.
y'all still got mutual friends though.
We
Yeah, we got
do.
mutual friends. That's what it is,
Yeah,
or a
we do.
couple of them.
I mean, it's two people that I thought we were cool. You know what I mean? She
Hmm.
blocked me here and everything, which I don't care. You know, at the end of the day, because you know what I
Yeah,
mean. It's just the
everything
fact
happened for
that
a reason.
you can't handle the fact that somebody is coming at you or somebody is telling you about yourself, or you know what I mean.
Exactly.
It's okay for you to tell me about me, but when it's come back at you, oh, it's a problem. Oh, it's a me problem. It's a me problem then. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Right.
It's
You know
okay
the
for
thing that
you.
gets me though? It's like it's funny to me because I was saying I think I made I made a post a video about this before. It's like you be right this whole entire time, right? You be like, oh, you say something, especially the thing I do, right? What I be doing now, you know what I'm saying? I call out stuff or whatever, hold each other accountable, all this stuff, talk about different many things. Okay, yeah, you right, you right. But then as soon as you call it out and make it personal, right? You don't know what you're talking about. That can't be true. It's like, dog, nah, what? That
Mhm.
don't make sense. So why would
I guess I'm
people?
trying
It's
to figure out who is giving all of this authority for y'all to be telling people about themselves. I'm just trying to figure out where does that come from? Where does entitlement come from? That you could tell somebody about themselves. And I and
I
the
think
one
that's
what
I think that's human judgment. We everybody does that, right? Don't you tell somebody or
mm,
you say or you make a judgment that somebody look ugly or you say
that's different than telling
uh
somebody about themselves, Kevin. Saying somebody look ugly is different than telling somebody about themselves. Totally different.
so holding
so
somebody accountable
But what
is
make gives you the
you
authority
may seem
to
like it's
make?
a bad thing.
No. I'm
You
not.
tell your
I'm just.
kids that what
No,
you doing
I'm
is wrong,
genuinely
right?
asking. I'm not trying to make it seem like it's a bad thing. I'm trying to get understanding. What
so
gives you the authority to tell
Because
some?
everybody can be checked.
Mm.
But what gives you the authority to check somebody though?
It ain't.
Well,
So for me, it's how you affect me, right? So,
mm,
for example, right? I'm not somebody who walks around with that mentality of, oh, I'm gonna wake up today, I'm gonna check 3 people. I ain't got that mentality,
no.
right? But if you're coming at me a type of way and you're saying this, that, and the third, like I have the right to defend myself,
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
right?
that's
Number
different.
one. And
Yeah.
two,
So
if I gotta tell you about yourself in the process, I'm gonna do that because there's times, right? And I'm not saying that I do that with everybody. There's just times where, especially if somebody is just overly trying me, which means they just keep going, they keep going, they keep going. Okay, I don't say nothing, I don't say nothing, I don't say nothing. And finally, I just snap and tell you about yourself. You deserved every ounce of that. You can
Mm-hmm.
have the day you deserved at that point. Because I've done tried to sit there and a lot of the time I try to be nice about it. I want to say the first time. And then I just get meaner the more I have to keep doing it. Just because I don't like redundancy. But that's just me.
Mm.
Right. But that if that answers, I guess, like the authority,
I'm
it's how
yeah,
you're coming at me.
so
and that makes that
yeah.
context makes it different than what I hear Kevin saying. Kevin is not in defending himself mode. He straight up for shit and telling them what they need to get together and do better on. That's
Right.
the
Oh,
feedback
okay.
loops I
Okay.
Right.
get from
So
Kevin.
okay. So I didn't know that you have to have authority to call it how you see it. I never didn't know that you had to have that though. But
Can
I
I say?
think
Can I
when
say?
you care about somebody, right? When you care about people in general or something like that, you're gonna probably speak on what you think is affecting them that they might not know was affecting them. Same thing. I would want the same thing for me, but in order to do that, right, you have to put your ego to the side because everybody feel like they can't get checked. You know what I'm saying? And that's a problem though. That's already a problem though because I don't know why we think as soon as we turn 18 nobody can't get checked or we
I
supposed to know
definitely don't.
everything.
I definitely don't feel like that. I definitely can get checked and welcome getting checked, but that's why I'm asking you a question about the authority. You saying when you care about somebody puts it in more context for me, but that's why I was asking that because
Oh,
it 100% depends on who's trying to tell me about myself as to how
right,
I
Hmm.
receive it. And that's what I
right.
was trying to
Exactly.
get to the root of.
Oh, I
Oh,
was lost.
1,000%.
I was lost on it too, Nikki. My bad.
Okay.
Huh?
But I understand now.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying
I,
to get to the. I may not just ask direct because I ask my questions in a way to get the 100% authentic response, not a response based on what I may come back
right.
with. So that's why I was asking that question, Kev.
Mhm.
I
Got
like that question though. That was a good question.
it. Hmm.
Thanks.
Yeah, it was a good question.
That was a really good question. I liked it.
Because
But yeah,
oftentimes for me, I get people who try to tell me about myself and haven't done a quarter of the things that I've did in the last year. So
that
they want
part.
to tell me about myself. You know what I'm saying? Or,
Right.
somebody want to tell me about myself because they read 100 books but haven't experienced what I experienced in the years. But want to tell me about myself. So that's why I was asking
Well,
that context.
yeah, and I think that's also very human because we are all like that, right? If
I don't tell
somebody,
my friends, but I
I don't
don't do
know, if
that,
somebody
Well,
were
AJ.
to
when I
come
want to
tell me
grow, I
about
want people to
myself
tell
and
me
they don't
about
know
my
me,
mistakes, though. So I don't. They don't need to have no authority. If I
If
got to
they
if I got something
if
like
they
I
ask
talk
if
over
they
people
ask,
or something like that, please address me on that because like I said, I think that's the only way we can grow. You know what I'm saying? I'm a firm believer in that situation because if we just allow each other to um, but what I like I said, and this where I had to realize is that um, and I've been through this though. It's like sometimes some situations, it's like some people, it just be like that though. So you gotta pick and choose is another gamble, right? The gamble situation. So it's like some people actually might need to hear, some people not. You know what I'm saying? So it's really a gamble. I think it's
well, I
just
think
the form of caring. When you care about somebody, you're probably going to look out or tell somebody about themselves or something like that. That's just how it is. If they don't like
yeah,
it to
no,
hear it or not.
but I
no,
think
I
that's the other
agree.
thing too. When it comes to receiving it, though, is like I feel like we're all kind of like that. If it's somebody who you don't genuinely know or have any type of respect for, you're not going to take that.
Correct.
You know what I mean? You're not going to take that in that context, right?
Of
Like I've
course,
had
right.
people
That
try to
ain't for
check
them. Every
me
message ain't for
who I
everybody.
don't
That's
have
one
any
thing.
respect
So,
for. You know
Yeah,
what I
and
mean?
yep.
I'm not going to take that. You know what I mean? I'm going to be the first person to be like, well, okay. You know what I mean? I don't, but that's water off a duck's back for me. That's just how I am. But you know what I mean? But that's just the thing. But if it's somebody who I respect, you know what I mean? Or somebody who genuinely knows me or whatever, whether I respect you, whatever. If you came up to me and you were like, hey, AJ, I didn't like what you said in this. Okay, cool. Let's have a conversation. You know what I mean? Or if you're checking me on
Mm-hmm.
something, fine, whatever. You know what I mean? Like I like to think of myself as being a pretty reasonable person. Like we can be adults and talk. You know what I mean? It's not an issue. But if you're
Mm-hmm.
just some bullshit ass, stupid ass person on here, like, nah, I don't give a fuck about your opinion. You want to have opinions about my life, like that's cute. Join the club. Go take a number.
Get in line.
Get in line because there's 30 other people. I ain't got
No,
time.
when you put it in more context, Kevin, when you say, if it's somebody you care about, which it just came up like tell you about yourself. And I guess I don't know. I'm just not a very judgmental person. I make observations, and if my friends want, I have a friend. We both ask each other that. I'm listening to you, friend. Did you want my feedback? Did you want my advice? Did you want my, what I'm saying, just to make sure it wasn't just a situation where I just really need you to listen to me. I ain't need you to say ish. I just need you to listen to me and what I'm going through and let me vent as a friend. And so I just try to stay in that lane because sometimes I feel like we overstep our boundaries with our opinions about other people's lives. And that's time and energy you could spend focusing on you and what you could do better for your life. And a lot of times, like I said earlier today, once you focus on that and what you could do better, that energy and those vibrations go off on other people without you even having to say it. But if you study like trying to, project what you feel about how I should be doing X, Y, and Z, because I'm sure I got feelings about how you could be doing A, B, and C. But I
Mhm.
just ain't bringing them to you every time either because I don't even know what you're dealing with in the
That's why I
background
always
that you're
ask
not
why.
telling me.
I always
Yeah,
ask why.
I will ask. I will. I
Because sometimes
will.
people play tit for tat. Now, I'm been done with those games a while ago, but it's just like that's why I say I always ask people. I tell people to ask why. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times we just put our feelings into it and like, why you
Yeah.
say that? You know what I'm saying? Why you think this way or something like that? I even got in a situation I was in like that though, but I'm like, I don't get. That's what I'm saying. Like 1 minute, it's like you could preach to a group, but I guess when it becomes personal, right? That's when it turns a whole other thing. Now all of a sudden you're wrong. That's what make it funny. That's what make it funny to me though. But it's like I don't know. I think that just like I said, I think that's just kind of human nature though. We do it. We might do it unintentionally sometimes, and sometimes we do it intentionally. So that's just I think everybody do that. Even with no authority, people just
But I think,
unintentionally do it
well,
sometimes.
I think it
Make
also
judgments is part of
depends.
life too.
But I think it
But you
also,
still, but judgments and telling somebody about themselves is two different things, Kev. You keep
yeah.
grouping them.
But I think it also depends on as individuals. You know what I mean? If you're observing your friend group, right? I'm the type of friend where I'm not somebody you want to come and try to just vent to and just be like, oh, AJ's just gonna sit here and listen. I'm not that person. I do not, and that comes from my own self awareness. I'm just simply not that person, right?
And so you wouldn't be the
I'm
friend
not.
somebody
I'm
would go
not
to for that.
somebody, right? I'm somebody who's gonna give you the hard dose of reality because I'm gonna be brutally honest with you,
I am too.
right?
When
And
when when you
so
need it.
yeah, and that's the thing. So my friends a lot of the time know that. So a lot of them, you know what I mean, may need to process a little bit, but they know that yeah, I can always come and talk to AJ because at the end of the day, I do have your back. I'm just gonna make you see some shit. Yeah, basically not necessarily see some. Either I'll help you see something, or with that honesty, validate some things that maybe you didn't want to really want to validate. Right? I'm just that person, but I know that about myself. Right? So it's never me just telling my friend about themselves and being like, "Oh, you were being a fucking idiot." Right? It's always constructive. But
Your friend don't want to
that's just
hear it.
how I am as a person. Like that's I'm not somebody who can just sit there. I can't listen to people just complain. Me, I'm not that person, unfortunately. But I tell people that from the jump though. I'm like, if this is just you need to vent, you may only get one time to do that, and then after that, like no more. I gotta cut that shit off. And that's because I had a lot of friends that used to do that, but then turn around and ask for advice, and then they became assholes. So they're asking for advice. I'm giving the advice. It ain't going nowhere. And I'm not upset that they're not taking the advice. I'm more upset that you're wasting my time talking to me about the same issue. I don't want to hear that. I don't like redundancy at all. And I don't want to feel obligated to having to answer the phone to listen to somebody complain about the same thing
That part.
over and over and over again. Like if it gets to a point I got to start avoiding your calls, we ain't friends.
That
Like, you know what
part
I
right
mean?
there.
Yeah, I'm very
That's,
straightforward too and direct. I think I've demonstrated that on this call. And usually I'm people think I'm bullyish, so I don't have any
I love
problem
it.
telling my friends what they ask of me in a conversation.
Same.
But as I grew and matured, I
Yeah.
learned that sometimes people just need somebody to listen to them.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
but
they don't always need a opinion, a in Kevin's language judgment, you know, a tell off. Sometimes people are just in a space where they just need a space and place to be able to. And I'm not talking about a continuous. You keep, you know, this dude keep beating you up, and then you keep calling me complaining about it. That's overt. I'm not talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about there are times when, you know, a person just is in a space where they just need to get it off their chest.
hmm
And getting things off their chest, sometimes they come up with their own solutions. Sometimes you just listening, you know, the silence comes up with a solution. I'm just 100% as long as my friends
Mm-hmm.
want my feedback, I give them my feedback. If they don't, I don't give unwarranted, unsolicited feedback. I used to, I just don't do it anymore because again, like I keep saying, everybody does what they want to do anyway. Everybody
Yeah.
does.
And
So
that's yeah. And I think that's the other thing too. I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and say that I'm not that person. I am that person. I will give unsolicited advice and I don't care. Right? But the way I see it is just like if I'm going through a situation and say I were to call Kev about it, I can't dictate his reaction to it.
correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, other people can't dictate my react. You can't tell me how I'm going to react to something.
right.
I'm a firm
Never
believer in
said
that
that.
because I will never tell somebody else how to react to something. And that is just how I simply react to somebody who needs to get, you know, if you're coming to me with an issue. I'm not saying that you can't. But the reason why I've learned to be that way because when I was younger, I used to do both. And a lot of the time I realized that I had friendships that were very one-sided, which meant they only came to me when things were going to shit. I never heard about anything good. And when I needed stuff, because maybe I was going through some shit, it was never reciprocated. It was, well, you have to be the strong one. You know what I
Well,
mean? You're the
yeah. Again,
strong
I'm
one in
not
the
talking
group.
about
You got to
lopsided
be
stuff
this,
like
you got to
that.
be that. I'm like, I can't be doing all this. Right. And I also can't be everybody's goddamn therapist either. Like, go pay a therapist if you want somebody to just listen to. You know, listen to you and you can walk that through. If you're looking for a solution, then absolutely I'm the person to call. If not, I am not the person you need to be calling. 100%. Definitely not. But I'm straight up with that. That's just how I've
Yeah,
always
I guess
been.
since most of the time I have my own solutions, maybe I don't run into
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Mm.
That's
I
all I
know
want. I
my
mean,
friends to call for different things. You know, like my friends call me because they say I see things from both sides of the coin. Like I do. I try to put the shoe on the other foot. So when they going through things with their friends and dudes and stuff, I've had several friends say I call you because you don't just tell me what I want to hear. You give me like, well,
hmm
what about that person's perspective, or have you thought about how they felt about X, Y, and Z? You know, um, and then you know but I don't do one ways, AJ, with anybody, like friendships, family,
Oh yeah.
relationships. So if it's like I'm the one bearing the load and got to listen to you and you don't listen to me, I cut those off. I don't do those. So I'm talking about
Yeah,
healthy,
yeah, I've cut them off.
balanced
Yeah, but like, yeah,
relationships.
healthy relationships. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of new to those, right? Because like, I want to say within like the past couple of years, I've been kind of building those. And the crazy thing is majority of those are the ones of people that I've either met online, right, where it's
Hmm.
healthy like that. A lot of people that I met like in my personal life and I've been friends with for years have all gotten cut off. Maybe with the exception of like two people. Um, because I had to, right? I simply had to. It was just too much. Um, and now, like I've got a really good friend group, you know what I mean? I like to think, um, and so on and so forth. But I'm also the same type of person where like if I'm calling somebody, I don't necessarily always just need somebody to listen, right? Like maybe I need you to help me see something maybe I'm not seeing,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I don't want to sit there and have to be like, yeah, so do you have an opinion? Because like if I just need to vent and get it off my chest, like I can write that out real quick. You know what I mean? I journal every day. That's not an issue, for me to get you if I just need to say something at that point. But I mean, again, that's just me. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I'm no longer that one way person no more. Like, nah.
Hmm.
But I also won't tell somebody the solution either. Like, I'll let you come to your own conclusion, but I'm definitely gonna play devil's advocate. Like, a lot. Very honest, but devil's advocate. I'm just that person.
Hmm.
That's just I
Hmm.
want everybody to win. That's all it is. You're in my camp. I want you to win. I want you to be better. So
All right. I got no pushback on that one.
yeah, that's just how I am, man. I want everybody to win. I don't want to see nobody lose. I've always been that kid. So I'm like, I don't want to see people lose, but I
We know.
also have learned that I can't save everybody either.
Yeah.
So
KB Saver Club.
yeah, I ain't out here trying to be that no more. I used to be. Nope. No, no, no. I don't do that.
Sometimes people like their positions, even if you don't like it for them.
Yep.
Somebody, yeah. Someone like to be stinking.
Mm-hmm.
You can't make,
Sometimes
you can't go make them take a bath either.
that
Right.
part.
If they want to waller in it, let them water in it.
That part.
You know
But
what I mean?
yeah, and I've had a few friends that have kind of gone through that where I'm like, I'm just gonna let you wallow in it, but know that I'm here when you're ready.
Oh yeah.
Okay, AJ.
I got a friend
And
just
I've had
like
a
that.
few. Sorry,
Go
what
ahead,
you
Nick.
say? No, go ahead.
I said I got a friend just like that. So I let him water. You know what I mean? But I also told him, you know what I mean, if you need me, I'm here. You know what I mean? But I can't keep, deterring back to childhood and, what we used to do. You know what I mean? That ain't where I'm at no more. You know what I mean?
Right.
We
And
battling
my
our
friend,
peace. Go ahead, Nick.
I was just gonna say, my friends like that. Like I've got in my age. Like if you waddling, then you gonna get cut loose.
Mm-hmm.
You could go into associate lane. I see you
Hmm.
when I see you. But
That part.
if we can't communicate through things, if we can't talk through things, if you still in a place where you gotta spend months to yourself to get your mind right, stay over there on that island. You look good, and I don't got time for that.
Hmm. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And I'm a very low maintenance friend too, because I'm not somebody who's like, you got to text every day. You know what I mean? Like, especially if I know you just need to sit through some shit. Like, I may text you, be like, hey, you good? I don't even care if you respond. Just show me that you looked at the text.
Mm.
Okay, cool. Now I know you alive in some degree, some capacity. All right, we cool. You know what I mean? Like, that's fine. You know what I mean? Take all the time you need, but also do understand that I still, like, yeah, I'm gonna be here, but I'm not also entitled to be here. So if you take too long, my ass still not might not be here. You know what I mean? Like, I've learned to look at my time as being very valuable, especially since I've gone through like the medical issues that I've gone through.
Time is
Like
the most valuable commodity, AJ.
that part.
Kev, your question is about grudges, right? I'm
Mm.
a Leo, so I don't know if you noticed or not, but that's like a character trait of a Leo. Like we love to hold a grudge. Like we
Yes, they do.
we like petty Betty. We like we'll hold it,
Wait,
hold it,
wait,
hold
wait,
it.
wait, wait, wait. Hold up. She says she a Leo. Are you an August or a July Leo?
I'm an August
Both.
Leo, August 22nd, the last day of the month.
I'm a
Last day of
July
Both.
the,
Leo,
what's your birthday?
the 30th.
Okay, I know somebody the 31st. Cool people, but um, I used to hold a grudge. I used to hold a grudge. It used to just burn me up, and it just, as I matured, I just realized it just didn't do me any good, and I realized that there was no need to hold a grudge because everybody in the universe gets what they deserve,
That
regardless if you
part.
hold a grudge or not. So I just released that, and I also take comfort, and I got receipts of this for how many people end up boomeranging back and apologizing to me for shit. But I take comfort in the fact that I don't gotta hold a grudge. My biggest flex is stepping away from you and not being in your life anymore. Right? So
Yeah.
that's what stings the most. So once I learned that and accepted that and knew I had that power, because like I said, I've had too many people come back and just straight apologize for letting our friendship fall by the wayside or whatever they did. Then I was okay with not holding a grudge, and I literally just let it go. That moment is gone out of my life. I think you've talked about that before, Kev, like just living in the moment. That moment is gone out of my life, and I moved on to the next one.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah.
So you holding the, so how would they know if something happened to them or something between y'all happened if you're holding that? You know what I mean? How can they
Well,
pick?
usually if it's a grudge, Kevin, it's usually we've had a discussion about it,
Okay,
and I'm usually holding a grudge because you still, even at the discussion,
uh
you
huh,
still mishandling me, you still mishandling the situation, you
gotcha.
still taking the situation for granted. You
Mm.
know what I mean? Like, because I'm a big communicator. Like I fully 100% believe like nobody is a mind reader, and you do somebody such a disservice to expect them to know what you're thinking.
Right,
You know what I mean? And half the time, unless people have real discernment and really watch, body language and nonverbal cues and stuff, and really like people, a lot of times your assumption of what you think somebody is thinking is wrong. I've had people say
Hmm.
that to
sometimes,
me, like, "Oh, I thought you'd," like, "Girl, no, I don't care nothing about that. I was thinking about something totally different." But in their mind, a chain of events meant that I felt some type of way about it, and I didn't even know what they were talking about. You get what I'm saying? So I'm a big, big communicator.
yeah.
Yeah.
I understand that. You know what I mean? Because I had to, say something to one person one time before that I misread them. I mean, maybe because of the things that they were saying. You know what I'm saying? Listening, trying to understand that person, and I can say that, and I'm gonna be honest, I misjudged it. You know what I
Uh-huh.
mean? Was I 100% wrong? No, I
Uh-huh.
was more like 50-50. You know what I'm saying? If I would have worded another way, she would have been like, "Oh, okay, I got you." Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But sometimes
Uh-huh.
I word things that might make a person be like, "You know what? No." You know what I mean? But I'm just straight. I'm a straight shooter. You ain't gonna. You don't never have to guess what I'm thinking because I'm a straight shooter. I'm gonna tell you what I think. I'm gonna tell you how I feel about it, and then I'm gonna leave it as that. I'm gonna leave the door open
Uh-huh.
and whatever. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna let you read my mind because I'm an open book. I mean, I want you to know what I'm thinking. You know what I mean? Now, if I get quiet, everybody know when I get quiet, it's something wrong.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So, but when I come out, I'm just like, hey, yo, whatever you said, man, I just didn't agree with that. I didn't like what you said, and I felt like that you were directing that towards me. If you was,
Uh-huh.
then hey, let's talk about it. If you wasn't, hey, no sweat. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah,
Hmm.
Nick, I agree with you 100%. I mean, I don't hold no grudge with nobody. You know what I mean? Give me about 5 minutes, kind of
Yeah.
process it,
I'm the
10,
same
20
way.
minutes. You know what I'm saying? Give me a minute to process. Then I'm like, okay, do I get, do I understand it? Probably. Give me some time to understand. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
I think for me, it's very situational, right? If it's something kind of dumb or whatever, like, yeah, I probably only need like 5 minutes, probably feed me or whatever. I'll forgive you. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
Right.
I'm gonna forgive you really quick. If it's something that I need to like fully process, I may be
Mhm.
mad for a while, but I can't honestly say that I necessarily hold grudges. I used to be very vindictive.
Uh,
Um, so in other words, like if you hurt me, like I would do some crazy ass shit to come hurt you, but like I don't know, like some psychological shit. So like I used to be that person,
right.
right? Anymore, I've just learned to just nothing people,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? Like if we fall out, you're nothing.
Yeah.
You don't exist. You
There
never
you go.
existed. I don't know shit. Like who
Mm-hmm.
the fuck is you? I've
Yeah.
just learned to be that person. Um,
Well, I ain't
just
learned that.
because it puts me more at peace.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and at the end of the day, like I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of thinking that I'm out here and that you're my main topic. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because no, we ain't doing that.
yeah,
I'm just gonna nothing you at
yeah.
the end
Because
of
that's how I guess that's how
the
I
day.
am too, AJ.
Yeah,
I can walk past you and not even see you. I can
that
run
part.
across you across the street and won't see you. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, and then it depends on the person. And
Yeah,
for some people, I just want to pick at it. You know what I'm saying? I'm a,
yeah.
I just want to
But I'm
see where you at with certain things. So
yeah, yeah,
if I can
and
get
like
to you, that means I got a hold of
yeah, I gotta hold a
it.
grudge
And
for that. You know what I mean? So
then
I
I'm
guess in
gonna
a
walk
way,
away.
I did when when you're being vindictive, you definitely are
Yeah.
holding a grudge. But like kind of like Nikki was saying, like um, yeah, karma's definitely gonna get you. It's gonna get you five times better than any way I could have got you. So I'm just gonna let karma take care of it.
Oh
And that's why I started nothing people. Because the moment I started seeing karma just kind of getting at certain people, I was like, damn,
yeah.
that was a lot better than anything I could have thought of. I'm just gonna nothing people from now on, and I've been doing that.
But I forgive people and I let it go. After about a day,
Me
I
too.
let it go. I just walk away from it. I mean, I don't have to hold no conversation with you or about you or nothing. It's just the point that I just gotta let it go. You know what I mean?
And the forgiveness feels so good, don't it,
Yeah, it
Kevin?
does. It does. I'm not gonna lie. It does feel good. You know what I'm saying? So I just had to learn that. When I got it and when it clicked in my head, I'm like, oh my God. It feels so good to be able to look at a person and not hold grudges or not, you know what I mean? Hey yo, you know what I mean? I come tell you. But then after I tell you something, it's no more. We can no longer
Right.
be friends. We can no longer be associates. You know, if we meet on a panel or whatever, I'm gonna speak to everybody, but I'm not gonna direct the hey or hello to you. I'm just speaking
That
to
part.
everybody. You know what I'm
That
saying?
part.
And that's just how I roll. I mean, I learned how to forgive you, but I don't have to be a socialized with you or associate with you. You know what I
That
mean?
part. That part. And that's exactly why I do it. I'm like, I can be very cordial. You know what I mean? I'm a very cordial person,
Hmm.
but I don't have to be. You know what I mean? Like I said, like if I'm on a panel with somebody that like we don't fall out and I've already nothinged you type situation, like we could be on a panel, that's fine.
Yeah,
Um, I'll be cordial with you, but that's about it.
that's it. I can be selective of what I say around you too.
You know what I mean? But it also depends on whether or not I feel like dealing with that situation or not. If I'm up there and I'm like, I don't feel like dealing with your ass,
Yeah, yeah,
I'm a scroll. Like,
yeah,
or that conversation is not, I don't care about that conversation, I'm a move.
yeah,
Right? But I'm like that in general. Like, I don't care whose live it is. Like, if the conversation isn't anything I feel like I could speak to or that I care about, I ain't gonna be in there. I'll
yeah.
be the first person to tell you that.
Oh, oh,
Like, I don't just be sticking around for the sake of sticking around.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you got to be bringing something. And I understand. I think I said it on here. Everybody's always like, oh, well, if it's not, the whole three F's thing. I was like, I don't, that's cute and all, but
What's the
right
three
now I'm
F's?
at a point in my life where if it's not helping to motivate me, enrich my life in some way, or push me to be better,
Yeah,
I don't care about it. Like, and now that goes with people. That goes with people.
yeah.
What's the
If you're
three
not
F's?
doing those things, you're not bringing, some sort of positivity, some high vibrational shit into my life, I ain't got time for you. I got other shit to do.
Good
Ain't
question,
got
Nikki.
time.
What is it?
I don't know. I was say it was a good question.
Oh,
AJ,
Huh?
AJ, what are the three F's?
The three F's? Oh, the whole, if it ain't financing you, fucking you, or feeding
Oh,
you, then you shouldn't care about it. Like, that's the floor.
okay.
To
I
me, that's the floor.
I got you.
You know what I mean? That's floor level on
Yeah.
whether or not I should be giving a shit. Like, that's bare minimum,
Oh,
right? I need more than just those things.
yeah.
Because I can have all those things and I'm just coasting through life. But that's not the kind of
Mm-hmm.
life I want. Like my goal
Right.
in life is to have a life that I don't feel like I need to escape from
Right.
any way,
Right.
shape, or form. That's the whole reason why I stay focused on being sober. else is I don't want to have to escape. I want a life that I'm
Mm.
proud of, a life that I want to be a part of every second, every minute of every day, even through the
And
bad. That's
and
my
don't it
goal.
feel,
I don't
and
give a
don't it
fuck.
feel good to be sober and face your demons or your fears head on?
It definitely yes, yeah, I will say yes, of course.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it does kind of suck a lot more.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Hey,
But
I get it.
you know, but at the end of the day, like I said, like I believe in trying to put things in balance, right? Like I understand when I need certain distractions, but I
Mhm.
can find positive distractions,
Right. Right.
right? Things that aren't so self-destructive. So if
Right.
that's like me turning on, I don't know, the TV to watch, I don't know, fucking American Dad or something, then I'll
Hmm.
turn that on, right?
Right.
Because I just need the distraction.
Right.
But when I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, cool. But I'm the type of person I have to put timelines on things
Hmm. Hmm.
when it comes to like myself, right? So like if I'm sad about a situation and maybe I need to wallow in it, I'll be like,
Hmm.
okay, I'm gonna wallow for 48 hours, and then after that, I need to start doing something,
Right.
right?
Right.
Or you know what I mean? I have to plan stuff out because if I don't, I'll stay in a situation a lot longer than I need to,
Right.
right?
Right.
And so then I've just learned to be that person. So even my distractions are timed. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be distracted for just exactly this long, and then I at least need to start doing something, or taking at least just a step to getting better, whatever that is.
I I agree with that. I mean, I be like that too. I mean, I think we all have to have a time limit on certain things. Like my time limit on TikTok is like if I'm in a live, I go through listening, then I'm like, okay, it's time to turn it off because I gotta reset.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Or I might have to go read, or I might have to go do some research on certain things that I heard. You know what I'm saying? And I might not get the full understanding, or they haven't given me the full understanding of something that they said. So I go research. That's
Yeah.
my wound down time for me. You know what I'm saying? Or I might go read the 48 Powers of Law, or I might go read, different books somebody suggests. You know what I mean? I get on my Kindle and I just start reading for a
Yeah.
minute just to reset my mind. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's just
Yeah.
me. I mean, I can't speak
Yeah.
for everybody.
Yeah. I want to say for TikTok, I don't necessarily have a time limit, but
Oh,
I'm
I
not on here a lot, to be fair.
mm,
Like I used to be. Um, and then I don't know, it kind of comes and goes in phases.
mm-hmm,
But it's genuinely like TikTok is a place that I enjoy, if that makes sense. So I come on here because I genuinely enjoy being on here, right? And if the conversation is stimulating, I
yeah,
enjoy that. I enjoy talking and conversing and sharing introspection with people. I like to hear other people's, their experiences.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Their perspectives on situations, numerous different things. So for
right,
me, it's very much, an enjoyment thing. But again, understanding dopamine,
mm-hmm,
I try to I try to keep it in check, if that makes sense. So
yeah,
there's never a time that I'm on TikTok 24 hours. Like
right,
at tops, I'm probably only on maybe 2 hours,
mm,
unless the conversation's really good. Then I may be on more.
yeah,
But no, it's definitely not like an everyday
yeah.
thing.
Conversation got to be good for me to stay on. And if it ain't good, I kind of find my way out of it. And
Yeah,
even sometimes when it is good, it's a good thing. Sometimes it's a bad thing
yeah,
because it kind of you know you. I guess it's for me. My brain flip flops
hmm,
looking at it in this manner. But I think that's a good thing. I guess when you play it, how you said, Nick, earlier, when you can look at both sides of the fence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I look at both sides of the fence, play devil's advocate, put the shoe on the other foot. Just being able to look at that other person's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I guess that's what it
Okay,
is.
so, huh?
Oh no, I'm just talking out loud. Go ahead.
I was going to go to part two of the question. What are the signs of an unforgiving person or situation? I think y'all might have went over this already. I joined late, but I think the one of the biggest signs is an unwillingness to have a conversation about it. Like, because if you're not even willing to talk through it, then there's nothing to forgive.
Right. Mm. What do you
I'm
think?
confused on the second question. I don't understand it.
Like, what are the signs of an unforgiving person or situation? Like, what do you see? Like, what signs do you see that lets you know this is a person is an unforgiving person? Like, or this situation is like this is futile because this person's not going to forgive. That's how I interpreted it, and that's why I said like somebody who's not willing to have a conversation about it. That's an unforgiving person because if you're not even willing to sit down and talk to me about what the issue is and hash it out and have a conversation to understand each other's
Right.
perspective and frame of mind, then you don't have any space to forgive me at all.
Mm.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense when you put it that way. I thought it was like, because when you say unforgiving, I'm thinking like you mean like an unforgivable situation. Because I more or less am at, or like an like somebody does something that I can't forgive type situation. Because I don't believe in that. But I mean, if
Right.
somebody is being unforgiven, like they just have that like they don't forgive type situation, yeah, it's definitely there. I guess the signs that I see a lot of the time is one, they're not willing to communicate with the person or whatever it is that they're mad at. So whether that's me or another person. And two, they hold on to things and they never let anything go. Like that's the first sign of somebody for me that I'm dealing with somebody who just they don't forgive anything.
You know,
That's the
people.
holding the grudge.
Well, people
Yeah.
do forgive, but people don't forget. You know what I'm
But
saying?
there are some
Because,
people who don't forgive, though, Kevin.
Mm-mm.
You don't
well, yeah,
agree?
that's true. That's true.
But
I agree.
it's the
I agree.
manner. So like for example, it's the manner in which you're bringing up a situation, right? If I'll give an example, right? I had a friend, or say I have a friend, right? And they fall out with like another friend, right? And it was before I knew that whole situation, before I knew either one of them,
Uh huh.
right? If the way you constantly tell me that story and their name is brought up and and I'm being told about how terrible of a person they are,
Uh
instead of just the situation itself,
huh.
tells me that you have not forgiven that person no matter how much you want to lie to yourself. Oh,
Gotcha.
I'm over that situation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But
Okay.
you didn't forgive that person.
Correct.
See what I'm saying? So like for
Mm-hmm.
me, I can forgive any type of person,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? I can forgive any type of situation, but if I'm bringing up a situation,
Mm-hmm.
9 times out of 10, I'm always going to back it up with something that I learned from the situation,
Uh-uh.
which tells you I've
Right.
processed it completely,
Right.
which
Okay.
I've processed
100.
every emotion, I've processed and gone through my forgiveness of that person and
Mm-hmm.
that situation. There's no anger,
Mm-hmm.
there's
Right.
nothing in that tone.
Uh, got.
Like you said, what you say, they, you, not unalive them. What you say, forget about it. What you say, AJ?
Uh,
You just forgot what you said.
oh, no, you good. I was just saying, like, when they're still bringing up that person, they got to tell me all the worst things about that person.
No,
You
no,
know what I
no.
mean?
I got that part. I'm talking about
Okay.
earlier. You said you just learned to just like dead people or forget
Oh, yeah,
them. Or,
yeah, yeah. No, I just nothing you.
yeah, nothing you.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm
Nothing.
like, you're nothing. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I just,
Hmm.
I unknow you. You're a stranger. Who are you?
Yeah. Yes,
Yep.
I
No, that I
agree.
100% agree with you.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree with that. I understand that now. So you're saying basically when somebody is intentionally bringing the conversation up, not when a situation happens and it comes up in that manner.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. So like if,
gotcha.
for example, say we were all in here, say if I was still like, say, hung up on a relationship or something, right?
Uh-huh.
And we were sitting in here and we were all in here talking about, because that happens all the time on here, right? We could all be in here talking about puppies.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I like this puppy. I like that puppy. Da 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 da. And then somebody always comes up and they're like, well, my ex liked puppies and they were a terrible person and they did this, that, and the third. And now all of a sudden the conversation is turned about relationships.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, that's a lot. That's a
That
lot
is
of
a
that going
person
on.
who is not one forgiven either that situation or that person or possibly both,
Right. Right.
because ain't nobody was
Hmm.
talking about that. Now,
That's
if
it.
I was in here and the conversation was like, okay, we're talking about, grudges, forgiveness, things like that, right? Relationships. had come up at one point. Okay, cool. Well, I had an ex that did this.
Time and place.
This is what I've learned from it. You see what I'm saying? I'm not
Yeah.
bringing up that person like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, well, my ex was a narcissist and this, that, and the third, and they were a weirdo, and this was the situation. Like, I didn't go in that much. I was just like, this was the situation.
Right.
Here's a rough rundown. This is what I learned from
Do
it.
you?
All right, cool.
So do you think? So do you think a lot? Some of those things are triggers for most people.
Yes, but the thing is like
That's a
when you
good
have a
question.
trigger to something, right? It's because you're still processing a situation,
Right.
right? It's still hurting you,
Hmm.
right? Whatever that situation is. Now, I'm not talking about, PTSD, CPTSD type
Right. 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 Right.
situations.
Right.
Those are very different.
Yeah.
I'm
Totally
talking
different.
about like, you had a fallout with a friend and now, the word puppies is brought up and now you're triggered by the word puppy.
Right. Right.
That's a different situation. But I'm also a firm believer that I understand everybody has triggers to some degree, but it is not everybody else's jobs to dance around your trigger.
Right.
That is your personal responsibility to handle how you handle that situation. And if
Yeah.
you need help, get the help that you need, and so on and so forth. But I am not going to dance around anybody's triggers.
No, I
It's
don't.
never going to happen. I can't censor everything that I say, right? I'm
Well,
not that person.
and that's what people. I feel like before people start to come into these lives or to these um, conversations about things like into that nature, they should check themselves before they come into these because so many people are triggered by so many words. You know what I mean? Like I
Hmm.
hear,
It's so super sensitive.
yes, man, who are you
Well, a
telling?
lot of the time, I mean, I have a theory on that, but go ahead, Kev.
So give
Big Kev.
me an example of a person that's triggered. Then
What do you mean?
what's an example of a triggered person?
An
Um,
example of a triggered person. So that's somebody who's going to come up and out for no reason, has way more emotions, right? Because there's a difference between being emotional, right, when you're speaking and being passionate.
yeah,
Right? But when you're sitting there and you have to call everybody out their name, tell everybody else what they're doing, and so on and so forth, and it's poor me, this is what's going on, you should have known this, that's a person that's triggered. A person that's triggered is going to come in, they're going to start screaming about a situation, or they're going to start talking about something that's completely off topic.
hmm,
They're going to veer the conversation to fixing whatever it is,
that they got going.
or validating whatever it is that they need to feel in that moment.
But the example that AJ gave was a good example of a trigger, Kev. Like
Mm,
we talking about puppies, and puppies trigger somebody to just bring in a conversation about their ex who was
yeah,
a narcissist and had puppies and couldn't. That puppies triggered that person and opened up the
hmm,
gateway for them to bring in their own topic of conversation that they really want to talk about behind what's going on. Yeah.
Right.
Hmm.
just like
And that's the thing.
you can hear it in a lot of conversations. And I know, Kev, you've been in a conversation where the word submission is a trigger for most women and
Right.
men too. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So those are some things that I feel like if people actually do diligent of their home, research those words and
Yeah,
Mm.
see what makes it your trigger. You know what I'm
that
saying?
part.
And there's more than one definition, and there's more than one way to
Yeah, I
look.
looked that
What,
up. That's funny too. And
and
that
I looked it
actually
up.
mean
I wrote it down. I told this one girl, I said, but you have to look at the whole word submission. You can be submitted, submission. You know what I mean? There's definitions galore. Then you have to,
Hmm.
if you're in the word or you believe in the Bible, whatever, look up the word submission in the Bible. It's gonna
some
tell
Exactly.
or say submissive. Submissive means ready to
Now,
conform to authority or will of others, meekly obedient or passive. A submissive,
you.
almost sheep-like people. Compliant, yielding, malleable,
Hmm.
passive,
Hmm.
obedient, dutiful,
Hmm.
docile, meek, humble.
Yes,
hmm,
that's the key word, humble.
humble,
That's not the key
Nah,
word. There's a lot of other words up in there.
There's
We
a
but
lot
gonna
of
that's
other
a
pull
good
words,
humble
word.
up out of
but humble
there.
is a good word to start. You know what I mean? It's
Right, but
being
they're
humble.
also
right. A lot of
meek,
humble,
meek,
yeah, for sure. And
It's a lot
that's
of
malleable.
different.
one thing I've been learning to be humble.
But I
Yeah,
think that's
That's
absolutely.
why
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think that's the other thing too. You know what I mean? We talk about triggers and people, oh, you shouldn't have trigger. You know, you need to do this and so on and so forth. We got to do. At the end of the day, you have to be able to emotionally regulate yourself, and that thing is called emotional intelligence,
Mm-hmm.
right? There are times where I have gone into a live was not meaning to get triggered and ended up getting triggered in the live. Now, granted, with the difference between me getting triggered and probably a lot of people on this app that get triggered in a live like that is they probably would have started going off about something else,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because they're triggered. So now they're hurt. Now that's brought up a whole situation that they were upset about,
Mm.
Right.
right? For me, it's very much as I will just get very neutral. And if I have to dismiss myself from the live and take my minute, I'll take my minute. I'll come back in and we can have a genuine conversation again,
Right.
right? I'm not going to take somebody's live and steer the conversation in a direction that it doesn't need to be in.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And the reason why I've learned to do that is because I do have CPTSD and PTSD. I have severe cases. So there's things that trigger me in lives all the time, but I still have to stay. I practice staying as neutral as possible. In a way, it's almost like a switch I can hit. Like I could care, hit a switch, nothing.
Yeah.
I ain't got one. You know what I mean? And I do. It's just I've shelved the feelings for a minute just so I can get through the conversation and then I'll go deal with the feelings whatever it is afterwards,
Right.
right? I'm not saying that's the healthiest way of handling it. It's just something I've done,
Right.
right, in order to get through it, and I haven't had a bad result from it, right? As long as I deal with the emotions. Now, if you don't deal with the emotions, you just keep shutting everything off. Is when all that shit piles up, and then you don't know what goes to what. Don't
Right.
do that if you're gonna take that method.
That's true.
That's my only advice to it. You're gonna do that type of method, you got to handle the emotions at some
Yeah.
point to whatever it is that triggered you. But it happens, you know what I mean? But like I said, I don't expect people to dance around my triggers.
No.
Not at all.
That's why I try to be neutral as well. I try not to
Yeah.
allow my emotions to get into it because you got to know how to control those emotions.
Hmm.
Even when you're coming to people out, because everybody is not going to say everything that you like. You're not going to agree on everything. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you get mad at somebody have their own opinion, a different opinion. Because I mean, honestly, I had to learn this. Somebody tried to tell
Well,
me, give me their opinion, man. I fuss them to try to get it to see my way. But then I'm
yeah.
like, you know what? Everybody is not going to see it my way. Everybody is not going to get and understand what I'm
Oh, I've been learning that for the
saying.
past month.
You know what I'm saying?
But I've always said it's very important, you know what I mean? Because you got to assess the situation, right? Situational awareness is very important when even if you're just talking one on one with somebody, right?
Right.
When I'm sitting there and I'm talking to somebody and say I'm saying one thing and they're disagreeing with me.
Hmm.
As we're having that conversation, I want to say within maybe 30 seconds into that conversation, I can tell whether or not that person can perceive something from a different point of view
Hmm.
or if they can't.
Right.
If they can't, I don't waste my time.
Right.
Okay, sure. 2 plus 2 is 18. That's fine. You right,
Hmm.
right?
Right.
Because
Right.
I don't have to be right, right? Like I don't have to argue, right? But if it's somebody who I could share, who can do that, then yeah, let's. Okay, tell me how 2 plus 2 equals fish. Go ahead.
Right.
Let me hear your perspective. Okay, awesome.
Right. Right. I had to learn
Okay,
that
now you
off.
can hear mine.
I had to learn that. Before I got on TikTok, I had to learn that control part. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, have listening to people lives helped me kind of uh, really look at it.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I learned how to control my emotions beforehand because
Yeah.
I know my anger. I can say stuff, but when I say it, I want someone to be like, "Oh, okay." It might not be all
Yeah.
correct, but I understand him 50%. 50%
Yeah.
better than nothing.
And for me, you know what I mean? For me, it's very simple. You know, I'll be the first person to admit it. I'm not the most religious person. Like, I cannot quote Bible scriptures. Like, don't even ask me. I don't know. None of that. Right. But I do have the serenity prayer
Hmm.
by my door before I leave the house.
Right.
Because to me, that makes so much sense. I can only control me.
Right.
So before I walk into a situation, as long as I'm in control of me, then we cool, because nobody else can. If it gets to a point where when I notice that somebody else is able to control me, I've fallen out of discipline. That's my first sign right there.
Right.
I need to rediscipline myself. Once I'm redisciplined, okay, cool. And that also goes in anything. Right? Any type of relationship I'm in. If it gets to a point where you can control my emotions to the point where I am acting out of character, that's what
Mm-hmm.
I've most recently learned. I'm not in discipline. I need to refocus.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Um, and that's the thing. I can only control me. I can't control another person. So that's where, I have to assess the situation. Can you take what I'm saying at this current moment? That doesn't mean that that person's stupid or less intelligent. No, that doesn't mean that. It
Right.
just means that maybe at that time, they're not willing to listen to what you have to say.
Yeah, that's true.
They're not in a position where they can fully see what you're talking about.
Right.
That's
Right.
all it is.
That's it.
Because it happens to all of us. I'm pretty sure there's times where I'm like, I can't see what somebody's trying to get me to see from their point of view. I'm like, I can't do it. Nope. That what? You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that I'm less intelligent.
Mm.
For the most part, I could do that. I can definitely see things from different points of view.
Right.
That's why I say the things that I say. I don't believe in, the whole men versus women conversation. At the end of the day, let's start from basics. Let's bring this back to kindergarten. Let's talk about being a decent human being first. Let's
Right.
establish what that is and then move that on. Because if those two things are different between men and women, this is the reason why y'all straight people have problems at the end of the day. This is why y'all have the problems that you do, because you are separating it. You know what I mean? If you're putting only just responsibility on men and nothing on women, then yes, that's why things are out of whack.
Yeah.
Because both sides has to have responsibilities. Both
Yeah.
sides have to have the same
And
things.
that's where the war come from
We
because
are different, but we gotta find a way to come together first. Nobody wants to have that conversation. Everybody want to talk about men versus women. That don't make no sense, or vice versa.
One side don't
I
want.
don't even think it's man versus women. It's just all of us
To me, that's what it sounds
basically
like,
that we
though.
just
But to somebody like me, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like the Pain
oh,
Olympics. I'm not even gonna lie.
oh okay. I was
That's
about
why I
to
say
say
men
just in
versus women.
general, it don't be most of the time it's just all it's like when you try to hold both sides accountable, sometimes some sides just can't take it. I'm gonna put it that way. So
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what
They
I'm
will have,
saying.
they will
You
have
know
a
what I
it
mean?
pushback.
But
ain't
for
be really a
somebody,
war because one side can actually admit it, one side can't.
Right.
kind of. So what I'm gonna say is, from what I've seen, and you know me, Kev, I'm gonna be as neutral on this subject as possible. To me, the reason why I say it's men versus women is because now it turns into the trauma Olympics.
Yeah.
You got either side being like, okay, yeah, I do that, but it's because this, that, and the third. And then the other side saying, okay, well, we do this, that, and the third because of X, Y, and Z. Because it's so much harder over here. No, well, it's so much harder over there. This is the reason why those conversations go nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
First, figure out
Yeah,
how to be a decent human being first to another human being, then separate from there.
they can't even be decent to
But we can't.
themselves to even
That's
be
my
decent to a
point.
human being.
That's my point.
You
Because
got to
people
hold.
don't know what that is.
They don't want to hold
I
themselves.
think the thing is, like, once you learn it, then you'll be able to teach it. But it's just not for everybody. That's why I always say you pour over in what you already have and something like that.
Right.
Um, because like I said, all of us is trying to help one another and stuff. So I don't think a lot of people don't be speaking off for just hurt, or a lot of people just don't be speaking just to say it sometimes too. But it's like you got to situation. You gotta, like I said, listen to some people. Some people you don't listen to, but you pick and choose though. But a lot of people just don't want to listen because they know it's something that mean it's I gotta change something about myself or something like that. So a lot of people will stand firm on what they believe in and will tell you that you are wrong. You know what I'm saying? Even though You could be still stressing about a certain situation or something like that or whatever, but they rather not give in, so they rather just say that you don't know what you're talking about or something like that. That's just how it be
It's
though
just a lot of
sometimes.
fronting to me. Like, I guess to me, it just looks like a lot of fronting, and then the conversation ends at the same way every single time. Yes, we're now establishing that men and women are different.
Oh no, I ain't talking about that.
You know what I mean? It always ends that way. You know what I'm
Oh, no, I
saying? But
wasn't
like,
talking
if
about
we're
that. I was
gonna
just talking
talk
about in
about
general.
it, I know, but I'm just saying, if we're gonna talk about it in general, let's talk about being a decent human being. So my question to y'all is, what's a decent human being?
That's subjective.
What's it?
Everybody got their own definition of a decent human being. I
Okay,
feel like a
what are
decent human being will stick on
genuinely,
stuff with progression.
genuinely? I'm talking about genuinely. If we are talking about a genuine, decent human being, what is that? What traits do they have?
A person that's trying to progress.
Okay,
Mm, okay.
then
That's the only way I can see it.
somebody who's trying to progress. All right. I mean,
That's in
definitely.
everything, attitude, mental, physical, spiritual. You know what I'm saying? I think we here
Okay.
to
So,
grow, you know
so,
what I'm
so
saying?
you want somebody who's kind. You want somebody who's honest. You want somebody who's humble. Somebody who's balanced.
Yeah.
Right? We would all say that those are traits of a good human being,
Yeah.
right?
But guess
Somebody
what?
who's
Who am I to
compassionate.
say that, right?
No, no, no. Hold on. I'm going somewhere. Right? Somebody who's compassionate. What else do I hear on here? Somebody who knows
Empathy.
how to be aggressive and submissive when they need to be. Again, going
Hmm.
back to balance.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Right?
can we tell
Somebody
an
who's
undecent
emotionally
human being?
intelligent.
We can say a decent one, but we can't say an undecent.
No, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go there. Hold on. Wait for it. Did you know me? This is gonna
Hmm.
be balanced, okay? Very balanced.
Hmm.
The way
Yeah.
I see things, you notice, right?
Hmm.
Like I said, that's the reason why I can
Gotta get
argue
that
on
big
both
head, little
sides of
head
the
energy going on.
exactly. Right? So we would say that that would be a decent human being.
Hmm.
That's all I'm saying. Right? So if we're gonna we can all recognize that, then what would be what would be a not decent human being? Sorry, that
That's when
took
you
me
know
like
it's
I
it.
couldn't even say that. It was weird.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So you said a not decent, negative mentality, aggressive, uh,
Somebody who's imbalanced, things of those
um,
natures. Okay.
yeah, angry, always angry,
Hurtful. Hurtful,
um,
right?
Grumpy.
mhm,
Grumpy.
Grumpy, right?
prideful.
See how the list can go on? See how
Very
the list
proud.
can go on there, right?
But
Hmm.
Now let's separate that. Now, should those not be characteristics in both men and women?
yeah, both. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay, now can we
I know
have an
you still
actual
talking about that.
conversation?
I thought you
Now
were just
can
talking
we
about
all
human
have a
beings. I
conversation
get
about it?
why you saying that though. Okay, that makes
You
sense.
see
I
what I'm
just thought
saying?
about that. You was saying that, but then you say, okay, I get you now. I get what you're saying.
That's
I s
why those conversations don't make sense to me because I'm like, either side should be doing that.
Well,
Right? So when I sit there
but I
and I
can.
hear men say, hold on. When I sit there and I hear men say, oh, well, she needs to cook, she needs to clean, do all this other shit, and then I hear women go, well, you don't know how to do that, and men being like, no, because that's your job. That don't make sense to me because
Okay.
you're both
That's
adults.
yeah, but
You
it's
both need
different
to
though.
eat. No.
Uh,
Hold on. I'm going somewhere with that. You both need to eat,
ooh, I'm
right?
so ready.
You don't need to eat. You're gonna need to know what good food is, right? You're gonna have to be at some point. You're gonna
I'm
have
about
to
to
cook
eat all
yourself.
right. Say no.
You know what I'm saying?
but see,
Let's
and
separate it
and
further.
if they see, some men want the modern women, gender
Mm-hmm.
roles. You know what I mean? Some
Some don't.
women and
Yeah.
some men are traditional. So the
Yes.
reason why they're doing that, because most men want the traditional type women,
Mm-hmm.
and most women, not all, wants modern men.
Y'all
They
cute
don't.
with that. Not all shit, because I
You
don't
know what I'm
believe in
saying?
No,
that.
no,
See, I
modern.
gotta be.
No.
You have to be
They
specific.
want traditional man, but
Yeah,
they want to be modern. That's the
yeah.
difference.
That's what. Yeah, that's what I was
We
getting at.
can't get them
So so
unless we traditional.
Right. That's
so
what
so
that was. I was getting around to. Yeah, some want that. You know what I'm saying? And some men want modern women. You know what I'm
But do
saying?
you
Oh, they want
see?
to
But
F
do
them.
you see
So,
right there,
mhm,
that right there? Y'all just explained to me what those conversations were. Do you
that's
see
what they're
how
about.
simple it was when we go on that? Because when I've gone in there and I'm like, what is the point of these conversations? And people have tried to
Yeah.
explain it to me, it's so convoluted because it's all the other sound bites.
Yeah.
When you change the
Mm-hmm.
conversation and then you lead it that way, it's so much okay, cool. So you want more modern, you want more traditional. Okay, the problem over here is you guys may want traditional, but you want to be modern. Okay, cool. Where's the middle ground between those?
Mm.
You know, the argument is basically like the same situation, right? Uh, Basically, it's like some people don't want to hear. So it's like sometimes, okay, like most of the people that's giving the pushback be most of the time they be single, right? But
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
then when you try to give them the key to make it work, they don't want to hear that because they feel like that's nothing that they got to face within themselves. Or they
Right.
feel like, you know what I'm saying, they feel like that you checking them or something like that,
Hmm.
right? But
Hmm.
it's just like it's just if it didn't work your way before, why not give it another way? But some people don't want to give in, so that's why sometimes that's why they be cussing people out in the comments and all type of stuff go on though. But that's why it seemed like a war because they don't want to pick a different way or a way that was working, you know what I'm
Right.
saying, or whatever, or pick the right way, or something that's gonna make the family work.
Right.
Because even
Yeah,
with that,
just
it
like
ain't really man versus women. It's just a relationship. They got to stuff with the relationship, the
I
best
know, but
bet
that's
for a
the reason
relationship
why.
or something like
But
that.
that's why I'm saying for
Mm.
somebody who can see both sides, right?
Oh, I
And
see.
can
Oh,
understand that people can, okay, this is what's going on. For me, that's just how I see it because I don't engage in those conversations majority of the time anyway.
Mhm.
Like I've tried to sit in there and I've tried to try to sit in there to understand and can't get through the bullshit because it's all noise. It's just everybody talking over each other and everybody just saying the same sound bites but fucking them up and making new sound bites.
hmm.
So it's the same stupid
I
shit
will
that's just getting spewed out. That's why I didn't understand those
I
conversations.
I will probably make a mess out of this conversation, but I mean I have narrowed it down to basically we just want a crazy girl. We no, I'm gonna say me. I just want a crazy girl that once she meets me, she settles with me and she becomes a good girl.
Okay.
Mm.
But like I guess my thing, I mean if you're talking about like the relationship thing, like okay, well it's this or that, just pick the one that you want. Like if you want to be in a modern relationship, okay, cool. Find the person who wants the same thing you want. Like I don't know why it is
Mhm.
so like why why is it so convoluted?
Yeah,
Because
I
I'm
think
they,
some
genuinely
of them,
asking y'all because like I
it's
don't
like
understand.
finding that middle ground, which I've been learning lately. That's what all I've been focused on. That's why I said I've been working on this on all this money stuff, right? Is I'm working on this. My target audience is people that's trying to
I'm trying
either
to find a middle
because
ground
like I
between those
said,
two.
some people are stubborn, right? So you
hmm.
got stubborn people. That's why I said I'm gonna stop trying to even argue with that situation. If I once I figured out there was a stubborn person or ego driven, I'm done with that. Or a victim mentality person, right? I'll be done with that situation. So it's like some people that just want to know a different point of view that might work, right?
Hmm.
So you got them that might do that, and then you got the people that's just shot that's already on the same board. So it's the one you really want to help, the ones that's in the middle of like, all
Right.
right, because if
Okay.
they either go far, they gonna either go far left or right. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is, or whatever. Or they
Hmm.
gonna try to make it a little adjustment of or make it work in their life or something like that.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
it's like really, I think that's for the audience is for people that's like coming up, that's trying to learn a better way. Because you like if you go in some of the rooms, it'd be like some people that's like fresh out of high school, sometime 18 or something like that, that's trying to learn how to be this certain way that might work. Because like if a lot of times if you hear them, they bring up statistics, even though they be like them statistic bias and stuff, but whatever. It's just like if stuff been going modern all this time, right? And that's how I look at it though. If it been working, even though it ain't gonna be fully traditional anyway, just because we in a modern society and stuff. But it's all about teaching the traditional traits, which made it work. It was a reason why it was a traditional trait because it used to work back then. You know what I'm saying? Because if it was best for the child or some situation like that. So it's just all of them trying to teach it a different way because it's obvious. many failed relationships and marriages been just happening all this time, and it's not working. But some people just still want to have fun mode and do what they want to do mode. So that's why it be hard and it sound like a war because everybody don't want to hear what they need to do. They rather hear what they want to do.
Right. That's
Well, and
it.
I feel like those conversations are subjective, right? And the reason why I say that is because what may work for me may not work for the next person.
Then why they in there though? That's why I never
You see what
got
I'm
that. Like,
saying?
why a person if your
Because
stuff work, why are
sometimes,
you in there?
because sometimes, here's the thing. I'm not saying that that's terrible advice, right? Like, oh, we shouldn't do any of that, right? I may, if the conversations weren't so warring and like taxing on my mental on a constant basis, I would have no problem sitting in there because I'm willing to try newer, you know what I mean? Obviously, what's
Mhm.
working for me hasn't been working, right? And as I'm trying to learn how to take my time and really get to know somebody, because I ain't getting any younger, these are times in my
Mhm.
life I probably should be sitting in on those conversations,
Mhm.
right? If I'm
I was
being
when
honest.
I said that I was
Somebody
talking
around
about
my
like the
age,
people.
or
Uh,
I know, but somebody around my age or somebody with my type of background would be sitting in those types of lives just trying to be like, okay, well, let me hear about this. All right,
yeah,
cool. We just try, you know what I mean? I'm
Okay,
just trying to
okay,
make
okay.
sense of it,
yeah,
right?
Let me put
But
let me put
for
my
right,
five
somebody to
cents.
tell me that I have to, right? Oh, well, this is the right way to do it. Okay,
right.
but if that doesn't work, then I may feel like shit for no damn reason because that may not have worked for me. I just maybe needed to take an aspect of that,
I be
Yeah.
feeling like
you
they
know,
know
the
it's gonna
5%.
work though. That's why they sit in there because it's like if it
Okay,
ain't gonna work, why you? And that's
Well,
why
I
I was
mean,
mean,
I
like
think
I
a lot of
said,
people sit in there because
huh?
they addicted to the drama.
That okay? Yeah, I
okay.
was
I'm
about to
gonna
get to that too. I
Yeah.
think it's something dealing with that too though. Because I'm like, no, if you saying your way work, why are you still in here talking about that ain't gonna work? That ain't gonna work. Like, is you happy in your relationship? Why are you in here? That don't make no sense. Trying to do it my way, then make your life and do it and say do it your way. You know what I'm saying? Why come in there when it's helping hundreds of people and stuff? Because it ain't like it just helping one person or something like that. It's helping hundreds of people. And nobody never give better, don't never give no better advice. They just go in there just to rebut and get mad and get in their feelings and why you saying this and all this stuff. It's like, bro,
Mm-hmm.
most of the time this is
okay.
for the new generation that's coming up, man.
I think I am among adults here, but I think the problem is that when we are young, our eyes are not that diluted, you know, like we sort of
Hmm.
match with whoever we want to match, and we have kids and this and that. But
Hmm.
once we mature, then we enter into a whole different dilemma that we're trying to size what we can get, you know, like how much money can I get, or economical status, how much physique can I get, and then like both men and women are in the same game.
Hmm.
So basically, like we fail to see how ugly we are, how poor we are, and then like we're trying to get like this so much high standard, and therefore we never get to settle. And I think that is the problem. The problem is that we just fail to see how ugly we are, like, and we always like looking up for this like high standard, so we are never happy with what we got, and that is the problem, you know, like we're just not willing to settle for
I guess. Yeah.
we're not willing to settle for something that is like compatible with us because we fail to see how ugly we are or how poor we are or whatever the standard is, you know, and I think that's the problem.
Hmm. And I think that's the other, I mean, I agree 100%, but that's the reason why I say, like, sometimes we gotta,
Ziana.
what's up, Tiziana? I think that's why sometimes I try to step away, right? And the reason
Hmm.
why I say that it's important to disconnect and really start to get to know you
Of
is
course.
Yes.
because let's take it away from relationships. Like a lot of my life, especially my 20s, I spent doing things that I thought were supposed to make me happy, working
Mhm.
towards things that I thought were going to make me happy. And then I acquired those things and I wasn't happy. You see what I'm saying? I am happier now that I have stepped away and had figured out what happiness is to me
Mhm.
on my own. And I think it's the same way with relationships, right? I'm willing to listen and maybe take some pointers, but I have to siphon through all of the information that's being spat at me,
Right.
right? Which means I need to step away and kind of figure out what that is. And that's where getting to know yourself is important. So for me, when it comes to relationships, whether it's traditional or modern, right? I can go either way. I don't care, to be 100% honest. Um,
He says you can go either way.
I'm one of those
That's funny.
people. Well, you get what I'm saying. I'm one of those people where um
Do you mind if I translate what you're saying when you're saying traditional or this, that, or the other? What I am listening is who is in charge, and then it comes it becomes a game like, oh no, you're in charge, I am in charge, and then
50-50.
and then there is a bunch of like little like microaggressions. Like now you have to do this, you have to do that,
mhm.
and therefore another reason that I do believe that is so hard to match is because like everybody's trying like to outmatch the other one in dominance and this and that and the other, and
Well,
that is
yeah.
just
Well, but at the end of the day, like for me personally, right? Like the way I've always looked at, relationships in general, right? Like when I wanted better friendships, I had to work on me, right? I had to learn how to be a friend to me first
Hmm.
before I can have the expectations or really understand what the expectations that I need in, right? I first had to me, right? And I feel like it's the same thing with relationships. So if I need somebody to do X, Y, and Z for me, right? This is something that I require. I have to be able to make sure that I can do that to myself for myself first, right? If I could do it for myself first, cool, right? But then now I understand how taxing that can be, adding that to another person because I've now had to do it for myself, right? And so now my mindset has changed to I don't necessarily anymore expect things from people that I can't give to myself, if that
Hmm.
makes sense. So
I'm a
in other
oh
words, like let's take, okay, I'm gonna use love languages because that's the easiest way to fucking break that shit down, right? If I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh well, I need somebody who can spend time with me, so on and so forth, blah 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 blah, right? I have to be able to spend time with myself, right?
Right.
I have to understand how taxing my ass is before I expect somebody else to come sit with me, right? I feel like that's only fair, right? Especially if I need you to be there, I don't know, 13 hours out of the day, right? I need your constant attention. I have to understand what that's like first, right? That would be unrealistic for me to put on somebody else because I can't even give myself that. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
mm,
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying that's the way
so
I am.
oh you good? I
okay.
make sure I don't want to cut
Uh,
you off,
I would like to
but
say a little something else. I am an adult, so therefore, like most of the persons that I match with are like they have kids and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, respectfully, I am assuming like their time is for their kids, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, which there is no problem there.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say, so since I know like their priority is their what is my role within there? Like if her priority is their kids and her priority is herself, so I am only trying to I mean like why do I have to offer? Okay, now like if I try to fit myself within that scenario of where what do I have to offer, in reality there is no much that I can offer other than my company, and it's very limited, because like she has to take care of herself and her kids and stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
basically it's very hard for me to fit within someone's life, and I'm talking from an objective perspective, and
Mm-hmm.
not from a like uh, a main perspective. It's just like objectively speaking there is no much that I can offer, like it's very little.
Well, exactly. But also at that same time, I feel like as single people who have, because I've dated people with kids before, right? You also have to decide whether or not you're willing to take that on
mm,
in whatever aspect that is, because that may also be lifelong. It may not work out, right? And I'm one of those people where I try to move as ethically or what I see as ethically as possible. So if I'm dating somebody with kids, I'm not trying to meet your kid on the first date. Why? Because I don't want to either get attached to your kid or have your kid get attached to me and now we're no longer together and now they've been ripped apart, right? Now it's causing more issues. I don't believe in that,
So
right?
when
So
it's
I don't
there's
get
a good time period.
involved unless I know that that's something that I am willing to take on. if that makes sense to that degree. But I have time to figure that out. First, let me figure out who you are as a person, right? And then we can move from there.
Mm.
Hey, you ain't got no right to figure somebody else out. What you doing?
Now, I'm gonna figure somebody else out
Say no.
because I need to make
But
sure that I gotta figure some stuff out first. I can't be just jumping in willy nilly.
Yeah,
Figuring jumping in, asking questions later, like that shit ain't worked for me thus far, and we ain't doing it.
I guess it
Mhm.
is the individual. I guess you know what I'm saying. Because I mean,
Yeah.
if I meet your kids, you know what I mean, don't necessarily mean your you must, you know what I'm saying? It may be, it's good to meet a child in the beginning, and then it's good to
Hmm.
meet a child later on. But I look at
Yep.
it on both sides because when I used to, when I dated my ex-wife, she had a son or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And I didn't know if he gonna like me or not. I don't
Hmm.
care if at the beginning or when it's time to meet. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I feel like you should meet him in the beginning just to see. And then, hey, okay, your son
Hmm.
like me. Okay, now if I'm gonna pursue you or not, because
Well, yeah.
the more important one is
you
the
don't want to
child.
make no judgments on other people. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I think that's the thing. I mean, I definitely agree with you. I think there should be a time in the beginning,
Yeah,
right? But I think that there should be a timeline, right?
of course.
If it's a first date, okay, you're not even necessarily guaranteed a second date,
Right, right, right.
right? I don't need to be meeting your kid on that first date,
No, no, no.
right?
For
Absolutely
me,
not. But if we have been on like a couple of dates, it's been a couple, maybe a couple months or something,
right. Then yes.
then yes. If it's like we went on one date, why am I meeting your children? Like that's weird
Exactly.
to me.
Yeah, it should be it should be a month. I say within a month. So by
Hmm.
that time, we pretty much established. Okay, we don't went on X amount of date, talked on the phone. We done got to know each other a little bit.
Hmm.
Okay, now let's add in. You got a child. Okay, I got to see if your child likes me or not because that's going to determine the whole basis of the relationship.
Hmm.
Well, I think
For me,
when it,
you know what I mean. I can only speak for me.
I would say I think when
You
it
know what I mean.
comes to that, that's like I think there's other aspects in there too, right? Like
Yeah,
one also meeting them, but I also need to know how you talk about that person, that child's mom or dad or whatever, right?
Right,
Because
right,
if your baby, like if you're talking about, like if and I'm not saying that like that other person is always the best,
right, right, right,
right?
right.
But if everything out of your mouth is something negative about that person,
hmm
I don't want to get involved.
There,
Like
there you go.
absolutely not. And
That's why.
and men and women both need to do that,
That's it.
right? So if you're trying to get
okay.
with a woman and her baby daddy is all three bags of assholes and this, that, and the third, I wouldn't get involved.
Well,
I'm just gonna be 100% honest.
let me, let
Okay,
me,
Know more about that
this,
situation.
let me,
this is a very personal perspective, and I do
It's
not
just
expect
me.
anybody to share this ideal with me. But I do believe that the relationship between sons and mothers or sons and father is like too profound, too deep to be able to be replaced. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and I do believe like they are like a total independent relationship, and I think they just shouldn't be mixed. I mean personally, and I'm telling you personally, like maybe half of the world is gonna hate me for this, but personally, I do believe that to try to put another man or another woman as to replace the mother or the father figure, it's something traumatic for a child. But that
no,
is just my personal belief.
no,
No, not
we're not,
necessarily.
we're not trying to replace anybody. You know what I
No.
mean? When you're dating someone, it's the mother or father. But
Yeah.
that's right. When you come in, you're trying to bring something else
Mm-hmm.
to to the child. If the one of the parents is not there, so you're taking on that role as that parent, as that main person.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Even though you know in your mind, I'm just a stepdaddy or I'm just a stepmom, but you have
Mm-hmm.
to bring some type of substance to that child's life.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You see the
Um,
importance, man,
Right.
of
I don't
parenting
agree.
for real.
I
I've
That's
don't
why
been
you
in
agree.
got.
so many situations. I done dated 3, 4 women. Well, since I was 20. I mean, I was a step parent at 21.
Hmm.
So I love kids. You know what I'm saying? And thank God that the kids love me. You know what I'm saying? But I
Yeah.
have been in a situation where the child didn't like me at all. But here go me and her mom is trying to make things work. But like I told her, we can't make it work if your child don't like you. If your child don't respect
Mm,
me, how can I go forward with this relationship if this child
it's
don't?
hard. See?
You know
Yeah,
what I'm
okay, okay,
saying?
okay.
Well,
I'm,
I'm
I'm, I'm
like,
gonna say
so
like this. I think like if that situation, if I were to be facing the situation, I would be an adult. I will be an adult figure, an adult person, trying to be a role person, not a role father or a role mother, but just as a person, because I do believe that the father figure is just irreplaceable, or the mother figure for that sense.
oh, 1,000%, yeah.
But
But like
you
for
can't
somebody
say
who was raised by a single mom, my mom always had a rule. We didn't meet anybody that she was with unless they were serious,
right,
right? Number one, and we met maybe the first time, and then we wouldn't see them for a while.
right,
Then again, it was like, okay, cool. So like when I got my stepdad, well, technically he's my stepfather. He's my dad. We want to get technical. He's my dad.
Yeah,
Um,
very tough.
he's very much, he's a really good guy. You know what I mean? And even though him and my mom divorced, like I think like 6 years ago, he's still very active in mine and my brother's lives. Like I can call him right now and be like, "Hey, um, I need help." Like if I needed help with my car or something. Like, "Hey, I need help with my car. Do you think you can come help me?" Yeah, he'd be here in like 2 seconds. You know what I mean? Every place I move, he literally has to come in and do his little dad thing, where he comes in and he has to inspect my place. Got to make sure my air filters are good. He's got to go check the house for OT. Like he's just that guy. You know what I mean?
Can I be
It's
a
not that
hater?
Hey,
he's
I wanted to say
necessarily
this an hour
Okay,
replaced my
ago.
okay.
biological father.
I'm
He
gonna
doesn't
go. I'm
have to
gonna
be
go.
replaced.
Sorry. Laughter of lyric. I'm gonna go. Okay.
Oh my gosh, no, I'm
I'm
about to
just
go
sound
gonna.
like I'm
ahead.
only off topic because I've been.
Hey, I'm not
All
gonna.
right, go
I'm
ahead.
about to ruin. I'm about to ruin this thing and go. Okay.
Oh,
Uh, maybe a real father would have tell you like, "What are you talking about? Go work." Because maybe that's how a father should have done, and maybe he's overcompensating because like he's trying to be a father. So
Mothers and fathers are important.
I didn't want to be mean, okay? But yeah, I'm gonna
you're not
close up.
mean. You're good. I mean, that's your opinion, but I disagree.
Yeah,
Uh, for me, it was definitely not that. My biological father didn't want to be a part of my life, so there was no overcompensation.
Wait, which one you disagree with?
Huh?
What you disagree
No,
with?
not Big Cave.
Huh?
The guy that was just up here.
Oh,
yeah.
oh. I had to think. Well, hold up. What did you just say? I thought you were talking about what I had. I had said real fast. I'm like, what the heck? What? It
Yeah, which is bad.
I see
ain't.
what he just said.
So,
You know,
Yeah, what
he
he
was
just
he
said.
overcompensating. No, he wasn't overcompensating. He just stepped into a role as a father
Okay.
oh, I got you. I
to
got you.
a child.
My boy just gonna drop like that. You gonna say his piece and really drop like that, man. You better listen to me, son. Listen to us, like that.
Yeah, I
But
just
I was about to say, I'm about to seem like I'm all the way off topic because I wanted to say this a long time ago. Now I seem like I'm because you was talking about working on self or stuff like that. Hey, I was just gonna bring up
Dang,
this
Big Cat,
one
you
thing I
better go get
said.
some coffee, bruh.
What?
You
you
better
gonna
go get
step
some
all right
coffee.
Why you say that?
Bro, you done spaced out like 6 times in this conversation.
with that
No,
part.
I couldn't. That's because no, y'all. Everybody took turns. If I was trying to break in a long time ago, but they just everybody was talking. It was a rap. I was
Your
like,
Oh,
line,
my
dang.
bad.
On my own stuff, right? I couldn't even do it, but I just because I be
yeah.
so respectable and stuff, I be just trying to let people talk.
So
But
you lost it for a minute.
Maybe.
but
Maybe fairy tale. I got no idea.
You lost it
but
for a
yeah,
minute.
when they was all the way back, I was meant to say. I just wanted to throw that in real quick, like because I don't know if y'all heard me when I said it earlier or something like that, because I don't know if it go. But I say that might not understand it now, but I was saying when you able to check yourself, right? That's
Mm,
what I think I mentioned earlier. When you able to check yourself when somebody else check you, um, you wouldn't have no problem with it because you actually, you know, I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if you're going to understand it right now, but because I did, I realized it and stuff. It's like once you to check yourself on so much stuff, it's like it's actually like a favor when somebody look out some or point something out in your life that you didn't never notice, right? It's
Right.
something like that, but I don't know how to explain it though because I'm like I said, a lot of ego and stuff. It'll keep you from like you gonna feel offended if somebody say something about it, but it's like it's a I don't know. Like I said, I can't explain it,
I
but it's
know
something
exactly what he's
that's
talking about, though.
uh
I know exactly what you're talking about. And I know exactly what part of the conversation, and I am laughing right now, Kev.
I know
yeah.
exactly what you're talking about. I seen
Bro,
the
that was
expression on his
delayed.
face.
Yeah, you always you went when you said about when you was mentioning
Bro,
about you gotta check or you gotta do something with self first. I meant to mention that all a long time ago. I was gonna throw that in there. Now it's a
I was
wrap.
like,
And I was
bro,
gonna
that was
re-bring
so
up what I
long
had
ago.
brung up all the way before. Because
Yeah.
that might have got overheard. I mean overlooked because
I
I
can,
said it earlier before.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I heard it. I heard it. You know what I
Okay, I
mean?
was trying to make sure. I didn't know if it was
Yeah, I heard
overlooked
it.
because I
Okay. I thought he was just adding. I was like,
Oh no.
wait, hold on, what?
The one thing about it, you know what I mean? I sit back and watch. You know, I might not be on camera, but I definitely pay attention to Ken. I can tell when everything shifts. When
Mm,
something is said, Kev get quiet.
yep,
He stay quiet for a minute,
I
and I was
know.
like,
You just see his
okay,
little hamster wheel moving.
yeah. And it was like he slid off past. He was not 100% in the screen like he is now. He kind of slid to the
Yep.
side and got in the out of the camera vision, and it was like
what's the
the
deal,
thing just shit.
Kev, man?
What up, Kev?
Oh, my
I'm
How
God,
you
there's
feeling,
three of
man?
y'all in here. Ah,
I got
shit.
blessed. I got a
yeah,
celebrity in the building.
just a
Like,
celebrity, straight celebrity.
right. I'm
But
trying
yeah,
to be on their level one day, man. I went in his room. That boy he had like 1,000. I'm like, dog, that's just normal to him.
Joker
I'm gonna
had,
get like that one day,
I
man.
think he had one live. He had 2 point something million people in there.
Dude,
Yeah,
dog.
I popped in there a couple times. He be having
You
some
know,
Mhm.
topics, man.
nah, I ain't gonna say it. Never mind.
Yeah, I messed with
Yeah,
him and what's his Ricardo? I don't think I said his name right, but I messed with them though.
yeah.
Yeah, they cool.
You know
Oh,
what? I
I
ain't gonna
follow
call you
him.
out like that,
I met
Kev.
him.
You good?
I said, who the funniest Kev? You know, he called it a comedian. I do laugh and learn Kev. Like we said, which one? So he said that joke was so funny.
Yeah, they talking about, man. Told me one day, talking about, man, you need to drop that baby King. You just
No,
need to
right.
drop
There's
that baby
another
King.
Kev. There's three Kevs in one room.
I'm
Hey,
like, yeah,
I know I'm confused, and I was about to
come
say,
on,
I was
AJ.
like, I
It's
ain't
I
talking
know,
another
no
Kev.
Kev
Kev,
I
man.
already
Allenstown,
did it.
but now y'all know who I'm talking about.
Hey, Kev, there's one
So
thing
I'm gonna
about
say
it.
what I'm gonna say. All I'm saying is I can always tell when the mood shift in here because Kev glasses be giving him away. I be seeing everything on your other little phone over there.
Yeah,
Uh,
I mean, it just,
They put me on
sometimes
spot like that. How did BK catch on that quick though? That's what's crazy. I just met him like
I
two
tell you,
weeks
I'm
ago.
very observant of people. Like,
Yeah, I know.
very
Yeah.
observant. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when people started acting a certain way, your facial expressions give you away a lot of times. I can go
Yep.
in people's
Yeah.
lives. I could tell, a lot of the hosts don't show their face. So all I can do is hear what they're saying. And I
Hmm.
can tell when they get frustrated because the whole room shifts. The whole live shifts. You know what I'm saying? Cause I can tell when Kev the comic get frustrated, his whole life
Hmm.
shifts. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And it's just like you can look at people and tell. I mean, it ain't no judgment. It's just you can tell. It's
You
right
could,
there. If you're listening,
right?
if you're paying attention, you can see it, and you can,
Yeah.
you know what I mean. Everybody say they empaths or they this and they did that. If you're an empath, you can feel it.
Observe it.
Bruh,
See
All
everybody
it
is
takes
an
is observation
everything,
most of
bro.
the time.
Like,
that part.
you can be out here and be like, there's this new kind of human called unicorn, and
Hmm.
next thing you know, everybody on TikTok's a goddamn unicorn. I am
Exactly.
so tired of hearing I'm an empath, I'm an introvert, I got this, I got. Shut up.
Yeah. I'm just observant. I'm very observant, and I
Me
got.
Shut the.
too. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm very observant. That's what I'm saying. That's the only reason why I call stuff out because
Go
I'm
ahead, y'all. I was
observant.
hashtag
I'm
triggered
observant of
for a
what
second.
happens in life in general.
If
Are
I,
you saying I can't be a unicorn, AJ?
Oh,
You
here
could
go
be a
fairy tale.
unicorn. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna say. I know I was just talking about triggers earlier. Maybe that's my fault. Maybe I need to work on that. But yeah, I'm hella triggered when
I
somebody
can't
be
deal
like,
with you right now.
I'm a this." Like, man, if you don't.
I mean, it's a true thing though. I mean, it is a true thing of an empath and a whatever call it. I mean, some people don't get the
Introvert or everything else.
introvert.
Yeah, like
Right,
and that's the thing. I can tell who actually is and who isn't.
right, right.
And
See,
that's
you
the
see what I'm
part that
saying?
be
You can
irritating me.
tell.
Cause
Yeah,
it
you
be
can
the
tell.
people who aren't that be saying it. And I'd be like,
Yeah,
shut up.
yeah. I mean, if you got to tell me to read a book about that, nah. I
That's
mean,
like, I'm gonna
you
be
can have
100% honest, okay? And this is more directed to my fellas, cause like, I love y'all, but Big Sis need to come talk to you for a minute. If
yes,
y'all
Kim.
keep wearing them damn alpha shirts, understand you not the alpha when you wear that shirt.
Thank you, Kim.
Absolutely not.
You're right. You're right.
If you
Kim,
gotta tell people you the alpha, you not the alpha.
Nah,
that's it.
no,
Stop doing
no. The free. That's like me calling myself a thug and stuff. If you a body, you a body. You ain't got to keep calling it.
So
Right, right.
what if I'm an introvert inside?
That's what she said.
No,
it.
Let that
That
slide.
don't make no sense. I mean, you could like okay, like a misnomer about people who are introverted. As an introverted person myself, because I am one of those, we do have extroverted moments. It doesn't mean that I can't be extroverted. I just can't do it for as long,
right,
right?
right.
So for like somebody who's extroverted, they can be on go all the time. They can go to the club every damn night and be perfectly fine. For
Mm-hmm.
me, that's something I could do maybe once every 3 months because people quickly. Right?
Right.
I have to go recharge, right?
Of course.
Extroverts don't need to recharge like that. But what they do, right? COVID was the number one
You do.
sign of that. And I'm gonna tell you why. When we went into lockdown, you can tell the true extroverts and the true
Mm-hmm.
introverts. Introverted people were fine during COVID and during that lockdown,
Mm. Yeah.
right? I was
But
perfectly
good looks. I
fine
don't know what that is,
during
but good
lockdown.
looks.
When they were like, everybody's gotta stay in their house, do this, I was fine. My brother, on the other hand, who's completely extroverted, was losing his damn mind,
Mm-hmm.
right? That was a
Mhm.
telltale sign right there, right? Extroverts need to be around people. Introverts need to take their time away to recharge.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah, but
That's why it irritates me when everybody on here now all of a sudden is an introvert. I'm like,
but
you're not, you are, you're not. What are you
but
doing?
but that's the thing, AJ. Online everybody can be whatever they want because you don't really know them. They for a short span of time they're there and you just see what they want what they want you to see. So
That part.
maybe they are just acting not being an introvert.
Well, I
Right.
get, yeah, but I think
Mm.
that's the thing that's irritating,
Yeah.
right? Is I'm tired of everybody taking like whether it's mental health or whatever it is and
Mm.
making a mockery of things and then spreading a lot of misinformation.
Right. Right.
That's the part where it gets detrimental,
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but
right?
it's the problem with platforms like this where every idiot can
Yeah,
just say whatever they want.
Of
that
course.
part.
Of
Oh, a
course.
thousand
And
percent.
and we shouldn't give a microphone to everybody, but
But
we
see,
do.
but even
Well,
even
that's
even that.
because, they got a cult.
Yeah. Even if that you give everybody a microphone, if you have discernment, you can tell the real from the fake.
That part.
If you
But can
give
you
them long
really?
enough, yeah, you
Can you
Yeah,
can.
really?
You
yeah.
can.
Because
Yeah, you can.
you
You can
you
tell when somebody's gaslighting you. You can tell when somebody's
I don't
gaslighting
think so. I don't think on
I can.
online you never know actually the person.
you.
It's they are here for a very short time and they can be whatever they want during that short time. You know,
Okay.
if you
You're
would
right.
see
I'm
them
gonna give
But
it.
can
daily,
you call it how you see it though?
well, yeah. So that's what you do.
Uh,
You
yeah.
call how you
I'm
see
going
it.
in a
And
circle again, ain't I?
but you're not
Hmm.
sure if that's really who the person is because you don't see him in a
I
daily
get
manner.
you
You
though.
don't see him all day
I get you.
long. So
I get
No,
what
I
you're
Somebody
get
saying.
acting like an
it,
a
but I
hole,
feel
that's
like,
what I'm gonna call it. You know what I'm saying? You could be
yeah, but
a positive.
I think that's the other thing too, though. Yes, yeah, anybody could be whatever they want. I could sit there and say I got a damn giraffe in my backyard, and ain't none of you
and I
gonna
know
know
you
whether or not
do.
there's a giraffe in the backyard. None of you are gonna know that. But
Right.
with that
Exactly.
being said, when it comes to certain things, you can
Mhm.
tell.
Yeah, you can
Hey,
tell.
you.
You
Just
can
like
definitely
Where
tell.
was y'all at earlier? I needed help. It's like,
prime example. I don't know if you were here when I said it. Just like when Kev went quiet, the whole live shifted. That's
Yeah,
you're
that's
being
when you can see
observant.
him.
You're being even when you can't see them. Certain words that people say that can tell you that somebody is very irritated. their
Mm-hmm.
tone change, their demeanor change, and the whole room change.
But
Because
no,
the energy
everybody
changes.
is like that. Look at those poker
You
players.
see how BK just
Yeah,
turned? You
but
see
we're
how
not.
your
But we're
mind
not
done. Y'all
talking
see
about
why
the
your
poker
mind done.
players.
So, but
We
no,
know
but
the
here's
poker
the thing.
players are like that. We know the poker players are
There's
very,
some
very
people,
quiet.
yeah,
But there are
there's some
some
people who
people.
could do that,
Yeah,
but
there are
most
some
people can't.
people. If you listen to a person's words and listening to their demeanor when they say a word, you can tell when they're pissed off
Mm-hmm.
because everybody ain't gonna have that same composure. Man, I understand, bro. You'll hear this is you can hear this in one sentence. Man, damn, man, that's messed up how that happened. When somebody's pissed off, that man, that shit, man, what the hell?
Right.
They will use certain words to show their emotion.
That's what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying. Right.
So you
Right.
can pay attention if you're being how did I just say if you're being you have discernment, you can hear that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You could tell when somebody's still hurting. You could tell when somebody is not 100% being accurate about their life.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody can come up here and have a facade when they ain't showing their face, but when that face hit that mirror, who they you can hear it. You can
Oh
hear it
yeah.
because a
I
certain
cool
word
his
that they would
box down
say.
now.
Yeah, you know what I mean? A certain word that they say, it would automatically know, whoa, wait a minute. And then you go into a live. A live can go from 10 to 1,000 in a split of a second. You know right then, oh, I got to go. You know the room shift. When you come into a
Mm-hmm.
live, what you do, most people do, most people will sit and listen
Mhm.
to make sure, okay, can I say something in this live without being, criticized or what? It's about having discernment and listening to what people are saying. Because everybody should
Mm-hmm.
listen.
Mhm.
Guarantee you, a
Uh,
lot of things won't be the way they are on this line, on this app, if they sit and listen.
Right.
Things.
yeah, but people
That's
don't
simple.
understand why they have 2 ears and
Yeah,
one mouth.
observe it.
You know, they just want to be heard. They
That's it.
don't. They don't want to listen.
That's
Well, that's the problem when everybody thinks that they're a master communicator all of a
Mm.
sudden,
yeah,
right? But in order to master communication, then you would understand that there's a difference between effective communication and what you also needs to be needed with that is active listening. So the
exactly.
Mhm.
thing is that people, if you don't know how to actively listen, right, you're gonna misspeak all the time,
All the time.
right? I don't front about things I do not know.
I
I ask
mean,
questions. There are many people on here who do not ask questions, but they will front like they understand,
that's
right?
it.
And when
Yeah.
you're fronting because you don't understand something, right? And then now you've picked up sound bites, now you're just you're echo chambering sound bites,
That's it.
which is what a lot of people do. That's the reason why stupid phrases get popular, like, if you can't take me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. I'm going to tell you why that is a very stupid statement. Because again, if your bad is 364 days out of the year, keep your fucking day, right?
You
And
know, let
just
me
as
shut the
much,
live
and
down.
also, here's my other thing, right? If we get on a plane, right? And we sitting on the plane, is the pilot allowed to sit there and go on there and say, "Well, if you can't handle me crashing this plane, you don't deserve me landing it"? Yeah, that would be a problem. We
Yeah,
can't say shit like that. That's
yeah,
why that saying is stupid.
yeah. Because I heard somebody say that. I just stopped. I don't have no conversation.
I
You
hear
know what I
that
mean?
stupid phrase one
Because
more
you know,
time.
yeah. Oh, you go on some of these lives, you hear it. You
You
hear
hear
Oh
it
it.
all
yeah.
the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
You
So
don't
that's why I
deserve
say,
me
if
at
you
my
go on some of
best.
these
You don't
people
deserve
live,
right.
you can really hear when these people are talking. You know what
That
I mean? You
part.
can tell the ones, people say, well, I got this car, I got that car. You can tell what kind of type of cars these people are driving because
Mm-hmm.
over
Mhm.
time, it'd be like, man, I had to get my car fixed. What car
Yep.
you got to get fixed? You just talking about you got a brand new car.
Like you dumb and
You
picked a
must have
stupid car.
hit a heck of a pothole.
That's what I'm saying. So
That part.
eventually, people tell on themselves a lot.
That
Yeah.
And
too.
just like I said earlier, if I don't know something, if I say something, misquote something, okay, now somebody disagree with it, okay, now I'm gonna go back and do the research. So then next time I'll be like, oh, okay, man, I understand what you were saying.
Mhm.
It's like Nikki said something to me earlier. I didn't take it, and with a grudge. I said, okay, Nikki, I might have misworded. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
so now let me go back and do some homework, some research. and I came back with what I came back with. You know what I'm
That
saying?
part.
I mean, it's nothing wrong with it. I can sit there. If I get quiet and I don't know something, that means I'm listening to a keyword where I can either research it, okay, and then I'll wait until Monday, go to the library,
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
some deeper research.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But it's free to you can go online all day long. It's free. You know what I'm saying?
that part.
Mm-hmm.
That part.
People don't want to do the work, as they say. Everybody want it microwavable. Don't nobody want to do the work.
Right.
Exactly. And that's the thing. That's
Everybody
why I
want to
keep
get there.
saying. That's why I said
Yeah.
what I said earlier. The problem with
Hmm.
people is discipline. Everybody
Yeah.
wants everything in the world, but they lack the discipline to get there because it means you got to work. Discipline isn't going to be fun all of the time. Matter of
Not at
fact,
all.
on the contrary, right? It's going to be very, very mundane and boring.
Hmm.
And that's the part people can't handle is the mundane and boring, right?
Mm.
So when I'm sitting there and I'm saying, okay, well, I have a goal where I want to get better in control of my emotions and better in control of my anger. I'm doing pretty well, right?
Hmm.
But that means my life is now mundane. So what does that mean? Okay, now I have the discipline not to put myself in situations where I can lose my temper,
Right. That's what I do.
right?
I
I'm
agree.
not going to engage in certain behaviors because I'm not trying to lose my temper, right?
Hmm.
Because I have to keep some reserve for me. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm always going to be successful in those situations. I could be
Right.
coming into a room like this, somebody can jump on the live and severely irritate my soul. Now, that is where discipline comes in yet again. Now I have to control myself
Right.
and have discernment on whether or not I need to stay in here or if I need to dip.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's the mundane.
Yeah.
People don't like mundane. That's why everybody wants a quote unquote healthy relationship, but they don't want to do the things to be in the healthy relationship.
Right.
That's
Eh,
why we want to cheat. That's why we want to sit there and put our relationships and make it seem like you're dating the rest of the fucking internet. We want to do these things because we need drama.
Yeah.
Because being healthy is mundane.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
You hear everybody saying, I want a healthy relationship or I don't do drama. But yeah, you sending these lies with the drama. You know,
Hmm.
and like what I have a friend I've been knowing on TikTok for the longest. Me, him, and her, we all cool. And in the beginning, I remember him telling me, "Man, I don't do no drama, bro. I run away from drama because I was like, oh, okay, cool, we cool. You know what I mean? But then about a couple of days before, you in these live with full of drama.
Hmm.
Oh, I said it. I shot him a text and a thing. I'm like, man, I thought you ain't do drama. Oh man,
Hmm.
I'm listening. What? Come
Yeah,
on,
we
bro.
live in a world where drama is considered entertainment. So what do you want?
Well, and that's the thing. That's why it's important to disconnect and go figure out who you are.
That's
My
it.
entertainment, now granted, my life is very mundane compared to my 20s. I will admit that. I
Hmm.
am a very boring person now. I mostly just go to work, I come home, I watch my little shows, I go to sleep, right? I don't do a whole lot of things. I may go out on the weekends to a farmer's market and then I come back. My fun is different, right?
Yeah.
There's not a lot of drama, but because I disconnect, I've learned to use what I usually would have spent in entertainment in drama and
Hmm.
have now just push force that energy into other things. So it may come out in other ways, right? I'm not
Hmm.
going to sit there and say that I don't do risky behavior. There is risky behaviors, right? If I decide I want to go rock climbing, what's the likelihood that I can fall off? Adrenaline junkies, things like that. That's how that stuff can happen sometimes. But
Right.
I'd rather be out there doing that than give a shit about some TikTok drama. I can guarantee you that. I'd rather go jump out of a plane than deal with the shit on here.
Yeah.
We being honest, that seems like more fun.
Yeah. Because I'm mundane.
Are you kidding me?
Or watch you a
Hell
movie
yeah.
on Netflix or something.
See what I'm
You
saying? I
just
don't watch
said
a movie.
jumping out of a plane is more fun than watching drama on TikTok.
It
Fuck
is.
yes, it is.
God, don't ever ask me to do that with you.
And I mean, I understand what AJ was talking about. My life is so mundane, so boring to the point where I go to work, I come home, be on TikTok for a minute, and I'm off. And then I'm doing research. I'm doing some type of self awareness, self studies of myself. You know what I mean? I got to be quiet so I can learn myself. Even though I got kids, I might go fishing. That's my excitement. Going fishing is my excitement.
Oh yeah.
That's my boy. My boy do
Then the
that too.
boring, the
I love
boring is what
fishing.
other people might think of it. I don't think
Yeah,
you
right.
think it's boring, you know?
No,
Subjective.
no,
To me,
no,
it's
we don't.
perfectly fine, my life, even though other people think I'm boring. I don't care. To me,
Mm-hmm.
But
I got an
yeah,
exciting life. I learn things, I meet
but
people, you
that's
know? But
but that's
other
the
people might think it's boring.
but
Hmm.
that's the thing that I'm getting to, right? Because my life is mundane, right? And I'm still navigating, you know what I mean, working on myself
Hmm.
and getting to a point where, you know, I can get into those more healthy relationships, and that's definitely what I want and I'm striving for. There's times where I sometimes attract people who may want those same things but can't
Hmm.
give that, and now they're creating drama
Right.
where there is none,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Because I'm boring, right?
Yeah.
Because I would
Right.
rather have a Nerf gun war with somebody, you know what I mean, or laugh at something, you know, childish or stupid, or what another adult would seem stupid, right? So
Hmm.
for me, right, I'm the type of person who loves going up to Dinosaur Ridge. I like standing in the little dinosaur footprints. I like looking at rocks. I like doing things like that. Dinosaurs are awesome, right?
You're such a
But
nerd.
then there's other adults who think that that's boring. They want me to go and, oh my God, did you hear about what happened on TikTok? AJ, did you hear about the Kiki Palmer? I don't know what the fuck happened in this Kiki Palmer situation. I don't give a
Me either.
fuck to know. It is too low vibrational for me. I do
Me
not
either.
care.
I
But I
tried to
have
get
been
out of
told
it, but
about it.
two times I had to go in, and I'm like, nah.
I've been told about it 4 different times with very exaggerated fucking details on both sides. So
Yeah.
again.
I mean, you want to talk about it? Let's like, no,
No, I don't.
that's
That's
all
low
good.
vibrational, low
Hey,
vibrational.
hey,
I
Jay,
care less.
Go ahead and let that booty hang
on,
out.
Hmm.
on that, yeah, on that one, it's like yesterday I went to visit a girlfriend of mine. She had a store, and she looked at me. It's like, have you heard on TikTok? Because I told her I'm on TikTok, and I
Uh-huh.
said, no, what is it? It's like, have you heard of palpata veloce, which is an Italian word that means is like quick touch, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then she showed me the video. But anyway, long story short, there is a big thing going on in Italy because this student, she was in the hallway, and the janitor, he how you touch her back, right, her behind,
Mm-hmm.
and she went to the police, and she make a report. And then when they went in front of the judge said, "Well, how long
Somebody ain't blocked their
was
back.
the time that you kept your hand on her butt?" And he said, "Well, less than 10 seconds." He's like, "Okay, so that's not a crime." So after that, now there is a big thing, It's like women, they're all so. But yeah, she knows something on TikTok from Italy. I more than doing content or going live, I don't even watch anymore much of
Mm-hmm.
other content.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
that's when I was younger, right? My great grandma used to tell me all the time.
hmm
You can tell a lot about a person by what they talk about,
Mm.
right? You could tell a lot
Ooh.
about a person's interest or what their intellectual capacity is,
right.
right? Somebody who wants to talk about other people
Hmm.
hmm
is not that bright, right? That's the
Right.
type of person who, as much as they are coming to you to come talk to you about somebody else, will have no problem doing the same shit to you,
To you, right?
right? You ever
Right.
notice that? That's
Yeah.
Absolutely.
that's a fact in life, right? Somebody who is talking about places, things like that. That's an adventurous person,
Hmm.
right?
That's how
Right.
100%.
I said
And
that
somebody
before.
who talks about opportunity, right? There were
Hmm.
different
Yeah.
levels. She was like, the top two are the ones you want to typically want to keep around. Those are going to be people who are going to push you. Those are going to people who are going to inspire you and get you to where you want to go. Keep those people and always look for those types of people. So me personally, I never care to talk about other people. So I can care less about what celebrities do. I've always been that person. So whatever this Kiki Palmer thing is, I'm just saying if you in here, you hovering on the FYP, whatever, do not hit my line with it. Do not share those damn fucking lives to me no more. I
Let me
do
go ahead
not
and
care.
call you real quick.
Yeah,
I do not
I've
care.
been in there, and that's all it was about. It was like 3 days, 4 days straight. I'm like, what in the world? So
And
you know,
at
I sit
first it
there and
was
listen.
the
Then I be
the
like, you know what,
mama.
time to move on because I don't want to sit in nobody live and talk about nobody.
Man,
Can't
Right. I
I
we
had a
feel
can't
you.
whole
have an
lecture
intelligent
ruined.
conversation. Yeah, let's
I had a
have an
whole lecture
intelligent
ruined over that shit.
conversation about how can we build, how can we grow, how can we
Right.
That part.
pass this
This thing, and I'm
woman,
like, what?
man, and woman thing. What's the
Mhm.
solution behind all these problems? We know what the issues are.
Right.
How
That
can we
part.
how can we come up with a solution? What is the solution? Can
Well,
we
that's the
speak that
whole
solution?
that's the whole thing I get annoyed by. Coming in lives where they have discussions, not to make solutions, not to create solutions, but just rant,
Bitch.
just talk about the issue and not come up with any solution.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's the thing for me, right? Like, on my off time from here, I'm a lot like BK. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm over there researching,
Yeah.
right? I was literally in the middle of listening to this. He's got a podcast. He's a professor, I think it's San Francisco
Hmm.
or whatever. He's a neuroscientist, and he was talking about like the effects of dopamine, right? And how
Yeah.
you can trick dopamine in
Uh-huh.
your body. I was in the middle of that shit. I was all hella interested. And
Hmm.
then I got a phone call to that shit. Bruh.
Why did you pick up?
This is why I don't answer my phone. Like, this is why I don't get my number out.
Right.
Stop.
Right. Hey, listen, I don't get my number out. If I get a phone call, it's
That
from bill collectors. You know what I mean? Or somebody trying to sell something. You know what I mean? So I
part.
already know my I, I can have my phones face up open. I don't get a call. I don't care about you calling me. You know what
That
I mean? Because
part.
I have other important things I'm doing. I mean, I
I
listen.
got 3 calls back to back.
I hear people. I want to hear things that is gonna stimulate me to make me a better person. So
That
if I
part.
can get a solution, okay, maybe okay. Hey, if I get a solution about a relationship, okay, let's try this one right here. It may better my relationship. It may be better the next person's relationship. Who
That
knows? You
part.
know what I
Like,
mean?
can you teach me?
That part. You know what I mean? And if I can't get nothing stimulated out of a conversation, what's the point of even
That
having?
part.
If
Right.
we, I like to joke. Don't get me wrong. I like to joke around. I like to have fun. But
Oh,
okay, in that
1,000%.
joking, can we go to a serious mode? Can we really talk about something serious? You know,
Mm-hmm.
how can we build a community? How can we uplift the people? How can we open somebody's mindset? You know what I'm saying? To look at things differently. I'm not trying to force it down your throat, but at the same time, something got to be forced on you so you can see what is really happening in our community. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
and that's the reason why, like, as I was saying it earlier, I'm not the type of friend that people can come and just vent to, and I'm just gonna sit there and just listen. You probably only have one time to do that. And
I,
that's the reason why, because I'm solution driven. I don't want to hear complaining,
Right.
that's it.
right? So if you're complaining, AJ, I don't understand. I can't afford anything, so on and so forth. I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't pay my bills. But you quit your job because you didn't want to work on Saturdays or whatever. Um, yeah, I'm going to say something.
Yeah,
Been like, well, maybe don't quit your job to work, when you got to work, you got what you gotta do. And
yeah.
what are you doing to look for a new job? I know this place is hiring, this place is hiring. You got to pull yourself together.
It
You
ain't no
know what I
reason.
mean? Like, I don't have time for that, right?
Right.
And again, it's the same situation because if I don't check that situation, for me, it's like if I don't check that situation, then I'm opening the door to now all
Hmm.
of a sudden, oh well, I'm fighting with my boyfriend or I'm fighting with my friend, and now I'm hearing all about that friend. I'm not here to talk shit about somebody else.
Right.
I'm
I,
not.
that's me. Cause I'm gonna give you a straightforward. I'm
I
gonna be
gotta
like,
check that shit,
I'm gonna
and
hear
if
you.
yeah,
I'm gonna understand what you're saying. Then I'm gonna like, okay, so what are you gonna do about it? When you
but
gonna
I'm
get?
gonna
I tell them quickly. When are you gonna get sick or tired of that situation?
Right.
No
that
matter
part.
what I say, you're not gonna listen to what I say. So I'm gonna tell you straightforward. What are
Right.
you gonna do about it?
That part. What are you doing to contribute to the problem?
That part.
Okay, now fix that. That's
No,
it.
you
Right?
handle it.
Now, and the reason why you have to check that, because the thing is that as much as everybody wants to sit there and be like, oh, I just want to mind my business, we do have to check each other because as much as people want to argue with me when I say this, it is in human nature to take advantage.
Yep.
Every single one of us will take advantage. It is in our nature.
That's the
Whether you
only
want to
way
deal
we
with it,
can
whether
grow.
you
I'm
want to
just trying to
accept it,
say.
whatever. The reality is that is the truth. That is why you have to get checked. That's why I check certain situations and I check certain conversations.
Yep.
No, you cannot come vent to me and I'm not going to be that emotional person that's just going to sit there and be your verbal diary. If you want to just talk blatantly and get absolutely no response, talk to a wall. Pay a therapist. Talk to
Yep.
somebody else. I don't care who you talk to. Do whatever you need to do. But if
Yeah.
you're here and you're gonna come to me, there's gonna be a solution because one, I don't want to hear you bitch about this again.
There you go.
Right.
Don't come
Right.
to me. You know, I hear a lot of people tell me, to my dad, you always, but don't come ask me this.
Then
Don't,
don't come talk to me about it then. Don't
don't,
talk to me about your issue.
because I'm gonna tell you straightforward. That's what you need to do. If you don't want to do, okay, then it's on you. Don't come back to me about it.
That part.
Right.
You can't.
Oh,
You know what I mean? And if you are gonna come back to me, then you better have tried the things that I suggested for the first
Yeah,
time.
there you
I
go.
need y'all to stop
You
doing this to
better
me,
have
man.
executed and talk to me about how okay, well I tried this, why didn't it work? Okay, cool. Then let's try a
Mr.
different
P, what's the
solution.
deal, man? My
I
bad.
heard
But I'm not
somebody
gonna
tell me,
do this,
right.
oh my God, this
Mm-hmm.
kept happening. Like if you're
Mm-hmm.
people a lot of the time, let's be real. We a lot of us change is very hard for us to do.
It is.
Okay? Changing is a very difficult thing.
Mm-hmm.
Progression.
But
I learned
it's
it's not
not
change, it's
impossible.
progression.
Yeah,
Because
progressive.
everybody
Regardless,
changed, though. That's what I
change,
learned in this one
progression,
thing.
whatever it is,
I know. I just
right?
try to be.
Potato, potato, right?
I just try to teach what I had just learned
Mhm.
recently at my on
No,
this
I got you.
motivational thing.
Yeah. You,
Yeah,
He's
you know
like,
what I mean?
everybody
Whatever
changes
you
no
want to
matter what.
call
That's
it.
inevitable. He was like, but you progress. I was like, oh, you got me on that one.
That's
I had
the
to change my
thing,
words up a
right?
little bit.
Okay, I like that.
and see,
I like that.
Yeah, I
that's where
had to
you
So
change
we'll
got
my
say
words up
progress,
after I heard that. I'm like,
right?
oh, dang, it's really progressed.
here. That's
Yeah,
why
we'll use
sometimes we
that.
got
So
to
we'll
sit
say
and
to
listen.
progress in life,
Yeah,
right? In order to progress in life, that's going to be difficult for people to do.
it
A
is.
lot of people, let's be real, if we talking about true natures of people,
Mm-hmm.
most people only change when they absolutely have to,
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Any otherwise, you're going to keep doing the exact same shit, trying to get away with it, get away with it, get away with it till you can't no more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Then you're going to change it all of a sudden because
yeah,
it ain't
Mm.
working.
yeah. 'Cause I changed when I got it. You know, I tell this story, and I told it to plenty of people. When I saw myself doing the repeated same thing over and over, I was like, you
Mhm.
know what? It's time to change.
That part.
It's something, you know what I mean? It's something better out there than just doing the same old thing. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't get. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna keep jumping into the same relationship knowing the same outcome is gonna happen. So let me
That part.
change something about me so I could get a different outcome. You know what I mean? Yeah, I
Mhm.
went to my creator. I went to God and asked,
That's what it is.
change me. You know what I mean? Don't change the person, change me. If there's
That part.
something that is not like you, change me. You know what I'm saying? That's my prayer. That, morning, noon, and night. That's my prayer. There's anything
Absolutely.
in me that is not of you, change it.
Mhm.
And you know what? And I tell people that if you're not religious, find something that you are inspired by to change you.
That part.
Mm.
You know what
That
I'm
part.
saying?
That part. And that's the
Look
most
at
important
yourself.
part because the thing is, I'm not, like I said, I'm not the most religious person. I am very spiritual though,
That's
right? I will say that. I'm a very spiritual person,
Mhm.
right? There's not necessarily like a God or something that I believe in. I do believe in creator, but it is what it is. The thing is like for me, you got to have a sense of faith in something,
yeah.
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that's all that is. I just have a faith, right, that I'm going to be fine regardless, right? So everything that I'm going through is something I'm meant to go through,
Mm-hmm.
right? I'm not going to be able to control that, but I can control how I handle it, right? I think there's a video on my page where there's a guy talking about that. He's talking about eggs, potato, and coffee, right? And hot water. He was like, if you put an egg in hot water, a potato, and so on and so forth. If you look at the egg, it started off soft and got hard,
Mm-hmm.
right? If you took the potato, it was hard and then got soft. But if you looked at the coffee changed the water. right?
Mm-hmm.
But they were all exposed to the same kind of water.
Right.
It's the same thing with human beings, right? You can go through a situation and you can be very soft and you can come out hard,
Mm-hmm.
right? Very hard. Some people do that. There's people that may come out and they were really solid and hard and they came out and now they're soft,
Mm-hmm.
right? Be the coffee, change the situation,
That's it.
right? That's what you have to go through. That's the part.
I
That's the
guess
part
I'm.
most people don't want to do. They don't want to be the coffee. Everybody want to be the egg right now.
I
Oh,
guess
I
I'm.
went through some shit and look how hard I am. You don't
I guess
gotta be
I'm.
hard. That doesn't mean nothing.
That's it. I want to be the coffee because I
I
think I
want to
want
be the
to
fucking
change.
coffee.
I want to change. And like Kev said, I want to change people's perspective of things. Look at it differently. Look, you know what I mean? I'm learning how to be uh, the
Change
person that
mindset.
says something and be able to look at it in a different perspective. You know what
That's
I
what
mean?
Mr. P just did to me.
But
He
can I
just
Yeah.
tell
changed
you
my perspective
something,
on it. Cause I'm like, man,
AJ,
that do sound like they could be legit too, human nature.
Yeah.
about what she just said, right? People change. Um, Usually, for what I saw, and even in my experience is like every time that I change, it was like some kind of rock bottom, right?
Hmm.
But then there are people that are as well, unhealed, because they come across, as like very aggressive, right?
Hmm.
Without even notice. But
Russian.
because to me they are OCD in something like overachiever, they had a house, they had a car. I have a friend, she's 72 years old and she never went to therapy. She told me a little bit of her experience as a child, but I'm not a therapist, right? But what I see is like all she did in her life is just buy house after house and just stock them of stuff that she get from the garage sale. And she bought more house. She have 9 house now, and she had them. The partner died, and she had them full of stuff. And when I see that, she's forgetful or very sad, it's like, well, maybe therapy is that. Oh no, I'm good. So because for society they're good, they have wealth, they pay the taxes, maybe, I think that she will, go to the end of her life without even get an understanding how it is to live a good life. Because all she do is she get up in the morning to attend her house and she go to sleep to attend her house again. You know what
Well,
I
that's the
mean?
thing. Some people do get loops, and some people are perfectly content that way. That's nothing wrong with that. But the
Yeah.
thing is,
Oh.
is I'm not sitting there saying that you should. But some people are just content that way,
Right.
right? Like that's just where they're at and that's how they want to live their life. We
Yeah.
can't control that. We need to get away from telling people what's going to make them happy. See what I'm saying? That's how that phenomenon works, right? That's why society tells you in order to be happy, you got to have the house, the wife, the 2.5 kids, the two cars and the white picket fence in the front, right? The
Um,
American dream, quote unquote, is supposed to make you happy. And
Right.
many people acquire that and they're not happy. See
Exactly.
what I'm saying? Because happiness is different for different people.
Right.
And
Yeah.
when we realize that, when we understand that, then it's a lot easier to break away from that mindset of telling other people what's going to make them happy, right?
no, it's not.
Or
It's
where
not like
they're
that.
going
Yes,
to be. Hold on. Or where they need to
you
be.
sound like the dictator. I say 3 words. Maybe ask me the question. I explain you more because it's not like you're trying to say. It's like what I was trying to say when she come to visit me, this friend, and I have
Hmm.
other friend. She's always the one that she she's not doing good in in a bunch of people. It's like and then tell her no, don't come. I will, I try to tell her like, well, go to therapy because she's older than me. And I have respect for her. So that's what I was saying. Some people, they think they achieve and they don't look within themselves because
Hmm.
society say that they're okay, although they cannot be good with other people, but they want other people. You understand what I mean?
Mm.
I
Okay.
understand perfectly what you mean, but I
Right.
wouldn't say I was being a dictator in what I said at all. I would
Well, it's like
firmly
I
disagree with
don't
that.
say to people, it's like, oh,
So,
you need to do
but
this,
I'm
you
not
know.
saying that you did. I'm just saying in general, people do have a tendency of doing that. It's no different. That's why people fall into that phenomenon that you were just talking about.
I, yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, I would definitely tell somebody if they're going through something, hey, you need to get therapy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's,
1000%.
you know what I'm saying? That's not, I don't, I understand what Tiziana is saying. You know what I mean? And she's like perfectly content, not trying to figure out her problem, what is going on with
Mm-hmm.
her. You know what I mean? Because you're buying house after house after house. There's something wrong.
Mm,
Just filling
1000%.
it with stuff. You know what I'm saying? She want her to go to therapy to find out that, what's her problem.
yes,
That
Okay.
You
is her
know what?
problem.
You know what? It made me think about like that's the reason why I do what I do, and because a, a lot of people do, and I think everybody need help anyways. I just feel like that way. But a lot of people need help and just don't know it too because we think that we,
mm,
like I said, we think
Mhm.
we know it all and that stuff. And I had to figure that out for myself because I really didn't. I didn't notice that. And then the reason why is because it's like I done ran into a lot of people, right,
Mhm.
that actually turn they kept saying stuff and it was hard and or whatever when they believe in stubborn and all that stuff, but then later down the line they realized they needed help. You know what I'm saying? Just like same thing with me. I never realized I had a different point of view on things. Didn't realize that helped me out in life and stuff. So I
Mhm.
feel like no matter how we want to look at it, I think all of us need each other in some type of way, no matter how we want to look at it and think we know it all and all this stuff. But it's like, and that's the reason why I do what I do. And even like just going back to what happened earlier and stuff, it's like I think that we should all try to help each other, even if you feel like you don't, or somebody feel like you don't need help. It's like, because one day we gonna wake up and realize like that, dang man, I didn't, I thought I knew it all and all that stuff. Because that literally happened to me. That
Yeah.
happened to me first. That's why I realized that I can get through other people and stuff. But it just depends on who's like receptive. Because like most of the time we're not going to be receptive on certain situations. But then we realize later down the line, like, dang. I didn't never look at it, but
mhm,
it's just all about how deep your pride and your ego is. You know what I'm saying? And you
Mhm.
sometimes some people won't even admit because I think I got a friend that's like that. He ain't gonna even admit it. He'll put it in a different way where he because they be stuck. But
yeah.
yeah,
You
that's why
remember,
I keep doing what I do. I let people talk like, man, you ain't gonna tell me this and all that. But sometimes, like some of my stuff go through certain people though. No matter how we want to look at it, some of the stuff that they it go to me. Like I said, all of us help each other. That's how I look at it in my book. So I don't think not one person not need help. I don't believe it. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
You're right.
and the
Even if they want to
energy.
say they
You
content,
remember,
you know what I'm saying?
Kev? Yeah, Kev.
Well,
Remember
but
the
that's the
lady
thing.
that we met that that she know everything, that she wanna get out of the country.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
you
I wanted to
remember
see her
that?
tonight. I wanted to see her
Yeah,
tonight. That's Miss
it's like
Unforgivable.
is the energy, and then we ask stuff, right?
Yeah,
So she had, she's very intelligent, smart, but they
smart.
didn't overcome, right?
Hmm.
The forgiving part. So, and that sometimes come in energy,
Hmm.
you know, and it's something that you're a little bit like harsher than necessary, even when you
Hmm.
talk. So I pick up that sometimes, and then I ask the question. And then when you ask the question, you understand many things.
Right.
Hmm.
So I said some
I
people
think
are not gonna break through though, because a lot of people. But like I said, I already know, man. I know it for real. And like I said, it's through my experience and stuff. So it's like we gonna see. I can't really
Mhm.
stop my grind because I think somebody don't need help or something like that. Nah, I already said I built myself to be this way, and if I gotta get, backlash or somebody, feel a certain way about it, it is what it is. Like I said, I'm me myself just in general. That's why I said I've been losing friends in the process. I gained friends in the process, but it's just like at the end of the day. I know my intention is just to help people, so that's what it is. Even if you feel like you don't need my help, I'm still going to try to help no matter what. Like I said,
there's
the
nothing
same
wrong with
thing
it.
with me. You know what I'm saying? If it's something, I'm gonna resonate something. I'm gonna try to think of something, and even if I might not like it now because I'm in my feelings, maybe it's gonna help me later down the line. You know what I'm saying?
1000%. But I think that's the thing, right? I'm not sitting there saying don't help people.
Oh no,
I'm just saying it's one thing to put the expectation that that person's necessarily always going to listen to you,
no.
right?
Me
Sometimes
myself, I'm
people
fully
just
aware
have
of
to
that.
get there. You know what I mean? Some people just have
Yeah,
you
right.
know you
No,
just got to drop the seed and eventually it'll eventually grow
yeah.
sometimes,
That's like
right?
getting a job,
Sometimes
man.
some people
You gotta know
there's
what
gonna
come
be
behind
there's
these
gonna be
jobs,
some
though.
people that it is gonna get completely lost on, but a lot of people it will eventually grow. You know what I mean? You just
Yeah,
have to drop it. A lot have to also find a way to do that and find a medium and also respect somebody's journey at the same time. I'm just saying that portion of it because I've seen a lot of people on here get frustrated because they don't want to take advice that somebody else is getting because yes, they do need help. And everybody's
I think
like, "Yeah, you
everybody do
need
that.
help."
It's passionate.
But then
Everybody
people
passionate
get
on
upset
both
about
ends.
exactly, but people get upset. And all I'm saying
That's
is sometimes you just
that
got to drop the
happens. That's
seed
humans. Humans get upset.
and let it go. You know what I mean? Ain't no reason to be holding on
But
to
you
it
ain't
for
gonna
4 days.
stay upset. If you get upset, that
People
mean you gonna
do.
stay upset.
People do
Right.
though. People do on this app all the
That'd be
time.
crazy. What the freak?
They do it
Why
all the
didn't you listen to
time.
me? You supposed to listen to me and stay
That
like
part.
Yeah. One thing that I dislike is, if we're friends or whatever, and I'm agreeing with somebody else or what they're saying, now you mad at me because I agree with somebody else, man, that's
Right.
child. I don't know what.
Yeah.
Like, no,
What?
get away from.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? If that's gonna end our friendship over that, then that means we never were friends in the beginning. You know,
No.
Yep.
and we just you
Exactly.
portrayed or I
Mm.
portrayed to be a friend when truly that's not what the case was. You know what I'm saying? Being a true friend. Okay, bro. I know we're not always
Or
gonna see.
supporter.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I mean, just like with me and Kev. I mean, I feel like he's my friend. It isn't. There's gonna be a time where I don't agree with everything he say, and it's not gonna be something that I agree. He gonna agree with me on. But at the
Right.
end of the day, a true friend is gonna be a friend, regardless if they.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know what I
Most
mean?
definitely.
And I feel like some men don't get that concept, and some
Yep.
people don't get that concept. A true
They
friend,
don't.
we can have disagreements, we can argue, fuss, and fight, but at the end of the day, we still friends.
Yep.
That part.
People don't get that.
They
They
don't.
don't.
They don't. But you weave them out, man. I mean, like I said, even with that, you just gotta pray for that situation. There ain't no hard feelings and stuff. You call, like I said, even the people that stop kicking it with me, stop supporting me, and whatever. I ain't got no hard feelings against the situation. It's just
Hmm.
everybody. It's just like some people just not ready at the moment. Some people is not ready to take constructive criticism. Some people because it's like. And I can understand it though, but me myself, I've been on this journey, so it's like and then I know what I'm getting up to. I'm learning more and more, and that's why I'm fully aware of the job that I'm doing and stuff. So I know it's going to gain and lose. You know what I'm saying? I was hurt the first time this stuff happened, but through me, like I said, even with this stuff I'm doing, it's helping me out too. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say it's a good thing. I'm helping people out, and it's helping me out at the same time. So no matter what, even when I get on these lives I'm getting something out of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting something out of it, or I might, and if I don't get something out of it, somebody else might be getting something out of it. So it's like that's how I look at it. Like it's two pluses on my end. You know what I'm
So
saying?
do you
That's how
think this is
relationships work.
talk therapy?
Huh?
Because do you think this is talk therapy? It's like isn't that how they call it? It's like when you
Talk
say things
therapy.
out loud, that you never shared before or question that you never asked before, right? And you listen other people. It's like you have what right now I don't know little miss or and if I spoke BK, I have AJ, I have Kevin, I have three therapists.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
You know
okay.
what I mean?
Depends.
It's talk
in,
therapy.
in
It
some
is,
shape,
dude.
form, or fashion, and whether people want to agree with it or not, this is some type of therapy
Yeah,
because
I'm
this
about to say
app
yeah.
is here to help people to understand certain aspects in their life. You know what I mean? Is it going to give you the whole 100% aspect of your life? No. But certain things that you feel like, dad, why my life ain't getting, you got the spiritual one, you got you have the enlightened ones, you have the dark ones. You know what I'm saying? So everything is here for us to take advantage of, whether,
Yeah.
it's good or bad. But then in our lives, we got to apply it, whether it's good or bad. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So if you
That
get
has
some
to
out
do
of
with
it, you get some out of it. If you don't, you go to church. And not every message is gonna hit
Right. Right,
So
right.
Mhm.
it might be for the next person beside you. You might go in live, you be like, man, I don't understand this. It might not be for you. You might go in
Right.
one live and met, oh wow, you know what? You were thinking the same thing I was thinking. You know what I mean? So everything is different, and every situation is different for everybody.
Hmm.
That's true. You remember, guys,
Absolutely.
when they were having all these talk about TikTok, espionage, it's like and this and that. And wouldn't it be funny that because if people gets better in this country because of TikTok, he's like, if he came here for espionage and he help us, he will be like phenomenal.
What happened? You laughed so much that threw me on. I didn't know what you said.
Okay,
That
this
had to be
is what I
funny.
was thinking. When TikTok, they said, my friends that were saying, you gotta watch, you put credit card. This is a company from China, da da da
All
da. They
right.
came here to do espionage. And I think even if they did, wouldn't be great if TikTok is gonna help the American people to become better.
Hmm.
Mm. Why you gotta
It
attack
will
America, man? Why you gotta do it like that, though, man? I heard you slick with it. I caught you.
I am American too, my
No, I don't
passport.
care. No, no, no. I don't want to hear it like that. Why you gonna say it like that? Help people.
That is true.
I'm
People that
triggered. You said
Oh
Americans.
my God. You better get over it, boy. Don't be pandering to him.
I'm here to protect my little
Uh-uh.
feelings, cause I.
Like an it's you, not an it's me, cuz you better come correct, boy.
I never thought that by say American is like I was offending somebody by the
You offended me.
what are you
I
then?
apologize. Apologize. Right now.
Uh,
Pander to me real quick. Say
Uh-uh.
and that's a word too that people don't like. I see pandering.
They don't. Simp, pander, all that.
It makes me think of panda fights. I'm sorry.
Come on, panda fights.
Okay. Can we be
Pa-
100% honest, to be honest? I didn't know what a simp was until like
Either,
last year.
me
oh
either.
my.
Yeah, I didn't, bro. I don't fucking again. I don't talk about people. So these little terms that everybody got. I learned what a 304 was last month. All right, like I don't talk.
Hey,
I don't
I
have these
don't know
kind of
what the three or
conversations.
four.
It's
I know what that is. I know
Oh,
what
I
it
know
is
what it is.
now. I
Oh,
Oh,
just didn't know
wow.
okay,
what it was
okay,
then.
Hey,
gotcha.
listen, AJ,
Okay,
true indeed. I never knew what a simp was. Till I got on TikTok, I never heard of that term
That part.
ever.
I
I was like,
graduated back in 2015, so simp was always a common term.
Oh,
mm,
never heard of
okay.
that.
What does
simpleton.
it mean?
Yeah. Now I feel old.
I definitely
My
feel old.
What does
TT
it mean?
Yeah, I was
online.
like, that was not a word we used when I was in high school. I was like,
Me
what?
either. Me
I
either.
didn't know what that was.
Now I heard the word
Simp,
B.
noob, those are all like, my generation's words.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
I was like, did
Your
not know that.
generation. Because it says it right here. It's a simp is an internet slang term. Internet slang. What? Come on. Only thing that I heard in my lifetime, hey man, stop being a B.
Yep.
That's the only thing I
That's
heard.
essentially what it was. Yeah.
But I
I was
never
like,
heard of
oh,
word simp.
y'all just renamed it. Okay. Get it.
They renamed it.
Oh, she got that one dude in there. I can't get with him.
So what does it mean,
Boy.
Sim?
A simp means someone who shows extremely sympathy and attention towards another person.
Oh, okay.
That's specific. Sympathy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Sim. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. That's what it
Hold
is.
up.
Like I said, there's a lot of I be learning stuff on TikTok all the time. So,
Yeah, I
some of
get.
it ain't stuff I necessarily care to learn. But then a
Me either.
lot of the conversations too are conversations I've only ever really had on here. Like the whole body count conversation everybody be
Oh,
having.
I
I've
can't.
Mm.
only been asked that on here. I have never been asked that in real life. Like
Me either.
what?
I never thought to ask no woman that
Nobody
in
ever
my
asked.
life.
Like I've never been asked that ever. And I've never asked anybody else because I mean, I'm 30. So like I'm assuming most people that I'm having interactions with have definitely probably slept with somebody else at this
Of
point.
course. Of course.
So I didn't see the point of asking that question.
I don't. You know what? Me either. I never thought to ask a woman. that I encounter. Oh, da 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 da. By the
How many
way,
people like
how
what?
many men have you slept with?
Yeah,
That's
like
mm-mm.
I
I'm
never.
sorry.
Yeah,
I always
that's
ask, what was your longest relationship? You know, that's one of the questions I used to always ask it. You know, just 'cause
that's a
I'm curious.
different. That's a different
Yeah,
thing because that could tell you a lot of things about a
Hmm.
person.
yeah,
That's a different conversation. But like the body count, like how many people I slept with, I ain't never been asked that.
yeah.
Except by people on TikTok who I wasn't even trying to sleep with. So, why am I answering that question? That's a weird question. It's like,
Yes,
you
yes.
know what I mean?
You know what?
That's the equivalent. Like to
In,
me, it's like the equivalent of walking up to people or like going into live streams with people and being like, "Did you wipe your butt today?"
yes.
Right, right.
Like,
I,
Like, it's
I
just a subjective topic, so everybody's going to come with their own opinions, and it draws their lives' attention. That's what I think it's there. Because
you know
everybody
what?
has their own mind, and they're going to want to be heard because what people do.
conversation.
Or
Yeah.
opinionated
Become
people, at least.
personal, but it always becomes personal because when you talk about body count, right? It's not that there is a college class, you know, and though so when she asks, well, why you think that way, and then you have to talk about either a friend, which is somebody else that is not there, which is not even right to me, or you have to talk about yourself, and then here's the argument: is like, why even bother? It's like, what's the point? Do you understand what I
Oh,
mean?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Everyone's going to come to
dangerous.
the
It's
table with
dangerous.
their own opinions, and, like, we got to remember, opinions aren't facts. I mean, they're not right and they're not wrong. So, I mean, they're
Opinions
just
are like
talking at air at
assholes.
that point.
Everybody's fucking got one, bruh.
that
Like,
part.
and it don't always smell great. Like, let's be real. So, like, a lot of the time, the opinion is shit. Also, I'm gonna make all the puns. So, it is what it is. Like, I understand the opinion portion of it. I guess maybe the reason why these things are very lost on somebody like me is because I don't spend my time needing to have an opinion on fucking everything.
Right, that
There's
part.
certain things I just don't have an opinion on because I don't care, right? That's like somebody walking up to me and be like, AJ, do you like maps? They're okay. The fuck? That's the equivalency of asking me what my body count is. Like, what's the point?
What's your
Right,
body
I
count?
don't care. You know what I mean? Why do I care? I'm more concerned, like,
What's
when
your
it comes
body
to
count?
that, I'm more concerned with not pass an STI test. You know what I
mm,
mean? Than anything else. When it comes to that, that's the only thing I care about, right? Does it get
Mm,
tested and are you clean? Those are the
I'm
only two
good.
things I care about. Other than that, I don't give a shit how many people you've been with. Why do I care?
It's
I know.
deeper than that STD, man. We want to talk about that. It's deeper than that, man.
That's the only thing I care
It
about
tell a
because if
lot
you
about a
think about it,
character.
I
And
guess
and and
I
I
don't
don't know,
think
like,
so.
don't you think that is like if you get to meet a person,
After
right?
hours with kill.
And it takes about a few months, if not even more, you know, or ever. But anyway, what I'm saying is like if you give time to get to know the person, you will have all those answers, you know, without counting body count. If he's
Oh yeah,
clean,
no,
if he,
yeah.
you know, it's, you know, if he's a person
Nobody
that
asked
you
that
can
anyways.
trust.
We don't ask that. It
That's what I
do
was about to
matter, but dudes
say.
Exactly.
don't ask it though.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody's ever asked me. That's all. Like that's why I don't. That's why I'm saying I don't understand why that's even a conversation. Nobody asked that question.
It's
I
like,
think they say
if
it
I
do it
know
matter.
you've been
That's
with
what
all
it
my
is.
friends, I know you've been around, I wouldn't even give you the time of day because
That
what?
part.
You've been with
Like
my
if you.
friends. Like, it's just
That's what I'm
weird.
saying. Like if you've snail trailed through my entire friend group, chances are I'm probably not gonna fuck with you. Like that's
Mm.
just how it works,
right, that
right?
part.
Does anybody? Does anybody? Right? But other than that, then no, I don't care. Right? If you were, oh yeah, I was a hoe in my 20s. Okay. Are you a hoe now? That's all I care about. You know what I mean? Like, are
True.
you gonna cheat on
Don't
True.
tell
me?
me
Like,
that
are
at the
you
beginning.
clean? Like,
Right, that part.
you know what I mean? Are there any kids I gotta worry about? Like, that's the only things I care about. I don't give a shit that you slept with because you was a hoe when you were 20. Like, is that supposed to get you points? Like, what's the point of that information? It's pointless. That portion I don't care about. I care about the things that
Point
come
you out
with
the
that.
door. That's what type of
Just
point
be
it is.
honest.
My thing is, as long as you
With
clean
one
yourself out,
person. You know what I mean? Because you could be with one person, still get an STI, and end up with a child.
that's it.
It only takes once.
That's true.
Does it change the outcome of whether or not I date that person? Yeah, depending on the answer to those things and what I'm willing to put up with.
It's weird because I don't know how to explain it though. Because it's like
That matters to me.
because even like when I heard some, I was with dating or I was with my ex, right? And she was telling me about something. It's like I was all cool though. I mean, I was cool, but then when she told me something she did in her past, it's hard to get it out your mind. You're like, man, you
Why do
did that
people?
and
But why
stuff.
are you sharing that? Like, to
Yeah, I
me,
think
that's
she did it about. She
disrespectful.
was just doing it, or she had to say that she had to do something for some change, and so I was like, bruh,
Nah, see, to me,
I
I feel
think I
like
couldn't get it out my brain
that's
after that.
okay. That's like one thing, but like, say if I'm like with somebody, right? Like, if like say I get like I don't know, like if I were with somebody right now, right? I'm not gonna tell my current girl about some shit that me and my last girl did,
Right.
or me and like some one night stand. It like, why would I have that conversation with you? Why would I go into detail like that with you? That's weird.
People
Like
be
to me,
just
that's just
having
mad
that
weird.
fun the days and be
You know
want
what
to
I
talk
mean?
about stuff.
Like at the end of the day, none of that fucking matters. I'm with you now, so who cares about
Mm,
that? Right? Now, if you want to know about like my past relationship, that's a different conversation. But we don't need to talk about that other part. Like that's weird. I'm never gonna ask you. I've never once asked anybody that I was with about like their past partners. Oh well, how was that like? I don't want to fucking know. This is weird. People just need to stop being weird. I guess is my point.
I be
Stop being
asking
weird.
sometimes, so that's
That's
good. I be
weird.
asking like, well, how your last relationship ended? What did you do wrong and all that? I be wanting to know
Like that's
all
the
that.
only thing I care about. Like, what did you do?
Somehow you not
Oh,
accountable on
oh, my last
anything? That's a
relationship
red
ended because
flag.
I cheated. You know what I mean? Or my last 5 relationships have ended because I cheated. Okay, that's information I probably need to know on whether or not I need to pursue you or not. You see what I'm saying? Like, I
That'd
don't
be
care
a
about that
fool to
other
say
shit.
that they cheated.
Huh?
They be a fool if they say they cheated. They better lie on that part.
I've had people tell me that
I'm talking
before. Like
to
they were like, yeah, well, you know, I cheated on my ex or whatever, but they never cheated on me. You know what I mean? Like
Yes,
they
That's
know
just
you.
cheated
about.
in a
It's
different
like, no, I'm
situation.
talking
It was just the
to
time. But like that was just the thing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I was a little bit more apprehensive about it. Like, okay,
mm,
but uh, I wouldn't say that's necessarily a deal breaker. It just depends on the situation. Now, if you've cheated in every relationship you've been in, I
That's a
definitely don't want to be with you. Like
yeah.
that's a cycle.
My limit's even one time. You cheated one time. I don't know. The risk is too high there. Could be a
that's
repeat
what I'm saying.
offender.
Some stuff is better off
Hmm.
not being said. That
That
and
part. Well,
that
that's
or
what I'm
body
saying.
count. Don't tell me neither of those two, man. 'Cause that's gonna be in the back of my mind.
That's what I'm saying though. I more or less care about okay, how many relationships have you been in, and how much time did you spend in between those relationships just by yourself? That's more important to
Oh
me
yeah,
Mm.
I
because if
asked
you're
that
somebody
recently. Like,
who's
what's your
serious,
last
if you're a
relationship?
serial dater, I don't want to be with you,
Right.
right?
Exactly. Who?
But
A
Mm.
waste
also
of
with that
time.
being
Like,
said,
you
I
been
also
with
have the
15 guys this year?
conversation. But I also have the conversation. What is your definition of cheating? Because I'm going to
Hmm.
give you mine, right? Because I
Hmm.
don't want any gray area when it comes to that situation. You
Keep
know
the
what it
street
is,
informed.
right? I'm
Emotional
going to
cheat.
have that conversation because there's different forms of cheating and not a lot of people pay attention to the different forms. There is emotional cheating. People do that all the time.
Yep.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That
All the
means you,
time.
if you're emotional attached to somebody, keep it moving.
That part.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
Yep.
be emotionally cheating on me. Or also, if you're in a relationship with me, you shouldn't be talking to anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
I should be the only one. If there's an issue, it needs to be brought to me.
That's it.
Is
Ah,
it?
you know that's worse than well, they twisted all up, but emotional cheating worse than physical though.
It is.
Because
Cheating and
physical
cheating
is
is
like
cheating.
Well,
It's
AJ,
unacceptable for me
no,
on any
emotional cheating is
account.
worse than
since
I'm not
than
gonna
since
play. Look,
physical.
I'm not gonna
Physical is
sit
like
there.
a
Look, to
huh?
but
me,
do
it's the same, right?
but
There's no
AJ,
difference. Hold on. To me, right? The way I view cheating is the same way that I view a lot of things. I don't care whether you're emotionally cheating on me or physically cheating on me. Cheating is cheating. I'm done.
Here you go.
See what
One
I'm
is
saying?
one of them you don't love the person, the other one you lost love for a person. One,
Right.
I mean, one of them you still love.
Either
You can
way,
still
you're
love a person,
done.
or one of them, and the other one you lost love.
But
Right.
for me, either way, you're done because if I've lost love for you, I don't want to be
I
with
know I
you.
get what you
I mean,
mean,
you
though. You
cheat,
And
you're
like
if
either
never
way,
I
I
getting a
don't
take
want
them
Christmas
to
either
be
card
one
from
with
of
me
them.
you,
again.
yeah,
But
but
Nah.
when you
nowadays, some
say
people put up
AJ,
with some other people that be emotional cheating though, and then don't put up with the physical.
Well, and that's the whole
You can't be
thing. That's
putting
what
up
But
an
I
I'm
can
saying.
emotional
understand.
cheating and then be surprised that you got cheated on. Because that's how it
That part.
starts, anyways.
Right.
That's why I'm
Exactly.
saying.
Yeah.
That's why I said regardless, cheating is cheat. Like to me, it's all the same,
If
Mm-hmm.
right?
you
That's
not if
why I
you
asked
emotionally cheating, that mean you're not even
what it
happy with your
is,
current partner.
right? But that's the
Mm-hmm.
reason why when I get into relationships, that's a question I ask: what is cheating, right? Because I'm going to tell you what it is, and you can either agree to that or you don't, right? Because I've been with people who quote unquote never cheated on anybody that I was aware of, and ended up cheating on me.
Oh my.
But sat there and said, "Oh, well, that's not who I am." Okay, but you was talking to a whole other person while you were with me. So make
I'm
that
So
that
you.
friend that snitches, I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, so when you say talk
so.
to a whole nother person, is like a call hours on the phone, stuff like that. Is not literally talk to another person, right?
No,
I
someone
don't
that
care.
you're
I don't care if
interested.
you. Look,
Someone
I'm
you have
right. I'm not
conversation.
that. Yeah. If you're sitting there and you're flirting with somebody else,
Oh,
but
okay.
you're with me,
Yeah,
that's
no.
cheating. The
Okay.
fuck? You know
Right.
what I mean?
No.
If it's just
No.
somebody and you're just talking to your friend, I don't care that you talk to your friend. I'm not the
Okay.
type of person who I'm not your third parent. Okay? You don't need to ask me if you want to go out with your you want to go out with go out with your friends. Just tell me where you're going for safety reasons in case some shit goes down. I know you're okay if the plan
Right.
changes. That's all I care about. Other than that, I don't care about everything else. You want to have friends? Have friends. You want to go talk to people? Go talk to people. I don't give a shit. Just do not flirt with somebody else while with me. Because if I did
Okay.
that shit, is a whole ass problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, meet me with that same energy.
I'd say well, you shouldn't even have to ask where they're going. They should just be like, hey, I'm going here. I do that all the time to my dude.
That
I always
part.
let them know where I'm going. I just let them know.
That's what I'm
In case
saying.
I
If
get
you let me
kidnapped, I'm
know, cool.
4'11".
That part. Make sure you didn't get, like you didn't just like disappear or something. You know what I mean?
So
If I
so
gotta
if
call
we
the
give
cops,
it,
I could tell them where the last place you were and what you were wearing. Like, why are we doing this secretive shit? I don't do
yeah,
that.
that's my whole thing. Is I don't want to keep tabs on you. I don't want to keep checking on you. At least let me know. Okay, babe. We said we were going to the bar, but we about to go to XYZ. You
That
know what I'm
part.
saying? You ain't got to give me details. Just let me know where you're going. So if something do happen, I know where the point that the police officer in the direction where you was last seen or heard.
Right.
That
You know
part.
what I
Yeah.
mean? I'm not gonna hold you on the phone, listening to the music playing in the background, or y'all having a
That
conversation.
part,
No, I
bruh.
just want to know where you at
That
for
part.
What's that clapping
my
noise?
for my peace of mind.
That's
You
all
know what
I'm
I mean?
at.
People are like,
That
what
part.
you just seem like you just want to keep tab. I heard that so many times before,
Oh
It's like I
my.
ain't trying to
and
keep
I heard,
tabs on you. Like, and the thing is every time I've heard that with all the people who were cheating on me.
yep.
Exact. I'm about to say right. What's the point of
I've
Ain't
even
saying
had my
nobody
that?
ever
mom call
cheated
my
on me.
dude, hey, where's so and so at? And he would tell my mom because sometimes my phone would die or whatever, and she would find me
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because of the grandkid.
yeah. No, and that's like the thing, you know what I mean? Like I said, like I don't care to keep tabs. I'm also not the jealous type, right? Like I'm not gonna sit there and get upset because somebody's flirting with the person I'm with. You know what I mean? I'm not that type of person. What will piss me off is if you flirt back, right?
Right.
That tells me everything right there. Because at the end of the day, I
Exactly.
innately trust you. If I trust you in that sense, don't fuck that up. That's all I
I
ask.
never did.
I'm like,
Or like our
I've been
phones,
flirted
neither of
with,
us have passcodes. Neither of us care if there's a phone call. He'd be like, hey, can you get that for me? I'd be like, yeah, no
bruh.
problem, because he's taking a dump or
If I
something, you
need
know?
if I need your passcode, right? I
Yeah.
need to go through your wallet. I need to check you. The bullshit factor
You
is
ain't
too
ready.
high. The bullshit factor is too high. You need to go. I don't have time. I do not have time. I do not have the mental. I no longer hold space. Will never hold space for that time.
Respect
If it
my
gets to a point that
boundaries.
I got to do that, there's no point for us to be together. Clearly, there's no trust.
There's a
Respect my
major
Yeah.
boundaries.
red flag for me is when they can't put their phone
Good
down.
deal, BJ.
That's
Yeah.
major red flag. Like, you're hiding something if you don't want nobody to look at your phone, or you're hiding
Mhm.
something if you're afraid to put it down.
Yeah.
I've had a relationship like that in the past when I was younger. It's like,
I was in
Well,
I just don't like people who are on their phone when like we hanging out type shit.
yeah.
Right? Like I don't care. Like whatever you're scrolling TikTok, we just sitting there in silence, fine, whatever. But if you're on your phone the whole time, like to me, my time is very valuable. Right?
Well,
Time
to
to
me,
me
it's
is very
rude too.
precious. So when I'm out with somebody, right, whether we just hanging out and we're friends or we're going on a date, whatever it is, I'm trying not to be on my phone, right? I don't want to go somewhere, I need to be somewhere, and everybody's on their fucking phone. We could have just stayed home for this. You know what I mean? I could have been in bed, like I could have been watching Harry Potter right now, but no, instead I don't spent money to get in this club and everybody on their damn phone. That's boring as shit to me. Don't invite me out then. Like I'm not gonna come out for that type of shit, right?
So it was my early
That's
20s, and it's like everyone was telling me he's cheating on you, he's cheating. And I was like, give me the evidence. There was no evidence, so I didn't believe it. And it's like looking back, there was a whole bunch of red flags, but being young and dumb,
Mm-hmm.
you don't see.
Mm-hmm.
You're
But
young and
that's
dumb.
the
It's just, you just didn't know.
Mhm.
You
Yeah,
know what I
you
Right,
mean?
just
wasn't
learn from
ready.
those
You
experiences
just
though.
didn't know. Because we
Mm-hmm.
all were young. We were all young once upon a time. You know what I mean? It ain't we weren't dumb. It was just the fact that we didn't know these things.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mhm.
know, as you get older, when you know better, you do better.
Yeah, you
Yep.
You
get
Yep.
know what I mean?
wiser.
You can't be in your 40s
Experience.
and your 50s doing the same thing you was doing when you was 20.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That means you don't have no growth. You ain't trying to grow, or you just don't give a F.
That
You know what I
part.
mean?
And
I will
comfortable
go,
and content.
I will go
And
deeper.
content.
It's like with me, especially looking back, is like when you're young, especially is like if he's your first man, or sex is, it becomes like you're intelligent. You start to give excuses because you're together, which if you didn't go down, to the sexual experience, I still had I could see stuff. I
I do
remember,
too.
that my first boyfriend, was like at the beginning, he was like kind of standoffish in front of his friend, but it's like it was like 3 months that we were together. It's like, if you have a problem, to be kind or act like you do when your friends are not around, have a good day. And I just broke up, right? And then it's like a month later, he called me back, it's like, and apologized. They gave me a big present and this and that. So we go together and then we get romantically involved. And then this behavior started again. But this time I felt like I lost something that I had to put up with. So that's what I realized. And with other friends, having this conversation is like, the level of awareness that a woman has with a partner before getting intimate is different that once they become romantically involved. You start to give more excuses because you say it's like, well, maybe you know what I mean? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I
So
mean,
Yeah.
I
I was
think
with
for
this dude
some
for
people,
7 years. I didn't think hiding your phone was a weird thing back then. You're from teenager to early 20s. I didn't honestly care. I wasn't the jealous type. It never dawned on me until after I had the evidence. I was like, okay, I should have saw this coming.
This is another thing I want to throw in the air just
but that's
because
just
that's what I
where,
noticed.
but
Mm-hmm.
Is
that's why hindsight becomes 2020,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah.
When we're out of a situation is when we can see all the shit, right? That's
Mhm.
just how that works. But that just comes from life experience, right? For me, it was more or less just like, I mean, if I look at like my first relationships, my first serious relationships, yeah, absolutely, I definitely justified a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? That I didn't necessarily need to compared to how I am now, where I don't justify nearly as much, right? Um, and
Right.
I'm more or less just more comfortable going with my instincts and my own intuition than anything else. I don't fight that anymore, or at least I'm never going to again, right? I wouldn't say that I haven't. I mean, I would say definitely my last relationship,
Right.
I fought a lot of my own instincts on a lot of different situations, only to be proven right. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? I learned from it. I'm not mad. It
Right.
is what it is. There's no grudge. I just needed to learn what I needed to learn, move on, and I'm gonna do something different next time. That's
Yeah.
it.
And you're gonna learn some more. That's
And that's it. And I'll learn some more, and that's life. But at the end of the day, the number one thing that I definitely did learn, you know what I mean, was I didn't realize how much I slip on working on myself when I'm in a relationship. That's why I said what I said earlier. That's why I'm like, I need to start focusing on me and making sure that that is my number one priority, even when I'm in a relationship. And I know that sounds selfish, But at the same time, the only way for me to be the best person for that other person is if I'm the best person for me.
You
That's
need
the
your
only way
teammate
it's
to
gonna
be up to
work.
par with you, you know?
That part, you know what I mean? I can't just be by myself. Okay, well they're, pushing them to be better and I'm over here, slacking, not doing
I
what
need
I
That
my
need to do.
teammate. We
balance.
got two toddlers to fight off.
That part.
You gotta balance. You gotta
Yeah, I gotta
gotta
have the
have
balance up.
yourself, work on self and family.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that part. But that's the thing, you know what I mean? There's a lot of lessons that I learned, you know what I mean?
Some
With
people
a lot of
selfish
my
though.
situations. Yeah, but
Think
that's the
about their
thing. It's
family.
all about life. It's just about learning at the end of the day. Life is always, you're always going to be learning something. Or at least you should always. I'm not going to say people always be learning because a lot of people don't be learning. You should be learning every day. Like if you don't learn something new every day, there's an issue, right? I learn something new every
I
Ab-
single
say
day
it's
today.
me.
You know what I
Absolutely.
mean? I learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Every single day.
As
You
long as your
know,
head,
If you
what
as
do
don't,
long
you
as
you
your
mean,
head
stuck.
Kelly,
moves,
when
you
you
can
said
learn.
selfish? What will you say selfish regarding what? To have self-love?
I would say before when I used to talk about being inward focused, focusing on oneself, working on your own goals, so on and so forth, even when you're in a relationship, I've had pushback and people telling me that I'm selfish for that. Well, no, you're in a relationship. Where's your focus for the other person? Well, no, I need you focused on me this many times. I now need you to set a schedule on how much time we can spend together.
Well,
Wait,
you're not
say
You
the
that
put
over
your
parent.
foot
again.
down and I need my time, right? That's what I mean. That's why I said, like, yeah, it may sound selfish, but it's the only way that I could be the best version of me for somebody else is if
That's
I
why
have
you, and
my
that's why
time.
I recommend people be the best version before you get in a relationship. Because I don't think that's the right timing to be the best version of yourself in a relationship.
I
You
You
know what
say
I'm
need
you
to be
take
saying?
the
your
best
break.
person, but that's what I'm saying. You need to be the best person to
Before.
yourself all the time. It shouldn't just be just to get into a relationship. Because if
No,
you don't
not to
keep
get
that up,
into
it's
it
going to
though.
fall apart.
I mean, even if you're
Mm-hmm.
in it, it's okay to work on yourself
Mm-hmm.
because then
Yeah.
a lot of times you see
But
things differently when you are with someone
That part.
because they
yep.
show you different.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So certain things that you be like, Dad, I didn't think I was like this. Dad, I didn't think I was like that. So then you work on it. You
Mm-hmm.
work on it to change it, to better it. You know what I mean?
That part.
Your
Yeah.
person, the best person that knows you sometimes, well, all the time, is yourself and your spouse,
And
your
your mom.
significant other.
Your kids, if you got kids.
Yeah, and your kids. But which one you were prone to listen to, your kids or a grown person?
Yeah.
You know what I
But
mean?
I think even with that, I think is your main focus. Like once you made that decision, right,
Mm-hmm.
to be in a family, your focus do have to be more towards of what's best for the family. Right? Not like
Right.
I understand when you do have to work on self and all that stuff, but that's why I recommend doing all that before or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
it's like once you did that, you got to be good enough to where you be able to progress with the family, right? So you can
Oh, yeah.
because everything from there it got to be a group decisions and all that stuff or group situations to make the family work and stuff. You can't really like I mean you can have alone times and all that stuff, but you can't it can't be where you just so focused on self that you almost kind of forget about your family too though. So it's like I don't know, that's what I say it got to
It's
be
got
like
to
a
be
balance,
balanced.
but huh?
Yeah.
It
It's
got to
got to
be
be
balanced,
balanced.
yeah.
Like my
Yeah,
dual
but
work
most of the
get
time you
off
want
so
to
I can go
work with family
study,
once you decide to be in the family.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like when you go on a spiritual journey. That's
Hmm.
all it really is. Spiritual or however, you can still
Yeah.
have a family and go on that spiritual journey by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Most
You know what I'm
definitely. Yeah.
saying? So you like you said, you do need balance because you got to
Yeah.
be able to go on your journey, and also, okay, you got a husband or wife, you got to be able to have attend to them. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying, and have their attention. But when it's time, man, everybody ain't gonna go on that journey with you. So you
That
have to
part.
do what's best for you at that time in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You
Everybody ain't
know,
gonna be perfect when they go in a relationship.
um,
Everybody still, some people are still
So, learning.
fragments. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? They just
Well,
hoping
that's
that that person is gonna help them with something. And sometimes you get in a relationship, some person help you see something that you didn't see before.
Right.
That part. And
Yeah.
that's any type of relationship that I've
That,
learned.
that's why I say, that why I
You know
said
what I mean?
relationship.
Yeah, I'm saying
But
like, but I'm saying like that's any type of relationship I've ever
Of
been in.
course.
You
Even the
gotta
Of
ones
course.
that
divide
have
and
ended
conquer.
badly, I have learned so much shit from takeaways, but they also help me see things, right? It was definitely a lot easier for me to narrow down
Mm-hmm.
a lot of what I want and what I don't want,
That's it.
right? Now that's changed, right? If you would have asked me a year ago what I wanted, it would have been something completely different than it is today, right? There's some things that are that have stayed the same, right? But it's still
Mm-hmm.
different
Right.
because I now want different things, right? I now understand that I want this. You know what I mean? It's more detailed, it's more refined instead of just being
Right.
like, oh, well, I only want these things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Let me refine it even further.
That's it. That's
And
it.
that's
And
it.
what
but
you want changes over time too.
That
Of
too.
yeah,
course.
Yeah.
I used to want to
Of
be an
but
course.
astronaut. That didn't happen.
mm,
I used to want to be Superman.
but
I used to want to be a
but
police officer.
right.
Oh yeah, all the kids wanted that for sure.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Not
So yeah.
today.
And that's where, and
Not
even when
me.
you in a
No,
marriage
but
relationship.
one second on that subject, right? About what Kevin was saying before, um, the selfish part, and you said, well,
I thought you was talking to
when
me
you get
about
in
that.
no, 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 I'm getting, it's like, wouldn't a person should, it's like if I had to do a do-over again, right? I would like to exactly know what I'm about, what I like, what I don't like, and have my career, have achieved my goals, and then find a partner, So it's
Yeah,
like my
that's how I
son, I
recommend it.
really
Yeah.
admire because he's in his 30s. He's getting his first house. He's have his money and his stuff, and he's doing self work. Because now, when he know who he is, he can know what's the suitable. I was going like I had to learn as I was going, and I'm still figuring out who I am. So 9 years single and proud, and I love it.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. You should. I
I
always
think
tell people
struggle
they should
makes
be
you
an
better
addition
too,
to your
though.
life.
Makes you stronger with the struggle. Like I'm a
Hmm.
mom. Like it was hard, but I don't regret it. I'd do it all over again, and now I'm a stepmom too. So it's like I kind of did do it all over again.
Yeah.
But it's like the struggle makes you smarter, makes you wiser and stronger for next time you get hit. You get back up.
Or it's a double-edged sword, though. Some people
That's
get
true.
worse.
That is
That
true.
part.
no,
They
the
do.
last one, I thought I wasn't gonna make it. So now it's like I'm extra cautious because if I get back up this time with a little bit of discomfort, so no.
I gotta pep talk myself in the morning. I'm like, okay, I can handle them. I can handle them. Did it yesterday. I could do it again today.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I've learned to be comfortable with discomfort from time to time,
Ooh,
but
scared
only
me.
in moderation.
Like you just
And the
pooped on the
reason
wall
why I say
yesterday. I
that,
can do it today.
I got
Today's
triggered that quick. What?
Tuesday.
I don't talk to.
Toddlers
You
are
want to be
no,
fine.
comfortable with
no,
discomfort.
you gotta learn how to be comfortable within discomfort because there's gonna be
Right.
times you're gonna be
Exactly.
in uncomfortable situations, right? Life is not about being stagnant and staying within comfortability. You gotta
Right.
be comfortable with uncomfortability and
Yep.
discomfort, right? That's growing pains. So again, for me, is very much in moderation, but it also depends on what the discomfort is, right? Obviously, I'm not going to stay in a relationship where I'm feeling very uncomfortable. That doesn't make sense to stay in that, right? But if I'm uncomfortable because I'm trying to make a change,
Mm.
then you know what I mean? I have to assess that situation.
Right.
And that's why I say, like, I've learned to become very comfortable regardless, right? Like, at the end of the day, my comfort used to be when I was younger at the very top of my priority. So if I felt like it was discomforting, I would just avoid it at all costs. But it's unrealistic to do that because there were times, if anything, if life or creator or whatever you want to believe in has taught me anything, is that's when it likes to throw the most uncomfortable shit at you, is when you're trying to stay comfortable
Right. Right. That's true.
because you're not supposed to be.
You
It's
ain't
going to
supposed
keep throwing it at
Mm.
you.
to
Okay,
let that
cool. I'm
thing.
going to put you in this uncomfortable situation,
Mm-hmm.
right? A prime example of that, right? I started working relatively early, and I've been in management positions majority of my working life, right? Pretty much all of my working life, I've been in some sort of leadership role, except for maybe recently because I just didn't want it. But yeah, can you imagine somebody who's like me who didn't want to deal with discomfort? Now I have to be in a room and I have to fire somebody.
Oh
Talk
my,
about uncomfortable.
Honestly, I
that's
used to
called
not mind them.
awkward.
I used to work in
Comfortable.
management too, and like they would send me, they knew I was gonna handle the job well.
That part.
I wouldn't be discomfortable to fire somebody. I would be very comfortable to fire somebody. Me
Especially if I
That's
personally.
didn't like
bold.
them. Ooh,
Now what?
it was
Well, when it
it
comes
was
No,
for
to
I
me.
can't.
Get your ass out of here.
I
That
mean,
seems like no
o-
heart or
only
empathy.
reason,
And
only reason why that being is
I'd
reason
be
why I
like,
would be
sit down. You want a
because
water?
it may be the person. You know what I'm saying? Now I totally get it. I understand that in every life, everybody has a situation going on.
hmm
Okay, you know you come to work 9 times out of 10, you do what you got to do because you know your situation.
hmm
I don't know your situation. So by that being said, you come in, you follow the rules, so then we don't have no problem. You come in, break the rules, okay, now I don't have a problem firing you because clearly you don't care about what's going on at this company. If I'm trying to make the company is trying to do X, Y, Z, then you should come in with that attitude, okay, man, hey, I'm gonna do what I got to do at my job and go
hmm
home. Do your 8 to 12 hours, go home.
Oh yeah,
Do the
no,
right thing.
absolutely. Now, if
You
it's a
know what I'm saying?
justifiable hire, like if it's a justifiable fire like that, like somebody just ain't coming to work or they completely deserve it, yeah, I ain't got a problem doing that. But when it's, hey, you gotta lay off these people,
I've never had to do a
and they're
layoff.
they're hardworking people, they're really
Mm,
good people. That is uncomfortable as fuck,
Oh, okay.
right? I hated being that person, right? Because I don't want to have to tell somebody, you know what I mean? Like, because for me, my biggest niche when it comes to, like people who I have to manage or supervise or whatever, you tend to get close to people because you see them almost every day,
Yeah.
right? And if,
All
when
the time.
in me, I didn't know how to balance life very well when I was younger, especially in my 20s, that I was a very much a workaholic. So I would work over 80 hours a week, right?
Oh,
Like I
oh
was the
my.
type of person, if somebody called out, like I was there type
oh yeah.
situation. If there was a situation, they had to call me. Like it was a whole thing. There was no work life balance, right? Like I was just like, this is my life, this is what I'm supposed to do, right? This is what I thought being an adult was going to work and doing this, right? I fell into the ideology that if you work hard, then it's going to pay off.
Right.
That's not always the fucking case,
It ain't.
right? I busted my ass and, yeah, I got to a certain point, but they always kept me in certain roles that I didn't necessarily care to be in. So
Right.
when it was situations like that where it was like, hey, you have to lay this person off, it used to suck because I would, because I see these people every day. They tell me things about their lives, right? So when I had to fire somebody, when I'm firing, parents, you know what I mean? Damn, you know what I mean? Like, especially, when they have a sick kid
Yeah.
and now you have to lay that person off because it's a business decision.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
uncomfortable.
uh,
I don't care how hard or how cutthroat you want to be. That is uncomfortable.
it probably
I
wouldn't.
I
You
used
know
to
that.
fire the bad employees. Like
Like
we've
the
never
bad
had a
ones?
layoff
Oh yeah,
before,
I
so I
don't
can't
care about that.
fathom that experience.
Yeah, I don't care about that. But when I had to lay off somebody and I knew that they, like they had a sick kid at home and they were already struggling
Yeah.
and they were like, "Hey, we gotta pull the trigger on this one." That was uncomfortable. You know what I mean? But life kept throwing that at me. Right? It was either a situation like that or I was being put in situations where I had to have these quote unquote, I don't know the appropriate term, but I used to call them come to Jesus talks. When you got to have like that conversation with people, those
Yes.
uncomfortable conversations. I kept being put in positions where I had to do that. So I had to learn. I was just like, I guess I might as well just get used to it, right? And learn to be comfortable in it to some degree. And now
Hmm.
that I've learned to be comfortable, I don't deal with those situations nearly as much. But when they come up, I'm perfectly fine. That's why I can have a disagreement with somebody and it's not, oh, okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't feel bad.
Yeah. I don't feel bad either if I had a disagreement with somebody.
I
So
do, but that's only just because I'm I have a fawning response, right? So I turn into when I'm stressed out or put under pressure, I will just say yes to things. So it used to make me feel really bad for saying no, right? Like I feel tremendous guilt telling people no to certain things, right? So like I used to be the type of person, like if you put me on the spot and we're like, AJ, can I borrow $5? I just give you $5, right? It could be my last $5. I give it to you because I just didn't want to be that person, right? Because of the guilt. I didn't want to feel the guilt on that, right? And that's a whole trauma thing, right? That I'm working on,
Okay.
right? Where now I don't have a problem being like, nah, I can't do it. I do still feel a tremendous amount of guilt, but it's not as bad as I've learned how to work on it. And there's different tools and things in my arsenal to do that. But it
Once I
is,
had kids, my mindset changed on that. I used to be
yeah,
exactly like that, but once I had my son, I stopped caring about
mhm,
anybody else but my family.
yeah,
And listen, my thing is this right here. My family taught me a valuable lesson, and it's the word no, a
yeah,
valuable lesson. Because I'm like, at one point in time, I was like that, but then my family taught me, okay, thinking I can't be thinking like that. You know what I mean? I can't feel
hmm,
guilty for telling somebody no. Because,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Because half of your life, you probably heard the word no more than you heard the word yes. So
yeah,
as an adult and as, you know, if I'm going out here working hard for my money, you can do the same thing. You know what I
hmm,
mean? Now, if you need it for, something specific, now I'll probably look out. Now, if you just
yeah,
want it just to go, you know, to the club or whatever, hell no. Cause that ain't my money. That ain't where my money going at. I'm not making nobody else rich. Try not to anyway. But
that part.
See,
at
we
the
got like
same
the
time,
parking lot zombies, and you know what they are. I don't want to say it
Hmm.
because you know what I
Yeah,
mean. And it's like
yeah,
I'm not giving you a dime. Like I don't want to be the reason one day you're not here.
yeah. But I
that's a
mean,
catch 22 with that one.
but that's that. I mean, that is a really good point. But like, that's the other thing too. You know what I mean? Like, it's not an all the time thing, right? But it is a response, and it has to do with you know what I mean? Like I said, it's a trauma response. It comes from tremendous years of trauma,
Hmm.
right? And I don't know if I don't really want to. I guess whatever. I'll explain it. So there's a difference between PTSD and CPTSD. If y'all don't know,
Right.
right? A lot of people are running around. I got this. I got that. And I'm gonna tell you what it is because I suffered and have been diagnosed with both. Right? PTSD is usually only triggered to one event. CPTSD is triggered to multiple events over a course of 7+ years.
Hmm.
Technically, is what the definition is. Right? A lot of people who have this stuff a lot of the time starts in childhood. Right? So we're already fundamentally broken
Hmm.
before we ever hit adulthood. Right?
Right.
So my fawning response and feeling bad for saying no, it's a survival tactic, right?
Hmm.
Because it was just easier to just say yes instead of saying no, because no could mean a fight. No could mean you know what I mean? No can be a black eye. No can be this. So I've just learned to say yes to things, right?
Hmm.
And I learned that at a young age. So unlearning that now as an adult, even though I know I shouldn't feel guilty, like I don't
Hmm.
want to feel guilty for it. Trust me, I don't. I can't help that now because it's so wired into me, if that makes sense. So I have to do so many things, right, internally in
Hmm.
order for me to be like, okay, no, and be able to just stand on the no, right? It doesn't mean that I can't do it. Trust me, I do it. But it takes a lot, if that
Right.
makes sense, in
Yeah.
order for me to do it. And I've learned it's easier if I start laying down the boundary when I first meet people than
Hmm.
doing it the opposite,
There you
right?
go.
And allowing people to do a bunch of shit and then trying to check it later. So I check it right up front when I don't have as much of an emotional attachment,
Hmm.
and either you make it or you don't, right? Therefore, you already know what the boundary is. If you cross the boundary, then I have no choice but to cut you. I got to cut you off at that point, you
Right.
know? So, and that's just how I've had to adjust to that. But that's what, when, if you've ever heard anybody ever say that I have a fawning response or anything like, that's really what that is. It's not that we become yes men or women for every single situation. It really is situational based, right? So not anybody who always asks me for $5, am I going to give them $5, right? It could be if you're somebody I know, right? And you're somebody, you know, that I have some form of emotional attachment. I'm easily manipulated into that because if you put me right on the spot, I'm 9 times out of 10 probably going to say yes, or I would have been. I'm not that person now. You can't get a dime from me now. Good luck. Um, but yeah,
I've
I
been
used to
Yeah.
be
working in
that
the
person.
Getty for almost like a decade now, and I think it's rubbing off on me. Where I'm just like, Get out of here.
Yeah.
Leave me alone.
Oh wow.
Hmm.
A simple no, no, just to make it feel bad.
Yeah.
You know, I'm
Yeah.
4'11". You got to come off a little bit aggressive because all I got, I'm like a chihuahua.
Oh
That's all I
no, not
got.
the Chihuahua. Yeah, no, that's
You
that's
know,
just simply just what it is. But I mean, I understand that everybody, like I said earlier, when it comes to triggers, like I understand that so intimately, right? Because I deal with it like on an everyday basis. That's the reason why I say it's not up for everybody else to dance around that. I have to have the discernment in order to handle my own triggers. And that's the thing. So
yeah,
when knowing that I have that fawning response, it's my responsibility to myself, right? I owe it to myself to stay on top of that, right? It's not for somebody else to be like, oh, well, I have a spawning, AJ has a fawning response. I'm going to go take advantage or I shouldn't do that. That's not anybody else's
mm,
responsibility. That's mine,
that's
right?
true. It takes, like you said, when we are adult, it's true. It's like, sometimes we're trusty or we give up too easily, but it's not 100%. It's like we
No.
need to take our part of responsibility that we have a say in how we are treated, in how
Hmm.
we manage everything. So it's true. You're right.
Yeah. And then that's part of like why dating for me is very difficult is because of a lot of those survival tactics that I have because I don't recognize things right away because they're so normal to
Right.
me. It's very easy for me to end up in like an abusive relationship
Uh,
with somebody because it's just that easy because that's all I know, right? So to me, it seems normal, even though I know it's not normal, right? But if I'm distracted with other stuff, that's going to seem normal to me, right? And
yeah.
then boom, now all of a sudden I'm paying attention. I'm like, wait, I'm not supposed to be going through all of this. You're not
Yeah.
supposed to be doing, and now it's too late. You know what I mean? Now it's like,
It,
okay, great. Now I have this whole other thing I have to deal with,
yeah.
right?
It's gonna
So
get better with
it's difficult.
age.
Yeah,
It's gonna
it
get
just gets
better.
difficult. And that's the thing. Like I'm not gonna sit there and say, oh, it's damning, don't ever date anybody, oh,
Mm,
I'm never gonna date again. No, that's not what it is. Like I don't have a problem getting on that horse. I just have to make sure that when I do, I have enough I'm not distracted to the point where I can't, you know what I mean? It's not something I can take my distraction off of, right? As long as my focus is on me, then I'll be fine in that relationship because I have
yeah.
to put more focus on what I'm doing and how I'm handling situations than your average person, right? Your average person with dealing with a situation, and I'll give an example of, let's say, I don't know, um, somebody, I don't know, every time they get mad at you, they call you stupid, right? Oh, you're just so stupid,
Mm,
right? That's
yeah.
abuse, right? That's being
Yeah.
verbally abusive, right? For an average person, they'd be able to look at that and be like, hey, don't call me that. That would
Right.
not be my first instinct. My first instinct, that would have just went over my head and I would have just kept going, right?
Right.
I would have missed that. But because I have to focus more on me and focus on the situation, I have to process things a little slower to make sure that I'm processing them correctly because of
Right.
that trauma, because of those traumas, right?
Right.
I'm not saying that it's an excuse. I'm not saying that you can't get through it. You can. It's just going to take a little bit more. And that's where self-awareness has to be you have to be very self-aware, right? If you're going to do it the way that I'm doing it, because I'm unmedicated. I'm not on medication that helps regulate that. I don't have that, right? I don't do any of that. I'm completely just me dealing with life, right? But that doesn't mean that I don't have, like my days or whatever where I don't slip. There's times I slip, but I still, you know what I mean? That's why I keep saying when you have to be inward focused when you're somebody
Yeah.
like me.
I would say it's not even
So,
selfish because you're worrying about who you're with and who they're with. You know what I mean? You care
yeah,
about how they're doing in a way of you doing what you're doing because you need your
yeah,
partner to be a partner, and you need them to be okay.
yeah, absolutely. I definitely need them to be okay, but
So I don't
because
really
I'm,
see it as
yeah,
selfish.
exactly, right? It's not, but because I've been in situations and because I struggle and focus in recognizing, I guess, toxic people and toxicity sometimes, that's what a lot of toxic people tell me all the time. Oh, you're being selfish, right? That's selfish to think like that. They don't
Yeah.
understand that I'm not thinking like that because I'm being selfish. I'm thinking like that because I am very selfless as a person naturally.
Mm.
I'm broken in that sense. I'm the most selfless person you'll probably meet. I'm the type of person who, if I have to jump on fire, I will go jump on a fire for somebody and not think
Mhm.
twice about it. Like, I wouldn't think twice about it. It'd be fine, right? I'm naturally that person, but knowing that I deserve better, right? And having to, knowing that can't be an option, you can't do that for everybody, makes life very difficult sometimes because I have to now pick and choose who can be here and
Right.
who can't, because there are certain people who I can share this information with and will exploit it, right?
Uh, wow,
It happens to me all the time. But that
that's
doesn't
bad, though.
mean that I fall for it either, right? I'm observant and I learn very quickly. I've learned to look and pick out the signs and when I'm talking to people. So even
Yeah,
though I may be talking, I'm paying attention to a lot of things.
but AJ, do you know that to be selfless, okay,
Hmm.
with in the right, uh, scenario, right? It's kind of beautiful that somebody's like that, because when you talk like that,
Yeah.
it's like I was like that. It's like one time I was at my parents' house, was sleeping, and I hear screaming, and I go to see what's going on. My father is down by the car in the parkway, and this guy is beating him up, right?
Hmm.
So I'm telling you, I went down just when I saw that somebody put in the hand on my father. I went and I knocked the guy down with the punch. I don't know how I did it, but do you
Adrenaline.
understand? I didn't thought, oh, he's a man, he's bigger than me. All I see is like my father need help, and I just ran and I charged with one of my fists and I hit good. But I was surprised myself. But m- neighbor, they were saying, "Are you crazy? That was a man. If he get up and because then I start running. When I put him out, I grabbed my father and we run in the house and I lock the door." But
Hmm.
you know what I mean? It's good. I'm happy that I didn't overthink it. That's what I
Yeah,
was trying to tell you.
I
It's
think being
good to be
selfless comes with
selfless.
love too. Like
it does.
you
Yeah.
love somebody, you're gonna be more selfless. Like my
Hmm.
toddlers get me every time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And
Oh
that's the
yeah.
thing. Like
I
I
don't
was,
want them to, but they do.
yeah, that's the thing. Like I was raised that way, right? Also, I was also raised to be selfless as well. So like it's just for me, it was very much just finding the balance between the two. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
naturally, when you get in a relationship, you're gonna be more selfless with that person than you will with normal people, with everybody else, of course. But there still has to be balance, right? You can't lose yourself to save somebody else
I mean, you
Hmm.
like to please
completely.
your partner, but
You
there
know what
is
I
a
mean?
limit to that too, right?
To a degree, but to a degree, right? I can't please you to the point where I'm not even
Right.
being myself.
Hmm.
Exactly. Or say, no, I don't like to do this. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? Right.
yeah. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like things have to be done in moderation. You know what I mean? But again, that's where self awareness comes from. You know what I mean? That's why I preach on self awareness. I focus
True.
on me. But I like to think about it like mirrors, right? A lot of people, they have their mirrors turned outward. So they're focused on other people, they ain't focused on their own shit, right?
I'd
They're
say
focused on what you're doing and why your life is the way that it is and so on and so forth. They got 5 million opinions. I don't got
just
an
as
opinion on
much
anybody's life. I turn it on myself.
just
All
as
my
much as
own.
you care for other people that are around you, there's somebody else that's around you that cares about you that much. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So
But
I mean, you worrying about yourself
yeah.
is you caring that you're there for the people that love you.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Oh.
I
But
was
that's yeah.
on TikTok the other day, and I think this said it perfectly. It's like, it's not good to fall for somebody else because you literally are falling into them. But if you love together equally, that's a good relationship. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
it doesn't make sense. So I never want to fall in love again.
I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know. I don't have an issue with that, right? As long as again, that's always going to be a choice for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it always has been. I've been in long relationships with people I did not give a about, right? I'll
Oh,
be
I couldn't do
100% honest.
that.
I did not care, right? But the people I have fallen in love with, all of those were done on purpose, right? That was a conscious decision that I made, right? That was when I was like, okay, cool, I can lift the gate and do this, right? So I don't have an issue with the actual falling in love part or the aspects of that. What I'm more or less concerned about is how that person is one going to treat me and treat themselves, right? Because if they treat themselves like shit, they're going to treat me like shit. 9 times out of 10, those two things go hand in hand, right? That's just how I'm always going to take it because that's my experience. Everybody who's been self-destructive has then turned out to be more destructive to my life because now I'm trying to fix your shit and you keep tearing everything down. Now I'm just wasting time, right? At this point, we're just hurting each other and fighting all the time. That doesn't need to happen. So for me, it's very much I like to be around or surround myself or in my next relationship. I'm definitely looking for somebody who's going to treat themselves very well, right? They have to have made amends with themselves. If they are still fighting themselves, it's not going to work
Right.
because I've made amends with me.
True.
I'm not willing to fight somebody else and themselves, right? Like that's too much. I can't do that.
No, that's for sure.
So you have to make amends with yourself in order
Yeah.
to like that is a must
Yeah.
before
It's
I end up with anybody.
3:49. My stomach is rumbling. I cannot sleep. It's my day 12 completed yesterday of vegan raw diet, and I'm telling you, I'm having a hard time tonight falling asleep. I
Yeah,
need to drink some more water.
probably.
I was gonna say, with relationships, it's important to know how your partner like copes. Like, what is their method of coping? Like,
Mm-hmm.
for us, it's just roasting each other. To be honest, it's just funny. But, like, we use comedy to cope. And
Yeah.
like for other people, if I were to go to date somebody else, I might hurt their feelings. You know, they might not be able to take it, or they don't understand that's me trying to laugh off a bad situation to feel
Mm-hmm.
better. They might take it as I'm hurting them. You know, everybody copes differently, so like finding somebody who understands the way you cope is important.
Oh yeah, 1,000%. Because that's the thing. Like, and I've learned that because like the way I cope is very different than I guess a lot of people. Like, I don't cope like I guess most people do. I'm very much. Well, I wouldn't say that. I would say I'm very much the suffer in silence type person. Um, so I don't necessarily tell people what I'm going through, or if I do, I'm just like, no, I'll take care of it. You know what I mean? Like I'm very much like I turn it more into the lone wolf when I go through things. Um, and that could be like that could be a little much in a relationship, especially when that other person is like not that, or they don't understand that, or
Or
they
they
can't
might take it
respect it.
as you don't want to talk to them, or you're mad at them because you're
Yeah,
not talking. You know what I mean? Because they don't understand.
yeah, they don't understand it. You know what I mean? And
I
I've
start
seen that happen
cleaning.
a lot.
My dude starts seeing me clean. He knows to stay away.
Yeah. See, there you go. Yeah, for me, it's just I spend a lot of time just in isolation. It's just, I start to isolate. That's just how I deal with things. That's how I've always dealt with things, right? And I'm not saying that it's always the right thing. It's just some for certain things that like I deal with in certain aspects of my life. It's just that's just how I have to deal with it,
I feel like as
right?
long as there's no self harm in the way you cope, that's just the way you cope. There's nothing wrong with it. I
That
mean,
part, that part. But like I said, I mean, there's certain aspects in my life that I also don't feel like I should be subjecting another person to
mm,
more than they need to be subjected to it, if that makes sense. And it's not because I'm with the smoke or with the drama, it's just family, right?
mm,
Like, there's certain family members you don't always want to, subject your partner to, like, excessively. Like, like, I'll just deal with it. It's fine, right? At least for me, that's just how I see it. I'm just like, I'll just
ironically,
deal
he
with
likes the crazy ones
it.
in my family. The ones I
That's,
usually try to stay away from, he loves.
he loves them, right? Exactly. I'm like, nah, I'm good. you know. But that's just kind of like the thing. But I mean, I'm also first generation here, so it's also trying to find somebody who's not going to over sexualize
Mm,
me and my culture at the same time, because I experience that a lot, especially when people find out like I'm a half Pacific Islander. Like, oh, you're half Pacific Islander? Like, so you know how to do all the hula dances? Like, I'm not Hawaiian, but I guess. Like,
That would just come off offensive.
the, the things people have said to me, like, I can literally write a book of, like, things you shouldn't say to people, but have been said to me. I can write a whole book. Like, if I had $1 for every time somebody has literally walked up to me, like, staring at me dead in my soul and being like, what are you?
Oh my god.
Human? I don't. What? And really, what they're asking is they're just asking me like, okay, well, I see that you're. I see you, but you look like you're mixed with something else. So what is that? Which is a really weird conversation to me, because what? That's a weird thing to say to somebody. I'm just saying. But
I'm the person.
that gets
I
told to me
reversed
at
the
least once a day.
question right
Yeah,
back
like
at him.
that's at least like I wouldn't say once a day. I want to say that's like at least like once a month question.
AJ, I used to have that. It's like I use that as my advantage. I used to go to the discotheque when I was young, or even at the bar, and still have my money in my pocket because the first thing is like, um, what do I look like? Am I Indian? Am I this? So we were playing the guessing game, so they never guess, and so I drink free.
Hmm.
Or correctly. They never guessed correctly because they could not say Italian, Somalian. So
Yeah. I've had that happen. I've had that happen too. But I've also had people like come up to me and be like, "Oh, you're half Pacific Islander," and then talk to me about Hawaii. Like, "Oh, I went to Hawaii once." Like, I'm not Hawaiian, but okay. Like, like
like
Hawaii is a cool
the
place. I'm not knocking Hawaii. Like, I love Hawaii, but I'm not Hawaiian, and it's a totally different culture. And I'm Micronesian, so thanks. Or
it
if
is,
I had $1 for every time somebody's like, "Oh, you're a Pacific Islander, so like Moana."
uh,
Sure.
or it's like you're from Italy and they start to talk to me like the soprano, you know,
That part.
and they think they speak Italian. Okay.
That part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stereotyping.
I was like, it happens to me all the time. That's why I'm just like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, for me, it's just like, there's a lot of factors that I factor before I date people, but that's also why I stay single. And I stay single for a lot of reasons, for the most part. But that's usually the main reason why I don't typically try to stay with people for too long. Like,
I'll
it's
tell you the
just,
best part of being single is you can focus on like your career, what you want to do. You can focus on school if you want to do that. You can focus on a lot of things that you normally can't once you have a family.
oh
You can
yeah,
build yourself
absolutely,
up before that stage even hits, and
yeah. And I think that's the other thing too is like I've also been able to plan that, right?
nice.
Like I can plan like okay, cool, like when I do have kids, I could do that because like my whole thing is like I don't have kids now, but I also when I was younger didn't want to have kids and not have lived any type of life to tell them about, right? Like
Right.
I was like I didn't want to do that. Like I at least want to be able to have at least some experience, positive experiences that I could share before
Yeah,
I start that.
I get that. I became a
Yeah.
mom young, so it's like the only story I got is Mama touched a bear one time. That's about
Right.
it. Lived a
Yeah.
boring life, but I'm content with it too, though, because my kids keep
Yeah.
me going.
Yeah, but I mean, at least it was something, like for me, it
But
was just like, I didn't want to sit there and be like, oh, yeah, here's all this dysfunction, all these
Yeah.
dysfunctional stories.
no.
Yeah, when
But
I was younger, I had to come get your grandpa because, your grandma decided to beat the crap out of him and it was blood everywhere. Like, I didn't want to tell that story, right? I wanted
Oh
to be
no.
able to be like, oh yeah, like I've traveled, I've gone to these types of places. I learned from these types of things. Let me tell you about 2020 and the hell that was. Like, you know what I mean? Let me tell you about TikTok.
Oh, I
You know
can't
what I
wait to get
mean?
old.
I
and
can't
these
wait for that
I'm
moment.
excited.
and these and AJ, I'm sorry. It's nice to think that way, but it's like, first of all, I wish that you have what you desire. But one thing that I learned, and I have 5 children, right? Is
Mm-hmm.
like they're all different. It's like and sometimes it's like I wish that when they grow up and they say it's like stuff is like I wish that you could have come in, when I deliver you with a instruction book because Every
Wow,
child
I
is
was like, you're gonna send
different.
me home with this kid with no
No, I know.
instructions? Are you kidding me? I don't know
No, I
what I'm
know.
doing.
I know there's no manual for kids. I'm not asking for the manual. I just wanted to be able to share something with them at some point of my life that was positive.
When you
Not
had
not the
that.
tragic negative shit that I've gone through in my life, like, cuz that's all I had. You know what I mean? And I was very
Yeah.
angry in my 20s. Like, I'm not how I was in my 20s. We are very different people. 20-year-old me, I would not want to hang out with 20-year-old me in any part of my 20s.
It's crazy to think that my kid's growing up with me. That's insane. It's like he's
Yeah,
watching me grow up.
that part.
You
It's
know,
weird.
30-year-old me, like if I clone myself and I got to hang out with like 30-year-old me, like, we the same age right now, like I don't even know, like, yeah, we could hang out or whatever. Maybe 29, 28-year-old me. Anything below that, I don't want to hang out with that person. That person, oh my God.
20-year-old me
The
would call
cringe.
me now boring. Like,
Yeah,
what'd you do with your
yeah.
life? Why you're lame now? And be like, no, no, it's good. Don't worry.
Yeah,
You get poop in the
21-year-old
tub now and then
me.
from the
I
toddlers.
laughed on
It's cool.
myself. I don't cringe. I laugh. It's like, oh boy. And I thought I
Oh,
was smart. That's the point that really got me laughing, you know? But in a way, it's like most of the conversation that I have with my adult kids, it's about them being little and, or remember, trips or stuff like that. Not
yeah.
much about my parents, because I, as also like you, I, it was more negative. Maybe as adult, I tried to, you know, make better judgment, even, but yeah, while you're raising them, you're gonna have so many stories.
Oh, 1,000%. But I think that I'm entering a part of my life where if I wanted to entertain that, I could. In my 20s, I definitely couldn't have. And the
I
reason why is because I was still very toxic in it within myself. That if I'm being 100% honest, I would have ended up abusing a child,
storm it.
physically or emotionally damaging a child at that time because one, I didn't have the patience. I definitely did not have the patience then, right? And I didn't have the tools and the know-how. I was very toxic then. I was damaging and very self-destructive. I wasn't good for anybody in my 20s. That's why I
Mm,
did the shit that I did. But that's why I
mm,
can speak to the very human aspect of it for somebody who has changed from that, who has evolved from that. Because I'm not that same person. I'm not
mm.
self-destructive. I've made amends with me. I'm no longer fighting me. Me
Yeah.
and AJ are cool now. We homies. Let's
No,
get through
but
this
I
now.
really respect you for having that because I was how you say inconscient. It's like, okay, having a baby. My mom had babies, so it's like that's how stupid it was, right? And then you grow, but that's how unhealed I was, right? At
Hmm.
18, and the only way to leave the house it was through marriage because if you go live by yourself or you go to live with a man, it's not well seen, right?
Hmm.
So get married, a child, automatic, right?
Hmm.
And I'm gonna tell you, in that 9 months, there is a bond that happen, and then when you deliver it, it just like that you will do anything for make sure that that child is good.
Oh, of course.
I can't wait
Thousand
for my
percent.
child to turn to an adult because in his book, I have it written May 3rd, 2021. You pooped in the tub for the first time, and Mama cried. I have some embarrassing things written in his book, and I can't wait to expose them.
That part. You know what I mean? But that's like the thing, you know what I mean? Like that's something that I could definitely do now, right?
You
It
know.
just wasn't something I could do then. And like I
Here's the
said,
best part,
that's
though.
Yeah.
that's why it's important, you know what I mean? Like I said, if you're somebody who who wants to plan that is like also to keep that in mind. Like you got to be very real and honest with yourself. You know what I mean? Like I definitely had to work on a lot of different things before I even was like, okay, I'm at a point where if I wanted to entertain that, I could. Because the thing is, I do like kids, and I've never hurt a kid. I know that, right? But I don't have kids of my own, right? These are kids that I can give back at the end of the day when they get on my nerves, right?
I
I don't
Uh,
wish.
have a kid that I
yeah.
can, you know what I mean? Having a kid, I can't give that kid back. Like, who am I going to give the kid back to? The kid's mine. Like
Yeah, it's
there's no
365 for
cutoff.
at least 18 years.
That part, you know what I mean? I didn't, you know what I
Here's the
mean?
best part though, because like when
Good
you do
thing.
have your kids down the road or whenever you decide
Yeah,
to,
yeah,
you're gonna know what you don't want to do. You're gonna already have
exactly,
that mindset. Me, I went into it like I'm winging it. I mean, at least you know what you do want and what you
hmm
don't want. Same with my parents. They're boomers. They grew up being beat, and they knew they didn't want that for their kids. So
yep,
they stopped the generation cycle. They stopped it, and you have that power to stop it too. Now that
exactly.
you know that, and that's a beautiful thing.
That part.
I'm just sitting here winging
That
it.
part. And there's nothing wrong with that either. You know what I mean? Like I said, like, and that's why I've always said, like, we have to start getting to a point where we can respect everybody else's journey because not
Mhm.
everybody sees things the same way. And that doesn't mean that because I've done what I've done that I'm doing it the right way,
Yeah.
right? That's just what's working for me, right?
Yeah.
There's other people who wing it and they do phenomenal jobs just winging it, right? And there's nothing
My,
wrong with that,
I
right? That's the
cannot
reason why I
believe
I
never
blame the
understood
hospital.
the
my
Just send me
judgments.
home with
baby,
the kid with no
my baby,
instructions.
yeah, my
Yeah.
baby, she's 20, 25 years old, and my oldest, she's 34. I was 19 when I had the first one, 28 when I had the last one. And if there isn't a miracle, I don't know. I don't know what I was doing, but some of them they don't talk to me now, but
Mhm.
mostly they do. I get much more. I'm more understood by the boys than the girls. Girls are more judgmental. But would I do it all over again? Absolutely. The
Yeah.
only thing that I will do is like I wish I was here, and the other one to when they go to school to go back to my career because when you devote all your time to them,
Mhm.
when my last one went to college, I lost myself and then a divorce, and that's why what I was telling you is like I'm so scared about relationship because I barely made it out of addiction, out of self hate, and
Mhm.
now that I discover self love is like it's so important that I don't want to mess it up ever again because I don't know if I can get again on top. You know what I mean, AJ?
Kind of. I mean, like I always have faith that I'll always get that back, right? But it could just be, obviously very different. I guess just different experiences, right? Like I always have faith that I'm going to be fine,
Yeah,
right? Because the way I've seen it is I've gone through all this crap in my life,
right.
right? I have literally like, and this is just my perspective. Like when I say I've been to hell and back, I have literally been to hell and back at least four times over. I am fine,
Yeah,
right? Every single time I have come out and I have come out and I have prevailed, right? And I wouldn't say that I came out always the healthiest, but I did come out and I was fine,
yeah,
right? That I know that no matter what happens next, I'm gonna be fine because I've already gone through all this other shit. So what else is it gonna throw at me, right? And I'm
right.
not saying universe have a hold my beer moment. Calm down, okay? But I'm just saying, like, I have enough faith in me that I'm gonna be okay, right? And I have enough
Yeah,
faith in Creator to be like, okay, whatever you're throwing at me, and at least enough understanding to be like, okay, what you're throwing at me is something I need to do. It's you're teaching me something, right? It
Sometimes
obviously there's a reason why I'm going through it,
now and
and
then
I
you
have
need to
faith in it.
tell the creator, take a chill pill up there, okay?
Every now and
Give me a
again,
break.
sometimes, like, can I just take 5 minutes? It's okay. You
Just
know what
time
I
out.
mean? But like I said, that I've learned if I've learned anything within the last 3 years, it's definitely the way you look at things can dictate a lot of stuff. Can
Oh,
dictate a lot in your life,
so I try
right?
to always look at things through like a joking perspective because it makes me
Same.
process them differently, versus if I'm depressed and I stay in that for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, especially when
Oh,
I'm mad, I'll stay in that. It takes my partner to make a joke for me to come out of it, you know?
that part. And that's the reason why I
yeah,
self isolate when I go through things. Because what I don't want is I don't want commiseration, right? That's the reason why, like, when I go through things, I even get off this app, right? There's times I just disappear, right?
yes.
And it's never anything personal. It's just I'm going through some stuff. And look, this app can be dangerous and stupid when you're going through stuff. That FIP is stupid,
I'll start
right?
Right.
cleaning the tub, scrubbing it, and he knows to stay
Like,
away.
I gotta disconnect for a minute. I gotta get away from it. So then I get away
You
from
know,
it,
I
right?
I've But I had to ask you something, ladies. Have you ever saw the guy or whoever, I don't know if he's a man because all I see is hand, that peel the egg?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see how many viewers?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, I sit in there and watch his video because it's a distraction. It's a distraction without drama. That's just all it is. That's literally the reason why I go in there. When I want to just I need a quick distraction, but I don't really want to be in a live where I want to engage or have to think. I'll go in there
Yeah, I go in the
and I'll sit in there
bicycle
for like 30 minutes or something and
or on the live talking to AJ
Oh, I
at
love those
4:30.
times where they do like
Somebody-
keychains and stuff and beads. I'll sit there and just watch people's orders and be like, "That's cute."
yeah. Yeah, like
Okay, I love.
My friend Birdie, that's all she does on here. All she does is she just makes all her native jewelry, her necklaces, her caps, or whatever order she's making. And I just go in there and I sit in there. And she be talking and they be
It's
in there
romantic.
laughing and joking, but I'm just in there just watching.
But you're talking. But
No,
I
I'm
can
not
see that.
talking. There's times I go in there and I'll just say hi and that's it. But I literally would just sit in there while
Oh,
she
but
does
you
stuff.
were, yeah, you were watching, but somebody was laughing and joking, you said.
There's times they are and there's times that they're not. There's times where she's just watching a movie doing it. She's not saying anything.
Oh, are you kidding me? How
Hmm.
many viewers do you have doing that?
Oh, she can have anything. She can have anywhere from, hundreds to thousands of viewers. It just depends.
Wow. I can see myself. I thought people is like doing drawings or, paintings.
Hmm.
I observe. I like watch that because it's like I see something creation. But the egg, jewelry, I need maybe a very close up. I don't know how big are her jewelry, but I really have to. It's almost like learning, taking a class. But in the egg peeling, I was surprised.
I even like the nail ones where people are doing nails and
Hmm.
stuff. Like it's so cool to watch people do their talents on here once in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Musicians now and then I'll stop in a live and
Oh,
just
I'm
listen.
always in those. I love music. Yeah, I'm always in those. The music ones, I'm usually always in the spoken word ones. But yeah, like I said, the guy that just peels the eggs, or whoever those people are that just peel the eggs, like yeah, I'll randomly just go in there because I just, like I said, I want a distraction, but I don't need the stimulation. Like, is it, if it, I don't know how to explain it. It's like, it's just enough stimulation to where I don't get overstimulated, if that makes sense. Because there are certain lives, like, I can't go in at all, right? Because, especially like if it's a panel and everyone's talking at the same time, I can't be in there. It's overstimulating,
Mm.
right? So I'm only in there for maybe 2 seconds, like maybe 2 minutes, and then I got to get the hell out the live because I'm getting a headache.
I ain't gonna lie, I like watching people argue. I'll sit there and be like,
Like, I
"Ooh."
can't.
mm-mm.
I can't do it like
I
anymore. Like
bet.
sometimes I can, right?
I'm a Libra.
But normally, like, but no more than like 2 minutes, and then I got to get out because I'm gonna get a headache, right? But for
You
me,
know,
yeah, like going in that guy, they just feel enough stimulation, but not overwhelming. Like it's just mellow. But I
yeah,
mean,
lady, do you know that
do you?
seeing or experiencing and even seeing now, because the older I get, I even get more, I get physically healed if I am in a place of argument. I literally now, even with my son, if we're not getting and I say, okay, we're done with the conversation, we're going nowhere. He keep on talking. I put my shoes on, I go for a walk. I can no longer tolerate, It's that.
Well, that has to do
I'll
with that
sit
has
back
to
in the
do.
porch just to watch my neighbors argue and just pretend like I'm doing something. I'm bad. I'd be like,
Mm,
ooh,
that's
watch
not
me
bad.
swing
I don't
my
think that's necessarily a. It's not bad.
hand.
No,
As
I
long as it's
speaking
done
for
in
me.
moderation, but it
Don't say
also just
bad. It's
depends
just
on
me.
you, right? And your tolerance level to it, right? Like if it's just two people, if I'm going to a live and it's just two people arguing, okay, that's one thing. But when I go in there and everyone's yelling, I'm overstimulated. Like I can't be in there, right? I'm not gonna sit there and say like, oh, I've never sat in here and watched like some TikTok drama go down. Everybody in here has done that, and if you haven't, you're a damn liar.
I
Everybody
love my
does that,
neighbor drama too.
right? Or
This
neighbor
kid,
drama. or
He pooped in
whatever.
the
Try to make
driveway,
peace.
legit, and that was like the funniest thing I've ever seen two parents argue about.
Actually,
But
my office building, like where I work, is right next to an apartment complex. And like I think it was like last week, it had rained, right? And these kids were over there and they were trying to skip rocks in like a puddle, right? So they were just like, but they were standing on both sides of it. I'm like, oh, this is gonna end badly. It's like somebody's gonna get hit with a rock, right? And I just sat there for like a good like hour and 45 minutes just watching them throw rocks at each other. And sure enough, one of them got hit in the head with a rock, and I was just like,
Called
I
it.
already knew that was gonna happen. You know
mm,
what I mean? They were out there fighting and everything else. Like, yeah. So like at some point, like, yeah, we all to a degree participate in drama to some degree,
We used to
right?
joust on bikes, and
But
the adults would watch us.
that part, yeah, like I was like, we used to do all sorts of stuff back in my day. You know what I
I
mean? But I was just like, it just
I
kind of
always,
depends, but it just has to do with your tolerance.
if I see drama or two person that I like them both, right? And know them both, and but they don't know each other, and whatever is the conversation, and they're getting kind of aggressive.
Oh, I call the
I
cops. I've
trying
had this situation like
to
that.
get inside, and I trying to turn off the fire. I like to do that. It's like I
I had
don't head on the fuel
I don't do that.
It was like two houses down. I heard
if
this
I
woman
can.
screaming at the top of her lungs. Like something was going down. I called the cops. I wasn't playing around. I can't
Yeah.
tolerate hearing someone who's like scared or in pain. Like, no, if something's going down that's real, you got to do something about it.
Oh yeah, no,
Oh,
a
yeah.
1000%. But if it's just like two friends and they're just
If it's
fighting,
funny, you just sit there and laugh, though.
yeah, like if it's just two friends and they're just fighting over something stupid or petty, like I'm also not the
No,
friend you can come talk to. Like I shut that down. Right? You're
Oh,
not
I
gonna.
egg my
no,
friends
Neither one
on.
of
no.
you can come to me and
Again,
come talk to me about
I
the other
egg
one.
my
my
toddlers on
Talk
language
to each
too.
other.
barrier frustrate me
But I don't do
sometimes,
that.
AJ. What I
No,
was
I don't
trying to
even.
say is like for example, um, um, Kevin and is in a life that I like, right? And then I met another lady that is in another life that I like, and in like BK, he was in the same life, right? So I introduce one life to the other life because we follow each other, right? So because Kevin is an interesting person, the other person of the other life, she was on the live, right? And then the conversation got heated, and then Kevin and the other person that I both like. But anyway, I was able to talk, and after I talk, they understood each other, and now we're on the same lives. So does that make sense what I'm saying?
Um. Huh?
I know it's late and I'm tired. What I'm saying is like sometimes if you know that two person are fighting, right? But if you're trying to focus on the common ground, that the disagreement, you can turn a situation, because if you make a person like the other person for the other things that you both are alike,
Yeah.
you really don't get like an assassin on the only argument that you probably have. Do you know what I mean?
No, I get what you're saying. I think. Yeah, I know where you're. I get where you're coming from. I'm just
Okay.
saying, me personally, I'm not that person. Like, if you have two people are arguing about something, they can argue and fight about it. They can talk to each other. I don't. I don't play middleman. But if it's just like a two people just aren't understanding something, right? And there's just a miscommunication, then I don't have a problem getting involved that way. But I'm not gonna get involved in just like two friends that are just fighting over something petty. Like I don't give a shit. Like that's between y'all. Don't involve me with it. But that's just very much my mindset, like anymore. Like I
Yeah.
understand everybody has issues,
You're
just don't
ready
affect
then.
me with it unnecessarily and
Wait,
whatnot. And Kev, did you tuck your glasses in or what?
AJ, in that subject, just have
I see
one
him
child,
now.
because if you have multiple child, you're gonna have to get the referee at some point.
I'm the
I promise
referee.
you.
Well, I don't have a problem doing that. I just won't. I don't want to. I won't do it between two friends. Like that's all I'm saying. Like if it's just like kids fighting or whatever, like yeah, obviously I don't have a problem playing referee. But if you're two damn adults, no, you can handle your shit. Like I don't need to. Why are we talking? You know what I mean? Like if I have one friend that doesn't get along with the other friend, like why are you talking to me about it? Go talk to them. They ain't got shit to do with me.
I'll give one toddler a pool noodle. I'll give the other toddler a pool noodle, and let them settle it over the Cheez-Its of who gets the last of it.
Dude, I've been saying if you just gave people sock and boppers and just put them in a room and just been
Oh,
like,
those
deal with
got
it.
banned at my house. Oh, never again. My kid flew across the room. Oh, no, 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 no.
Yeah,
To be
yeah.
fair,
Sock
he
and
ran into
boppers.
it.
All right, y'all. I'm about to call it.
Hi, Kev. He's gonna go tuck
I'm
his
gonna try
I
to
thought
get
puppy.
you
on there a
were
little
already
later
asleep.
today though, so I can get this going. We'll get
Alright,
the.
sounds good.
Yeah.
Not church in the morning, I guess nobody, huh?
Mm-mm.
No.
It's 4:18 here locally. I never been up so late.
I'm
Thank
about
you,
to go
though.
eat
This was
nachos and
very
go to
nice.
bed.
Right.
Hardship
I.
life.
Alright, Kev. Go
All
night
right,
night.
y'all. All right, man. All right, y'all. Catch y'all.
Yeah.